Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And the count at no balls and 2 strikes. This pitch on the outside corner for a called third strike. And the Jack Leiter contingent behind home plate goes wild. That's a great way to start.
And that is how we start the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. We have made it to the end of the week on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're back in studio, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Very weird to be back in studio after a day on the road because we've become accustomed to the Firehouse tours where you do the show on the road and then you go to the weekend. And this is not that. This is different. So it's a bit odd. To be in the studio, it feels like today.
And we got home yesterday to the gift of the treat, the experience, the game. For Jack Leiter's debut on 105.3 The Fan, and that is how it started. Awesome, exciting first inning, and then buckle up for the roller coaster.
That was a roller coaster,
man.
Yeah, that first inning, man, that was fun. That was good for him. It was good for the team. He was electric, and I think the Tigers didn't really exactly know what to expect, and I think that played a part in it. But he was fantastic in that first inning. And then all hell broke loose. And it was a wild, wild session of baseball for the next hour and a half.
It was his other stuff that I noticed early on. I was like, oh, man, this slider is nasty. This off-speed is nasty. He was putting it wherever he wanted. The first strikeout on 3 pitches. The final one on 98 miles per hour. And then, something that had bit him on his way up to the bigs was control. Mm-hmm. And you thought that Detroit got a lot more patient and was able to take advantage.
It was clear. Now most hard hit balls are off the fastball, but they were, I thought, targeting that fastball in the second inning, like they were waiting on it. And if you look outside of the Canna hit, they were basically all off fastballs
and drilling him. Baez, who has been struggling this year.
Well, he just waited on one. Like he was like, I'm swinging anyway at this pitch, regardless. Urshela was the only one that didn't have it like a really, really hard hit off it. But everybody else, man, like they were kind of just. It seemed like in the second inning they were just waiting on that fastball.
This game had so much. You had the Leiter debut. You had the adventures of Leody Taveras.
Mm-hmm.
You had Detroit's defense costing them again. You had Bruce Bochy ejected. You had Adolis Garcia hustling or not hustling. You had base running issues. You had Evan Carter continuing to struggle. I think he's on an 0 for 17 streak right now. You had Yates stepping up again at the very end. We've been looking for excitement, things to talk about within a game. It happened yesterday, 9-7, Rangers win.
There's 2 things on that Adolis play. I completely forgot that he didn't even run it out. I don't think he obviously didn't know that ball was fair, right? That was clear.
And I thought it was foul.
Yeah.
Raymond's like, even Dave Raymond, for him to say this on TV, he's like, ball is clearly fair when they came back to review it and show why Bochy was tossed.
The view from behind where the umpire, the third base ump was, that looked to me like that ball's foul.
Yes.
That's the one that looked to me when it was like it was foul.
So what, the ball has to cross the base? It has to
it's just
imaginary any touch past the base?
Yeah, it's just like a pitch, right, at home plate. Mm-hmm. It's not where it lands in the catcher's mitt, it's where it crosses the plate. And a ground ball, now a line drive is different, but a ground ball is where it crosses the base if it's in fair territory. Now, it doesn't usually have that kind of spin on it to where it's going to be in fair territory, kick, foul, but still touch the bag and be that far foul. That was pretty foul, I thought. But obviously the umpire saw it differently. Adolis didn't think so, and that's why he didn't run it out.
Some sloppy umpiring yesterday with the strike zone. I thought it's a little bit of a sketchy series, a little bit of a looser strike zone, I felt like, throughout all the games. But the story is Jack Leiter, the Rangers getting their win. Here's the kid after his first big league start.
A lot of frustration. I know I'm better, and I need to be better, and I will be better. And that's kind of the frustration, is some pitches that I left on the table and some mistakes that I made. Just a lot of, feeling frustrated. And obviously, bullpen's wearing it, and I didn't help the cause. So I felt bad that I did that to those guys, but I just wish I did a better job keeping the team with a favorable lead. 8 runs shouldn't be that close of a game.
Yeah, and they were up 4-1. They were up 4-1 just like they were in the game before when Jonah Heim hit a home run. Detroit catches up. But I think the most encouraging thing for him, besides the stuff in the first inning, was him back out. He went back out. Bullpen is warming up. Adolis hit the solo home run to give them the 5-4 lead. Adolis with the solo, and then Zeke with an infield single for the 5-4 lead. And then Leiter came back out for 1-2-3. That was encouraging.
Yeah, it was.
Because he could have been gone.
He could have been gone. He threw a lot of pitches in the second inning. They would have, if that was the fifth, they would have taken him out. If that was the fourth, they probably would have. But in the second, you have to have a longer leash on those guys. You're not going to let a guy go 35 pitches in an inning very often past the early parts, because you just can't burn your bullpen like that. Because they do have a tough series coming up. But look, I mean, if you were to ask a pitcher in their first start, what's the number one thing you want? Some might say command. Some might want to say calm nerves. It ain't going to be very long before you get to 8 runs.
Run support.
If you tell somebody that they're going to get run support in their first start, they're going to take that. And Jack had it, and he couldn't handle it.
He allowed 7 runs, all earned. Again, I have problems with errors and rulings when it comes to the outfield from Major League Baseball. So you can kind of take away a little bit of that, in my opinion, with Taveras in center field. But 8 hits in 3 2/3. He walked 3 and struck out 3. Pepe, what did you think of the debut?
Well, upset because his trade value decreased after yesterday.
You already have him on the block.
Yeah, it's just another pitcher arm that we can't develop in the minors. No, I mean, first inning was really good. I liked this stuff, and I liked the stuff even when he got lit up. It was good stuff, but the Rangers picked a good day to finally get some run support going. But I mean, look, he'll be back out there. I'm still fine with him being in the big leagues.
Tell you what, man, he was fidgety. I would have loved to have a Fitbit on him for yesterday, because they were talking on the TV broadcast how he was pacing, breathing. You saw that. Mm-hmm. You saw that yoga he was doing, that meditation before he went out there, and he was pounding all the water and liquids that he could find in the dugout.
He was amped up, man.
Back of his neck.
Yep, he was juiced up. Just you could maybe it was pre-workout. Maybe it's a pre-workout in. Get a nice sweat going, nice little gleam going on the skin. Who knows? But there are some guys that just are fidgety. There was a pitcher named Mark the Bird Fidrich, pitched for the Tigers back in the 80s. This guy would not stop moving. He would not stop moving at any point. There was constant movement out there on the mound. That was his tick.
We have your schedule set for Mavs Stars to set you up starting Sunday. So we know what you're going to be doing every single night next week. We'll tell you how to go ahead and block out that time. And were the TCU Horned Frogs big winners or losers yesterday, as RJ and Peyton were stalking the transfers and those leaving the school as well? It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Roberto will join us coming up in 20 minutes, fresh off Draft 101 at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco. Don't go anywhere. Going to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Metroplex, happy Friday to you from Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station. That's us, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Mike Leslie, WFAA, tweeted out all of our schedules for the next 2 weeks. It's going to start on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. I cannot wait. Mavs at Clippers. So we were happy that the Lakers kept us out of late prime time to wake up at 4 a.m. Well, the Dallas Stars are not going to do the same.
Oh, no.
Monday, game 1, NHL, Stars versus Vegas.
Yeah. That, I woke up to so many texts this morning from people so one of my best friends, Nick, who you met, he's got Vegas season tickets. He's like, come on out. My boy TK here, he's like, hey, we making a little road trip to Vegas for game 3 or something. Like, I don't know, I can't make it. I got the kids this weekend. And then I was in touch with people with LA because I knew some people work for the Kings, so we could get them on the air. Like,
Wow.
Looks like we're playing there. Like, looks like we're playing Edmonton. So that's out. But yeah, this was. I watched the Avs Edmonton game last night. A little bit of it. It was kind of a blowout early on, but this is not the series we wanted. This is not the series we did not want Vegas. That doesn't mean they can't beat them. They can, but the road less traveled is what you were looking for, or the path of least resistance is what you were looking for, and that is certainly not what they got.
The Golden Knights and the Stars Monday at 8:30 p.m. And then Tuesday, it's game 2, Mavs at Clippers at 9 p.m. Wednesday, game 2, Stars Knights, 8:30 p.m. And then on Friday, Mavs Clippers, of course, at 7 p.m.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Well, we don't have to stay up for that.
Who would have?
So we're going Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 8:30, 9 p.m., 8:30.
I guess it's better than 9:30.
Yeah, it is.
All right, it's better than 9:30. Or those old 9:30 starts. Yeah, well, this will be a late week, a very, 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 very late week.
Yes. All right, talk about Vegas a little bit in terms of what they present. 45-29 on the season. They were 4th in the Pacific Division behind Vancouver, Edmonton, the Kings, and there you have the Knights.
And when they're healthy, and that's kind of an issue with them. But when they're healthy, they're a very good team, and they're a team that knows how to win. And they're a team that's been a mainstay in this league for basically their entire existence. They've been a very good team in the tournament. And they had some issues with goaltending that they fixed. They're very top heavy, very, very top heavy with their players. They've got a really good 6 or so players in their team. And then after that, there's a little bit of a thinness. It's not the same team from last year, that's for sure. But they're still very, very good. And they are not a team that you want to play.
What happened yesterday in Fort Worth as you and Pepe were tracking the transfer portal for TCU?
So the non-Jake Ferguson Cavender twin decided to go back to Miami to play.
Okay.
So so here's what happened. Hannah. So they had kind of decided to retire-ish. And then Haley was like, you know what? I kind of still want to play. She's like, I'm going to
retire like when they had college eligibility.
They had a year left. They were like, I don't know. We're kind of influencers now. Let's just go do that, right? Well, Haley's like, I kind of still want to play. So let's leave Miami. And she decided to go to TCU. Now,
and the one that is here, Ferguson's girlfriend's name is what?
Haley.
Haley.
Right. And, I don't know if she came here for Jake or not. I mean, it makes sense that she would. So anyway, She was here at TCU. Then Hannah is like, 2 days ago, she was like, hey, I think I'm going to come back and I'm going to go back to Miami and play, not come to TCU. Well, that was 24 hours before Haley decides to jump ship. But in the meantime, Haley Van Lith, who was from LSU, previously at Louisville, is like, hey, I haven't had enough teams in 3 years. I think I'm going to transfer. And she goes to TCU. And that kind of made a lot of people like, whoa, okay, did TCU get word that Haley is going to leave? Sure enough, a couple hours later, Haley announced that she's going back to Miami to be with her sister.
Oh. So Haley is leaving Jake.
I don't know if Haley's leaving, locally, but I don't know if she's leaving Jake
in the relationship.
I don't even know if they're still in a relationship. I assume they're still in a relationship. He was just videoed with her a couple of weeks ago. But, yeah, so Haley Van Lith is coming.
Yeah.
Haley Cavender is going.
Pepe, your analysis?
Well, I almost bought season tickets for TCU women's basketball.
Because
Almost.
everyone was going crazy that we were getting the LSU girl. She's from LSU?
Yeah.
The LSU girl with the Cavender girl. Right? People were going crazy going to both of them at the same school.
It was about to be a very attractive TCU roster, to say the least.
Yeah.
And then Haley leaves, and now it's like the stipulation of, well, what happened to Jake Ferguson? Did they break up? I haven't seen a TikTok video in almost a month now. What happened to them? But they don't say much about their relationship.
Okay. So that's where things stand. Our guys will be tracking it for you here.
They'll be the amount of people that are going to go to TCU games, if both of them were there, would have been the students that would have been flocking there. Now they'll still go. Haley Van Lith is tremendous too, and
as a player
too, from what I've been told.
All right, Choppy with a weekend warning over one of the recent TikTok trends. What is chroming? What are people doing?
I would love to know exactly what chroming is, but apparently it's deadly. Chroming is when you inhale fumes. So
that's what I'm going to be doing today with my snake repellent. People suggested putting on a mask. I tried to order it from Amazon. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to get the $92 order or just a couple of bags. I got a pretty large yard like Pepe. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go to the store myself. And after the lawn gets cut, I'm checking the forecast and I'm going out there with my snake repellent.
Okay.
I'm considering breaking the law. Apparently it's illegal. You can't put mothballs out.
Mothballs are you're not supposed to put them out.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Why would it be illegal? My boy Cedric said, we put it by our deer stands, and people came by. It was like, no, you got to go ahead and get those up. Can't put mothballs. Then people suggested golf balls, so that
golf balls is what they assume they're eggs. They eat them.
Yeah.
And
now I got ducks. Now I got green duck poop.
Yeah.
Everywhere. So I got to go ahead and keep the ducks out. I saw this big frog. I threw the frog out of the pool, and then it was in the backyard, and then I had Choppy in my mind. He said, just keep food sources away.
Yep.
The snakes are after food sources. So I went back out during the Ranger game to escort this frog out of the yard so that the serpents weren't sitting there in the corner just waiting to take over the property and get a snack.
So there's this snake repellent called Snake Away.
That's what I was going to get.
Yeah, here, it doesn't work.
It's in the bag. It's still in the bag with that snake.
I showed him a photo of
you're
a bag of Snake Away and a rattlesnake sitting right next to it.
You're an a-hole. That's got to be an internet prank. I've read some reviews. Screw you. Talk about chroming, jerk. I hope the rain stays away. You have to attend all your kids' games this weekend.
You know what?
Sit out there for hours. And I hope it gets humid again. This morning it's gorgeous. Yesterday it was humid. I hope you sweat your balls off.
So my mom found,
y'all tweet me, DM me what a good repellent is. I know it's 50-50. It doesn't work. The rain will wash it away. I got to try something. I can't. I'm not going to lose. I'm not going to lose trying. So tell me, I was going to go with the Snake Away.
Dude, there's stuff you can use. The main thing is just keep it short and keep the food source away, but you can absolutely use things.
What about snake-proofing the fence? I haven't asked what the price is, but I've had someone offer to snake-proof the fence and block off the bottom of it for that whole backyard.
That's a big backyard.
That's a big backyard.
Big backyard.
I'll do it, though. If I see one more like that soon, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A 12-year-old was caught inhaling toxic chemicals, which slows down her nervous system, and it gives you a short-term high, like a discount drug. Well, she died. She was inhaling deodorant and stuff like that. Remember we used to sniff rubber cement?
No, I don't. I didn't.
You didn't? Okay. Remember that? So back in school, rubber cement, I used to inhale the hell out of this. Now, that explains a lot. It probably explains an awful lot, but the hazardous fad popularized by TikTok, slurred speech, dizziness, hallucinations, heart attack, and suffocation. You have 12-year-olds getting a heart attack. So it's any chemicals that have like aluminum, so deodorants have aluminum, chrome. It's called chroming. Spray deodorant. They're inhaling spray deodorant like a Whippet. 5 or 6 deodorant cans they inhaled between the two of them, and one of them died. Like it's just so it's the latest TikTok trend.
Jeez.
Is called chroming. Keep all those products away from your kiddos, or just tell them don't do it.
Yeah.
Tell them don't be an idiot.
Don't be an idiot. Right? When's the last time you had to TikTok warn either of your boys?
Every time I see one, I always warn them about it. I'm like, guys, don't do this, don't do that. Oh, they're kids. These kids these days, man, they're the dumbest.
Why is Charles Barkley arguing against the Pete Rose of basketball? Bobby says it's the Mavericks that are going all in. And how was Draft 101 last night with all the Tolos at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco in the Cowboys film room? All that to start off the 6 a.m. club, hopefully with you on Sean and RJ next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Glad you are joining us to kick off the weekend. Going to try to get you there as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and what has to be an exhausted Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, after Draft 101 in Frisco last night. I'm great. I'm up. Your lips look great.
Yeah, I put
they
on
are red.
It's because I just put on chapstick or whatever, so it's glossing them up a little bit. But yeah, they were all the talking I was doing yesterday. It dried out the lips.
Who was it? Just reset what the event was.
It was Draft 101 with obviously ourselves here in partnership with DallasCowboys.com. It was this somewhat ticketed event. It was more a registration. We reached a registration cap, and then we did it in the Dallas Cowboys meeting room. But it was myself, Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com, Kyle Yeomans, Wolchuk was leading it, Broadus was there, Aisha Morrison showed up a little bit later, and then it was just basically a kind of overview for 45 minutes, and then it was 45 minutes of Q&A with people there in the audience.
You get good questions?
Yeah.
What surprised you about the knowledge of the Tolos and following the draft?
You know, they were...
How deep into rounds will people ask about someone?
We did. Yesterday it was funny. A lot of them weren't questions about, like, players or anything else. It was more about strategy with, like, the Cowboys. Like, hey, if they did this, who's a guy you would actually trade up for, even though you don't have a lot of capital? You know, how do you get back that fourth-round pick? It was a lot of that stuff and a lot of different things about execution. I was talking to Wolchuk after we got done, and I was like, I know it's called Draft 101, so it's supposed to be like, hey, here's, you know, basics class or whatever. But I still feel like, and I know that I'm there to answer questions for people whenever they say they're asking about logistics or how the draft operates or whatever else. But I still felt like, well, actually, like, I felt like I was being a little, like, it naturally sounds a little smarmy when you're telling somebody, like, what they just said. It's like, well, here's actually how it works, and this is the way that the Cowboys do it, and blah, blah, blah. And so...
Did you talk fast or remember to slow down a little bit?
I mean, have you ever heard me talk slow? Literally in my entire life. When I was driving in earlier, and he was talking about Mark Fidrich and everything else. He's like, just never stops moving. I was waiting for one of you to be like, oh, sounds like Bobby on the pitching mound.
I was trying to come up with an analogy for how you speak. It's like skipping rocks. Like, you start off the sentence with the first skip, like the rock hits the water, and then tack. Like you'll go over some words like in the middle of your sentence.
It ramps up. Yeah. It's really fast. That was the when the doctor first.
And your nervous tick is to scratch the back of your head too while talking.
Is that the one? The one that somebody told me recently I do, and now I can't stop seeing it. Is they say that I like tug on my hat, and now that they've said that, I can't. I do it a lot.
I worked with a guy who would constantly just take his hand and just shove it up to his like nipple. He would just do this. He would be sitting like this.
It was just a little treat. That's all.
That's all he did. Just I was like every day, every 5 seconds. That's what it was. Very strange.
Somebody did come up to me last night though and say like, "You bounce your knee a lot." I was like, "Yeah," and you could see it on. I went back and saw it on the camera. I did not stop bouncing my knee the entire time, but it was great. Chef Eric was out there. Tolo D. I got to meet Tolo D. That was fantastic.
The famous D. She wrote me a lot of surprising things about you.
She said all of them to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she did. And she's like, you know what? You're kind of an a-hole, but you're a good one. And she's like my late husband. My late husband was that way. She's like, his name was Bobby too. I used to say, you're an a-hole, but you're one of the good ones. And that's what she said about me.
She wrote, Bobby is actually nice. And then I sent her the picture you sent me of you and her. And then she said, he acts different in person than on the air. And
Do you agree with that?
No, I think you're like really engaging with people to like socialize with them. Maybe they wouldn't pick. Kind of similar to me a little bit. Like when we go out to parties or bars, they'd be like, whoa, like you're drinking and you're buying everyone drinks. And I thought you were going to be out here barking and yelling at people. So maybe it's similar to that.
I think Bobby's more trolly off air.
I am, because I leaned into it yesterday. They were like, why don't you ever show up at 6 a.m. or why don't you ever show up at 5:30? Somebody said that. I was like, because I'm sitting here right now. Sean and RJ are they? Yeah, exactly. I'm sitting here doing this for the next hour and a half.
How cool was it though being in that film room, right?
It's really cool. It's and thank you to Derek Eagleton at the Cowboys, Scott Purcell who was there helping us out, get everything videoed and out on the live stream. But it's an awesome. You know how awesome that facility is, but being in that team room and stuff like that, it was a little like. I don't normally stop down and get a little like, oh, this is kind of cool, but I mean, it was like, this is cool to think you're sitting right here. These listeners are sitting right here in the same spots that like maybe Dak sits or CeeDee Lamb or whatever else for a team meeting. So it was cool. It was a great event. Again, thank you to Gavin Spittle, Derek Eagleton for setting this all up for us, and it was a good time.
All right, let's just, I guess, keep it on the draft right now. We have plenty of time to get to the Mavericks and official picks for the Clippers series, but Bill Barnwell, Choppy, went through some different scenarios from ESPN.
Yeah, I love when he does this. He'll basically trade every pick. So he operates as if every pick in the draft is going to get traded. Now, when he gets to each team, so always remember, when he gets to each team, the original team's always still there. So he acts as if they never made a trade in the first place. But he does trade every pick. And he does trade the overall number one pick. He trades it to Jacksonville for Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh. Bad trade for the Bears.
And
Will Chambers would really lose his mind at that trade.
And the Jags also...
Yeah, I would not do that if I was Chicago.
There's an upside, obviously, with Caleb.
Yep.
That you can't...
Although I'm terrified over Caleb Williams, the person. Terrified. I said this a couple weeks ago. If they traded out of it, I would get it. I would not absolutely kill them because I totally disagree with Sandler with the optics of not his fingernails, but just all of his actions and the way he acts. And no agent on top of it?
Yeah. Whew. So there is one thing here. Between week 9 of 2022 and week 9 of 2023, so a full year, he had Trevor had a 63 QBR, which was 9th in the league. And they were 13-4, but then he gets hurt, and then they torpedo. And he was quite bad at the beginning of 2022. So there was that 1 year window. It was almost like Dak in the reverse. Dak had like a 1 year window where he wasn't great, like in like 2017 before they got Amari.
It was about from the Zeke suspension until they traded for Amari. So it was about a year.
And it was about a year stretch where it was like, what are we doing here? But then he overcame it, and now it was the reverse with Trevor. So we'll see what happens. But that'd be interesting. The Bears would also get the Jags' second-round pick and 5th. So Lawrence, a 2 and a 5 for the number 1 overall pick. Washington would trade down 1 spot with New England and just flip-flop, pick up a 3rd and a 2nd in the next year's draft and a 4th. You keep going down. New England, they trade out of theirs. They move down to the Raiders. They pick up a couple of firsts to go down 10 spots. Where it really gets squirrely for me is the first time the Dallas Cowboys name jumps into the fray. That's where it really gets squirrely for me because they jump in at number 20. They trade up.
Oh.
Okay.
With a lack of picks already.
They go from 24 to 20, and they give up, obviously, they swap first-round picks.
And before you say the name, Bobby, who would be some people, some positions that are screaming, okay, I understand them giving up capital to move up for this person?
It's funny. We had a listener last night ask us, like, who would you trade up for? Who would you go for? And I was like, you're going to have somebody from, like, the top 3 slide to the teens for me to want to trade up this year. So, like, the very top offensive line, maybe Joe Alt at Notre Dame, Olu Fashanu at Penn State. Like, it has to be like Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr., like sliding down to CD territory. But I mean, if he's going up, I understand it's an exercise where he's just got to trade everything. I'm guessing this is Talise Fuaga from Oregon State or somebody like that.
They don't give a name necessarily here, but
thought that was the exercise.
Because they said you could get Graham Barton. That was kind of one name they threw in there. But they would give up their first. They would swap firsts. Also give up their 3rd and 5th, but get back Pittsburgh's 4th. So instead of having a 1, 2, 3, 5, you would have a 1, 2, 4, 6. No, absolutely not.
Old Billy, not for 4 spots. I'm not trading up 4 spots and losing more. We were talking about this again last night, the idea, and I know I've gone on this rant recently, the defensive tackle argument. And I've talked about why I don't think it makes sense to take a defensive tackle. But we were talking about the idea of like making a trade or trying to get more capital or do whatever else. And people were talking about like, could you get back up into the 4th round with your 5th and trade some back stuff? And it's like, guys, you're chasing your tail if you're doing that. Like going up to get somebody, you're going to be constantly trying to replace that capital. And what you really need to hope for is somebody who will let you trade back. That's what you need to hope for.
Yeah, if you go up to get somebody, you're doing it for like a quarterback a lot of times. That's why the value's gone up. Now, when they get to the Cowboys pick at 24, the Cowboys do trade down, right? So he does have them trading down here with Kansas City. So the Chiefs would just get the Cowboys pick, the Cowboys' first-round pick. They would pick swap, so the Cowboys would get 32. They would also get the Chiefs' 3rd round pick at 95 and their 5th round pick at 159. So now you would go 1, 2, 3, 3, 5, 5.
Love it.
I love it.
Go for it. I am all about, if you can find somebody, I will trade out of the 1st round and lose the 5th-year option right now if you can get me more picks, because they need it. In fact, if you look, the exact on the trade value chart, the classic trade value chart from Jimmy Johnson, if you look at where the Cowboys pick at 24, they were to drop down to, I think it's 36 with Washington. 36 from Washington and 78, middle of the 3rd round. Those 2 picks are an exact equal match for the point value of Dallas's pick. So I'd be willing to trade out of the 1st round, lose the 5th-year option, say, okay, I don't have a 4th anymore, and I'm losing the 1st, but give me 2 2s and 2 3s to kind of fix some of these depth issues. All right, I'm in. Now I'll talk about defensive tackle. Now I'll talk about other things like that. That gives me some options.
And that's where they that's the only ones that involve the Cowboys. But I love that they do these exercises. They just trade all over the place. But I would not trade up.
You know why?
Not a chance.
You know why I don't want the 5th-year option at this point, where I'm cool sacrificing that, is because all it has proven to be for the Cowboys in the last 5 years is an excuse to wait on a deal. And so to me, it's like, that's not insurance. That's not anything else. That's an excuse not to get something done. That's how you've used it. You've weaponized it, essentially. So I don't care really if you lose the 5th-year option. You've got to figure these things out. At some point, you guys got to start getting ahead of things a little bit and getting things done.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin LaFranco Injury Attorney Hotline. Was there one name or two that the Tolos really focused on or were fixated on yesterday? And did you feel like they were bored with center and offensive line options in round 1?
No, there's a lot of Graham Barton talk from Duke. That is the name that we were all talking about up there on the stage. That's the name that a lot of people in the audience seem to want. Everybody, it feels like, is set on you need the offensive line. Now, if it's tackle versus center, that's kind of the fixation or the discussion right now. But I think that the majority of the room there last night of the listeners all felt like, hey, this is something where center is clearly a blinking light need more than anything else on the team. We've got to get addressed. But I also could tell from the discussion there's a lot of people there who just don't agree with me on the defensive tackle thing. Like there are a lot of people who would say, I'm fine taking a defensive tackle in the first 3 rounds. And I can't get there.
Do you see the amount of TV dedication to our next subject? What is going on?
Women's gymnastics?
Yeah.
Nope.
Is Caitlin Clark doing that too?
No, that's coming up at 7. Women's gymnastics.
Yeah, get it for the expressway.
Why are all the national shows focusing on the debut of Jack Leiter like we're going to do next on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ?
Well, let's save you money first with your property taxes, boys and girls. They are helping me out. They can help you out too. Own well. Own well.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Or 817-333-3233 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it comes to the set of the belt. 1-1. Jonah swings here, and that's hammered to right field. If it hangs, it's gone. That one is out of here. Just above the 7-foot wall, Jonah Heim pulls a home run to give the Rangers a 4-0 lead.
And a 6-game hitting streak for Jonah Heim with the 2-run shot. Jared Sandler with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. And that will continue today as they start off in Atlanta to take on John Smoltz, Tom Glavine, and CJ Nikowski's Braves.
Steve Avery.
But yesterday, well, I was alluding to people we had on yesterday, but I get what you did. 9-7. Rangers get the win and take the Tiger Series with the Jack Leiter debut that is all over national television.
Yes, it is.
Covering this thing like it's game 1 of the World Series.
I think if his dad wasn't Al, they might not have done the same thing.
Agreed.
I think that plays a major role. Boy, Dave reminded me because we were talking about his
He looked like Al too, man.
He looks just like, and he does.
Before I didn't see it when he was first drafted, but then with the hat and everything, and just looking at it, I was like, all right, that's Al Leiter.
It's the facial expressions he makes.
Mm-hmm.
Like after the Leote non-error out in center, you see him kind of like it's like a power walking back, and he's gritting his teeth, and he's got his mouth. Oh, have you ever seen those games where you have to have the mouth like super open? They put your lips wide open,
like the dentist office thing.
Yeah, the dentist office thing, but I can't remember what the game is called.
KissableDental.com.
But his mouth has that. His teeth are like wide in view, and his dad did the same dang thing every time there was a play out there. It was either an error or he gave up a hit. I was like, man, this he is definitely a chip off the old block.
I thought, man, watching that first inning, I wrote out so many Twitter drafts and had them saved for each inning that he was, ultimately gonna strike out 2 or strike out the side. I was ready to talk about all right, fixed it. All right, Chris Young, I'll shut up about all these minor league pitchers that have not come to fruition. And then the second inning happened. And that's the
leadoff walk, bloop. Baez went up there swinging. He drilled one to left. Green RBI triple. Just like that, it's 4-3. And then Canna single to tie.
It's
lead gone.
It's one of those things where that to me is a great example. If you want to see just like a snippet of how quick major league hitters and teams adjust to scouting reports and things like that. They clearly had to work on saw him in the first inning. All right, let's get a look at him, see how he attacks, things like that. And they came out with a plan in the second inning of all right, he's going to do this. Let's come at it this way. And that's the sort of thing that he's going to have to adjust to, and he's going to have to develop more of a plan, more of an approach, and throw these hitters off a little bit. Like, I mean, the first strikeout.
Look at Ryan with the video work on the fan cam and Twitch and YouTube while Bobby's talking. Well done.
The first strikeout was, like, I mean, it was just 3 straight fastballs. Like, that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I think they got a little bit of an idea. Look, the stuff was good. I thought a lot of it, there were flashes of it where it's like, oh, that changeup is really nice. Oh, the slider looks good. The fastball's got some, good velocity on it. There were things that you liked about what he did. It's just ultimately you also see, okay, we should put in context that he is 8 months removed from coming off of the developmental list because he was essentially broken, and they were like, "Yeah, we got to figure you out, dude."
On that first pitch, that first hitter. I wonder if that guy was going up there. He wanted to have him throw everything. He wanted to see everything because, like, that's for him to take just 3, not right down the middle, but pretty dang close to right down the heart of the plate. Is not something that you see a major league hitter do. I think he wanted to see a curveball. He only saw a changeup and a fastball. I think he wanted to see his slider. Like, they wanted to report back. They love to report back. Oh, is this what he's got? That was a very odd at bat, and he took advantage of it. Like, I don't think he was expecting him to go fastball there on 0-2. I don't know what he was looking for, but definitely wasn't looking for fastball there.
Well, look, you could take 2 runs off his final stat line.
Absolutely.
Because of what happened to Leote in center field. Bassick was bringing up maybe the wind changed on him from earlier in the series. The wind was a storyline throughout the entire series.
Well, it's our first game outdoors, Sean.
on the grass in spring training. But he misjudged it, and it ended up being a 2-run triple, and that makes it 7-6 instead of 7-4. I believe there were 2 outs.
Yeah, there were. It would have been third out.
That would have ended the inning, and there's 4 earned runs instead of 6. That was an error on Taveras, whether the wind screwed with him or not.
Yeah, so truthfully, his line would have been 4 innings, 4 runs had Leote made that catch. And how different does that look from 3 2/3 and 6 runs?
A ton different.
I mean, it's night and day, and it's. I mean, we're looking completely different at his game, at his outing. There's not going to be a headline that says Jack Leiter has a forgettable debut.
Yep.
Right? It's not going to be all over SportsCenter the way it would be. I mean, it may be, but it'll be in a different way.
Yep.
So that one play, and he has to make that. Like, that is. I mean,
I thought he had it tracked. I thought
he thought he had it tracked too, and it just carried a little bit more. I mean, that's a little league miss.
Yeah.
That's what center fielders who's 11 years old does. Not a Major League Baseball player.
Thankfully, Detroit's defense sucks more because they came in best in Major League Baseball defensively, and man, what a hot mess they turned things into. And then Leote had, talk about Leiter's roller coaster. It may have been more of a roller coaster just as much for Taveras because he got lucky. He would. How much is he getting destroyed if he gets tagged going from second to third? But the swipe goes over his head, and he lucks out. Then a throwing error on a Seager ground ball gives the Rangers the 8-7 lead before Adolis doesn't run, and Bochy gets tossed.
And he gets tossed. I mean, that's
all that in the 8th.
I mean, that was a bad. It was a very sloppy game, start to finish.
Really series.
Yeah, it was. But hey, look, I mean, it's your first series on grass. So when you do that, you're going to have sloppy play. There's just no doubt of wind and elements and then baseball's still around.
And then Taveras, to his credit, to try to balance things, he had the 2-out RBI single for the insurance in the 9th.
Yeah, and then the double down the line, or the one that touched the chalk. He was late on that one. Big time late.
I'll tell you what's the most exciting thing about this game. Jose Leclerc getting back on track. Got a dub, baby. Winning pitcher.
He was the winning pitcher.
Yeah, he was.
8 straight balls. 8 straight balls for Leclerc. Then he starts the inning with a strikeout, walks 2 in a row, then gets a strikeout, and then Kirby comes in to end it and close it. But man, Jose Leclerc.
How do you feel about Kirby right now?
I mean, how could you not freaking love him?
Are we at a point where it's like, are we locking down?
No. The state of bullpen things, but he's 36. If he was like 26, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's the arrival, but he's been around for a reason.
He has. He's been around, and he's had. I remember he had a pretty bad injury a couple years ago. Go back and look. I thought that was him though when he came over. But I mean, look. I mean, him and Robertson's had a couple of blow-up games. where he's just not been there. But outside of Leclerc, I mean, I haven't been terribly displeased with the back end.
Yeah, well, I mean, and on the front with Kirby Yates, like he absolutely has been impressive to this point. I would much rather have him in their closing games right now than Jose Leclerc, obviously, who is just a mess with his control almost every single time he goes out there, it feels like. But we do have to remember, like, last year we felt really good similarly about Will Smith for the first, 6 weeks, where he looked really, really good. And it was like, oh, okay, he's turning back the clock. Will Smith is ready to go here. That's the kind of thing that I think you still have to weigh a little bit with Kirby Yates, is because, like Sean said, you're talking about a guy who's a little older and was on the downswing for a lot of people for a reason.
All right, what else is happening in the West? The Rangers have won 2 in a row. The Seattle Mariners, Bobby, have won 3 in a row. They're tied for second at 9 and 10. That's how ugly the division is. Ugh. The Angels are 9 and 10. The Athletics are 8 and 11. And the Houston Astros, who came out and said, forget about the Astros already, Choppy? No Astro worry?
Buster Olney says the Astros are not a team the Rangers have to worry about in the American League West. Not a team they have to worry about. I love seeing that.
Ooh. Little early.
6 and 14, that's a hole. Like, that's a real hole you're digging.
They're 5 back.
But, I mean, even if they're 5 back, 6 and 14 is not, that's bad. It's one of those things, what do they always say? They're like, you can't win a division in April, but you can lose it. Like,
yeah, I mean, they got Verlander, who's been hurt. Urquidy and Fromber are hurt. A lot of the rotations down, like their bullpen options in the middle innings is a mess. As for their team ERA, there's a 5.35. Only the Rockies are behind them. So Bregman is taking the field for the first time in his career. More than 5 games under 500.
Find the odds of the AL West and see how much they're docked by Vegas. I guarantee it's not that much. And if it is, hop on it.
It's obviously very early in the season, so like saying somebody's on pace for something is a little bit ridiculous at this point. But just to show you how hot a start Mike Trout's on, he is on pace right now for a 162-game season of 68 home runs.
Oh, baby.
He has just been like
a choppy reminder for his boy.
Well, it's a reminder for all of us, right? Because we were talking about,
well, we know he's the best player in the sport when he can walk.
No, right. I'm saying a reminder for all of us, like, you're seeing this on display now, and you're seeing the way Wyatt Langford struggled, and that's why, like, we should all be a little like, all right, let's pull back on calling anybody the next Trout, which is something that, like, we all talked about. That was the scouting report, and Langford has been decent at times. Like, early on in the season, I thought that he looked really good the first couple series of the year.
Yesterday, RBI double, but he had a big strikeout. They had bases loaded in the 7th with 1 out. Wyatt K, Heim K. And I was like, there was an opportunity. You found the best teammate in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, Yusei Kikuchi. The Cooch. Kikuchi.
Kikuchi board.
Yeah, I was watching MLB Network the other night, and they cut to this game. It was Kikuchi against New York, and Sarah's like, "What are they saying?" And I was like, "That's the guy. It's the name of Kikuchi." So every time he starts and they win, he shares a bottle of Yamazaki whiskey, and this is like a $3,000, but they've got like a $300,000 bottle over there. But every time
what was the whiskey?
Yamazaki.
All right. You couldn't find Yamazaki whiskey instead of Tennessee whiskey playing?
No, they don't have that here in the States.
It's supposed to be amazing. It's supposed to be amazing. It's super cool though. Like, to me, this is like best teammate in the world guy. This is the guy I am laying out for in every fly ball. The guy just now listen, when you're at that level of income, this is nothing, right? It's nothing. You're the major leaguer. You're accustomed to Louis Martin or Louis the 13th, the Remy Martin stuff. But this is just, what a gesture. Shohei should learn from this guy. What it's like to be a teammate.
Yeah,
no, there's a story that Shohei is really connecting in the clubhouse.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, of course he is, because everybody's gambling plug.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, that was you had a story the other day from ESPN that they're like, how Shohei Ohtani is connecting with his Dodgers teammates. And it's it is just slobbery and just basic stuff. It's like, oh look, you can tell how strong their bond is because they're talking about what they're seeing between at bats. It's like, yeah, that's what people do in the major league. Like, that's not.
Yeah.
Why are you guys trying to blow up everything he does? It's like, see, look, Shohei's a good guy. You guys should all love Shohei. I am sick of having Shohei Ohtani like forced down my throat the same way I'm getting Taylor Swift lyrics forced down my throat on my Twitter timeline today.
Wait, did her album come out?
Dropped at like 2 a.m. or something.
It's out.
Why do they drop it at 2 a.m.?
Because she's an
West
idiot.
Coast.
Pepe, try to let's come back with nothing but Taylor songs the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find one. Let's see if we can find a couple of them.
Yeah,
Is there one in particular that's blowing up?
I would love to know.
Yeah, everybody's like quoting. She like makes a reference to Kadarius Toney. She's got like Travis Kelce references.
Oh my gosh, she is a football genius, just like Mahomes said.
She is. She's a wonderful.
All right,
lady.
let's see if we can find a Taylor Swift song. Biden and Antonio Brown weigh in on Caitlin Clark. Barkley is defending the Pete Rose of the NBA, and we may have discovered a burner account in the NBA playoffs. That's all next with Sean and RJ. But they have over 1,000 five-star reviews for a reason. Why did Tolos choose Frankel and Frankel? A legacy of winning. They know the enemy's playbook. They are voted the best personal injury lawyers, chosen by the peeps and feared by the insurance companies. Family values and clients first, and they are real trial attorneys. If you get involved in an accident,
#1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
I was supposed to be sent away, but they forgot to come and get me.
Oh, this is good so far.
I was a functioning alcoholic till nobody noticed my new aesthetic.
That's a hit.
Oh, yeah.
1 for 1.
You talk about being a functioning alcoholic.
This has Post Malone in it too.
My entire
later
life.
on.
It does?
It's got Posty in it somewhere.
Bobby has thrown the headset with Taylor Swift, dropping the 36-song album overnight.
Tay-Tay and Posty? That is going to be
I kind of want to hear him kick in on this.
Yeah, this thing is going to... You will hear this song 5 billion times.
Well, is this like the most popular one people are talking about so far, Peyton, or just the only
Yeah, I
one?
think with Post Malone, it popped up pretty quickly on the YouTube.
Let me go on the Spotify real quick.
Yeah.
Put Taylor Swift in and see.
You already going to favorite it?
Her #1 song is called... Most downloaded song is called Cruel Summer. That's older. That's old.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It hasn't
This is
hit yet.
Fortnite.
Fortnite?
Fortnite.
Oh, gosh. Named it after a video game, too.
Or a 2-week... or Wimbledon.
That's right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I mean, she churned out a 50-song album with all like relevant like week of content. Like she's freaking SNL. Like it's almost like
she's like the South Park.
It's almost like she creates prepackaged bull spit and people just eat it up.
It does have to pick up. You're losing me. It's got to pick up.
I agree.
This is not going to be. I'm not even listening. This is. Oh, I broke the headphones. Throw them off. This is not going to be. The song of the summer, Chop, is going to be whenever we finally get the Morgan Wallen Post Malone song that's been the little teaser clip's been out.
Oh, that is a good one.
You mean Post Bail?
Morgan may be unavailable to tour. Yeah, but boy, it's a shame.
When is this gonna kick in?
Yeah, I know.
I think he's more background than anything. Like he follows her talking. I don't think he has like a solo part or anything.
Oh,
that's what I'm seeing.
Post Malone not big enough to actually have a legitimate part.
Yeah, he's stuck with Morgan. He's stuck doing stuff with Morgan, not Taylor.
Turn it up. Let's see if this increases. The beats. Okay.
It's too much Billie Eilish for me. It's got too much of a Billie Eilish feel to it. That song's got to pick up. I'm excited for the other 35, Peyton. Get them ready.
877-881-1053 if you're interested or you're throwing your headphones like Roberto on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline.
If that woman worked here, like all the songs
on the spot downstairs,
like I just I want you to understand, like if she was here, like there would be so many songs about like referencing like drama about each one of us, and I don't respect the general approach of like, oh, I'm gonna leverage every personal relationship I have for like music. She thinks she's like.
Doesn't everyone write about the drama in their life?
Yes, they all do.
Yes. It's whiskey, it's sex, it's relationships.
Yes,
that's what music is.
Yes, but Sean, if I started a fight with you just so I could write a song.
Oh, you think she starts fights for content?
Yeah, she thinks she's Stevie Nicks.
Oh, I think we got Posty.
She think.
Little duet right there.
She thinks she's Stevie Nicks writing about Lindsey Buckingham. Like, in reality, this girl is Sheryl Crow in need of a cheeseburger. Like that.
Sheryl Crow's fantastic. Sheryl Crow's fantastic.
All right,
Awful.
Choppy, do you want Biden, Barkley, or Burner?
Oh.
All right, I knew you were going to do that. Okay, so, well, we're going to tie in Biden with Brown because Antonio Brown went at Caitlin Clark yesterday.
He did. He did.
What a piece of garbage.
This is
what a piece of. He is a human piece of crap.
He is.
He really is. I don't care about bipolar, CT, all that stuff or not. He's a piece of crap. He is. Gonna go after a college kid like this, man.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark blocked Antonio Brown.
First block of her career.
I don't know how many blocks she actually had, but she blocked him. Why did she block him? Because Antonio Brown is kind of a loser. I think that's the easiest way to say it. Now the initial the tweet to show that she was blocked says, wait for this one.
Yeah, turn this down to get the drop on Choppy here.
Cracker of the day. Hashtag CTESPN blocked.
CTESPN. He wrote that.
That's what he always does.
He puts
that's
that tag on everything.
It's like breaking news from CTESPN.
Oh,
it's fantastic. It's one.
That's good.
Very clever.
That's very
okay.
clever.
It's very clever.
Yes.
He says blocked by cousin it. Cousin it.
Yeah.
And then he said the other one. The reason she blocked him. Boy, can I really read this? I guess I can.
No, he's alluding to hair in certain regions,
certain spots.
Yeah.
And how
he doesn't like brunettes.
You like that?
Jesus, Peyton.
What's Greg Doyle doing? Responding to this.
You probably like the tweet.
Yeah. So he's sitting there talking about her appearance and her looks, piece of garbage that he is.
Says she looks like Mel Gibson. A lot. Says she reminds him of Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. Is Mel Gibson,
Mel Gibson
hairy?
like needed a shave on that on his mug shot or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. That's Antonio Brown going at Caitlin Clark.
And then
she blocked him.
President Biden weighed in on the WNBA salary, saying women in sports, he tweeted this, or someone did. Women in sports continue to push new boundaries. And do you have the tweet?
Yeah.
Would you like to read it?
Women in sports, they continue to push new boundaries and inspire us all.
Dude, I heard someone on the radio try to do like a Trump impression the other day. It was the worst.
Oh no.
It's hard to screw up a Trump impersonation. All I could think of is how you would bury it.
You know what I realized his Biden impression is?
Biden?
No, well, it is. But Choppy's Biden impression is really just like his geriatric Matt Mosley impression.
Oh wow, that's a good one. That's a good one. So here we go. Women in sports continue to push us to new boundaries and inspire us all. And we're seeing right now that, hey, man, you're the best. To pay the fair share. It's time to give our daughters the same opportunities our sons that were given by squirrels and ensure women are paid what they deserve. They go to the store and buy ice cream and get chocolate chip ice cream every day.
He did not add
I added
the
that one.
ice cream, but here he is talking about equal pay and not the difference in revenue for the two leagues.
Did you get a statement on the issues he has with the pay disparity between the UFL and the NFL too?
Yeah, right. The women's lingerie league should be paid equal.
Yeah.
To Dak Prescott.
I mean, I agree with. Yeah.
I mean, because that actually is a really good point. Like, if you want to discuss like the pay gap, like the thing you point to is the UFL.
Yes.
Versus the NFL. It's like, look, they're the same sport. It's a different league, and the WNBA is a different league. They don't make the same amount of baseball players don't say make the same amount as football necessarily.
Of course,
they make a lot.
Yes.
They both make a lot. NBA, the NFL guys don't have guaranteed contracts. It's not all the same. It's all collectively bargained, and it's based on the revenue that your sport brings in. There are women in college athletics, quite a bit of them, who make way more than the men because they're a bigger draw on social media. So they should make more.
The UFL players make $54,000, by the way. So ESPN actually has an article up about how long it takes on a player's contract for them to an NFL player's contract for them to make a UFL salary. For Joe Burrow, it's 60 seconds. He makes $54,000.
So a minute of game action.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Why is Charles Barkley and how is Charles Barkley defending Jonte Porter, the Raptors player, banned for life for betting on games and betting on his own team to lose and leaving games early to hit the over-under prop bets that were out there in the gambling world? Barkley disagrees with Adam Silver's decision on Sirius.
I wish, because he's such a young kid, I want to make it clear. I understand why they did it, and rightfully so. But I wish they had said, okay, 5 years, something like that, to give him another chance. I understand, like I say, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. I understand why they did it, but he's such a young kid. I wish they would, because, Nick Saban says something, and he's the greatest college football coach ever. He says, yeah, people give me a hard time when kids screw up, and I give them a second chance. He says, what am I supposed to do with them? am I supposed to throw him out in the trash and wonder what's going to happen for them the rest of their life? And he does, and I always tell him I admire him because we all did stuff when we were young and dumb. And he says, I'm not going to throw an 18, 19-year-old kid out in the trash and say, good luck the rest of your life. Yeah. I'm going to punish him. We're going to punish him, and we're going to give him a second chance.
If he appeal, I don't know if he can appeal this or not. I have no idea. I'm sure he can. If he appeals if they come back and they give him a 4-year ban, I'll be okay with that. Now, in the meantime,
Charles is basically saying don't throw him away for life.
Yeah, like he can go. He could probably go play in Europe. He'll make $30,000 a month in Turkey, and he'll have a decent living. But it ain't an NBA living. He might make $30,000 a week in the NBA as opposed to a month in Spain. So there's a reason they all come over here. They don't come over here because the housing's cheaper.
Yeah, I agree with Silver. Banning him for life initially. If they want to backtrack somewhere down the road, okay. What did this guy average anyway? Like, what did he put up, and what would his career be in 5 years coming back to the NBA? 5 years may just end it anyway.
Yeah, and when Barkley,
I don't feel bad for
when
him.
Barkley references Saban as like, well, Saban gives guys opportunities. If Saban had a player that was essentially taking a dive to hit over-under bets, Saban would be the first to throw him out.
Yep.
And so that's an awful analogy. I don't get this perspective from Charles at all.
Well, it's just like over-punishing, like a life sentence.
But for somebody who loves the game basketball like the way Charles does and was in it and stuff like that.
He also loves gambling.
He does, yeah. Man, I don't know. Maybe he's got a guilty conscience.
Yeah,
maybe that's it.
This is a guy who's been basically on a 2-way contract with the G League his entire career.
Yeah. 5 years going to end him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was in the league, he was up, but this year he was also down with the Raptors G League team. So he's been up and down his entire time. He'll go to Europe, I'm sure, if they don't ban him still. But he'll go to Europe and he'll be okay, but he won't be an NBA player.
All right, Bobby says it's actually your Dallas Mavericks that are all in. The playoff schedule is set for the Stars. Let's preview Mavs Clips next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. The spring sale is going on. All diamond jewelry.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The Stars' opponent is set. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being part of the show. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt along with Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It is going to be the Las Vegas Golden Knights, who you and Bobby, well, you watched when we went out for the Super Bowl.
Yes, I did.
Oh, I watched him.
You watched him for a whole period, and then I get the text. Hey, I left.
I had an early 5:30 a.m. wake-up call.
Yeah, you did.
It was earlier than that.
Way earlier than that. But already kind of in the works, trying to get out there. We'll see what can happen. But it's not the series that I don't think you wanted. It'll be a fun series, but it'll be a tougher one. Now neither team's bad, right? They're both close to 100 points, but you don't want the champs. You don't want the champs. They when they're healthy, they're still very formidable. The game we saw, I mean, they took it to Edmonton, and Edmonton had won 16 straight. So they're a tough out. This is not the team I don't think that you wanted to see. And in the second round, they're going to get the winner of Colorado. Who's Colorado's got Winnipeg. So it's not an easy road. And then if you're lucky enough to get through that, you got Edmonton. So good luck. The West is a nightmare, Bobby.
Yeah.
It's tough, very tough right now.
Here is the schedule for both your playoff teams over the next 2 weeks. Sunday, Mavs at Clippers, 2:30. Monday, 8:30 p.m., puck drop in Vegas for Game 1. Tuesday, Mavs at Clippers, 9 p.m. Wednesday, Game 2, Stars Vegas at 8:30 p.m. Friday, Mavs Clips at 7. Then Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So we are alternating, but be prepared to stay up late after Sunday for your basketball and your hockey.
Yeah, I don't like all that, especially in the middle of the NFL draft and everything else going around. I don't like these West Coast games. This isn't acceptable to me. But
the Stars had 0 wins against Vegas. They had 3 against LA. But obviously, LA, that's not going to matter right now. In the 3 games against the Knights outscored the Stars 11-4. That courtesy of the Hockey Hawk.
So we're due. That's what I hear. Is that we're due, and we're gonna get our revenge.
We're due, absolutely.
Stars looking for some revenge this week.
And this is this will be an odder situation. In the regular season, you might get a backup here or there playing. This is going to be Otter in net every night, and we saw what that was last year. That was pretty darn good.
And the Stars are building their own facility?
Yes, they are. Right down the street for me. Another Star Center. This one's going to be in North Lakes and Roanoke, kind of like a border. It's right there. You don't even know which is the difference. I always call that part of town Roanoke, but they're going to build one right there by the Speedway, 35 and 114, the new Star Center. There's about 10 of them around town.
Dr. Pepper Star Center was built in Farmers Branch, where I grew up. And
was that the first one?
I think
That's
was
the first one I knew of.
Yeah, and that was. I mean, that got a bunch of people into hockey in that community. So,
meanwhile, speaking of plans, the Mavs are all in, Bobby.
Yep, more so than the Cowboys, it appears. Now it's It is
Didn't the
all
Cowboys
in.
get like the only F of some publications grading?
Yeah, there was a Bleacher Report had off-season grades for every NFL team, and the Cowboys finished with literally the only F grade for any team. In fact, the only two teams below a C were the Broncos and the Cowboys.
We'll be all in.
Commanders, Giants, Eagles, they all got B, B+, A, so you've gotten worse in your own division. But the Dallas Mavericks, new owners, the Adelson family, right? We've determined it's Adelson, not Adelson.
It's
okay.
Adelson.
All right. The Adelson family has poured $4.1 million into a political action committee in Texas ahead of all the primary elections and the different or ahead of the primary elections that occurred in March. They put $4 million into this Texas super PAC. So they are very clearly trying to throw money at, hey, we need our people in, and we're going to make sure that we get them here and ultimately get the betting environment that we believe we were going to get when we bought this team.
That's look, they know they don't have the votes. You don't put $4 million in if you have the votes, right? You don't need to. But holy cow, is that not the wrong? What's wrong with politics? Is that, hey, let's just throw money at this. We'll change their vote.
Yep.
That's right there. That's the problem.
Exactly.
That's it. That's the issue.
Buying the influence.
Well, and I mean,
I would do if I could.
Yep.
I mean, well,
I tried to.
To be clear, they're not like donating $4 million to people in office right now and saying, "Here you go, here's some money, go change your vote." It's more like we're donating to the campaign so that these people get elected and we'll be able to get the people.
Well,
that
it's like Jerry
us.
does for me.
Yeah.
Or like Jerry does for Arkansas basketball and John Calipari.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's right. Let's preview the series a little bit.
Tim McMahon had a good write-up. They had a great write-up over at ESPN. It's just a rundown of each team and kind of like where are they at heading into the postseason. And Tim McMahon wrote the Mavericks write-up. And I think it's a good just kind of encapsulation of where things are at. When he talks about Dallas's biggest concern, he says, if the Mavs revamped starting five has a flaw, it's inconsistent three-point shooting from the wings. Washington is shooting 32% from three-point range this season. Derek Jones is shooting 34%, which is actually a career best. Opponents will live with Washington and Jones getting long-range looks if they can force the ball out of the hands of playmakers like Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, but that often means doubling one superstar, resulting in the other operating with an advantage. Jones and Washington are both explosive finishers who are capable of exploiting cracks and rotating defenses. Dante Exum, whom coaches consider Dallas's second-best on-the-ball defender behind Jones, is a candidate to close games. He is shooting 49% on threes, including 8 of 12 in clutch situations. So I think that we've all said this whole time since PJ Washington got here, if PJ Washington's knocking down threes,
they're tough.
That you can't. It's going to be really difficult to beat the Mavericks. And look, if they're going to try and double Kyrie, double Luka, and you're going to get some of these open looks, it is absolutely critical that the Mavericks don't get one of these 4 for 28 three-point shooting stretches that PJ Washington's gone through.
It's like you know, there's a similarity to 2011, like, and they're not the same players at all. I'm not saying that, but like if Jets on one or Deshaun Stevenson, you know, gets hot, like they're tough. Yeah, they're tough to beat. But you know, if they're not, then that puts so much more pressure on at the time Dirk and now Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah, and he points out, he talks about the biggest matchup to watch in this round again is like how much does Luka compared to the last series go at Zubac, and then how much does Ty Lue respond to that and try to adjust to it? Because we've talked about the bigger guys now that they have here, the quality big men that they have in Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively, guys like that. It makes it really difficult for them to go small, which was what Ty Lue's response was to it in the last round, and it worked as an adjustment for them.
Tonight are the final play-in games at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Bulls Heat. Jimmy Butler is out for weeks. Kings Pelicans on TNT at 8:30. Zion is out. So Bulls Heat, Kings Pelicans to decide the number 8 spots in each conference.
Why did they play last night?
I was wondering too. Maybe unfair travel.
Yeah, back to back. You'd have a back to back for some of the teams.
Boy, I personally have said I want to see as many 7, 10, 8, 9. Like those are the matchups that I want to see. And then what I really want to see is losers coming off of those games without their biggest stars.
Yeah.
Fantastic job, NBA.
Oh, yeah, they plan the stars to be hurt by
No,
it.
my whole point is just, no, but the whole point is like, this is bad basketball in the first place. Why are we getting this?
Because
just start
tonight,
the playoffs.
at least for me, if it's close in the fourth quarter of these, I will switch over.
There's stakes in these games.
I'll watch if I remember and if it's close, in the fourth.
I'll be honest. These
Like,
games,
8 minutes left.
these games are because you don't care about the teams. They're all infinitely more entertaining than game one of another series.
See,
I would much rather watch a play-in game with game 7 stakes on the line than game one of Magic. Who's Orlando playing?
I can't remember.
Bucks.
No, Bucks Pacers.
I'd much rather watch game.
Wait, now we have to remember. Cleveland.
I have no interest in Cavs Magic, right?
Yeah.
Game 1, but I'll watch game 7.
Of course.
Right? But and I would watch the play-in game over game 1 of that, even though they're better teams.
All right, look, I love when there are possible burner accounts exposed, and the internet thinks they have one for RJ's boy Tobias Harris.
Oh, go Vols, baby.
Not Toby.
Yep. So this is a Twitter account they think is Tobias.
Boban is Tobias' Twitter account.
This is what you get. Do you see Boban miss the shots for
on purpose to give the fans of the other team
free fried chicken?
Free fried chicken. Like, that is a man of the people.
So Tobias Harris is on a 5-year, $180 million contract in Philly. They've been booing him. He's shooting 35% from three, his worst since the 16-17 season. His defense has apparently taken a step backwards. So the other night, he was getting booed in their game, and the Twitter account said, "This is what you get when you try to play through an injury in Philadelphia. Nothing but abuse. No worse fans in America than Philly fans." This is an anonymous account replying to an image showing him missing 4 consecutive layup attempts. Then he attacked a teammate, Kelly Oubre, saying 11 points tonight on 3 of 9 from the field. You don't say S. Tobias goes 4 of 10 playing through an injury, and you act like he murdered somebody. Be better. To add a layer of this, Oubre was formerly represented by Tobias's father, and they parted ways in the offseason.
Oh, nice.
So they're like, okay, this is Tobias Harris. Jimmy Smits, 3273, has since deleted both of the above tweets and switched to private. I love when we uncover possible burners.
Man, the
Jimmy Smits.
Isn't
from
that
NYPD Blue?
Exactly.
Yep. Sipowitz's partner, yeah.
Sipowitz.
The NBA's problem with burner accounts getting busted. Like, I can't imagine. Like, the NFL has to have them. Like,
could you imagine being that rich and caring? Would people think that much?
I mean, I gotta imagine other leagues have the same sort of like percentage of burner accounts. I can't think it's just some.
Yeah.
But for some reason, the NBA is sloppy with theirs, like really bad. Yeah, the Brian Colangelo one is obviously the famous one. KD, like the way that he's interacting, but they have massive problems with people being dumb with their burner accounts.
Are kids fleeing Colorado with Dion and the transfer portal?
It's a yearly occurrence. It's that every year it seems like they've got this turnover, like the
Every
roster
year,
turnover.
he's been there for one.
But I mean, it's becoming a new standard. That's 2 years that it's happened. It's
annual.
We call that a trend, Sean. Okay, 14 players, including a former 5-star recruit, the highest ranked corner in the recruiting class last year for all of college football, have announced their intentions to enter the transfer portal. Dion is downplaying it though, and it's funny. Have you ever seen the internet meme where when somebody claims something ridiculous, people reply back and they'll go, "Source, trust me, bro."
Yeah.
They'll do that. That's essentially what
I saw plenty of that 2 weeks ago.
Dion's defense was, "Trust me, bro." Basically, they were asked about, "Hey, why isn't this a big deal? Why isn't this a problem, Dion?" He says, "We're good. I trust the recruiting team. I trust our coaches, and please have some faith in me. We're good."
And he
We're
basically
all right.
said, so y'all didn't watch these kids practice. Crapped on the kids. Well, reporters are not allowed to watch them practice also.
Right.
Dude, Dion.
I do love how his talk, though, like, it's so strong. It's like there's nowhere to hide. Like, he has to win. Has to win with all the bravado and all the talking.
This is the year. Get the quarterback as basically his last year.
He also tried to backtrack on the only play for these 6 teams, and he's like, "I didn't say it like that. That's stupidity."
Those are the preferred. Those would be the preferred team.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna ruin somebody's earning potential. You're not gonna do that. Now, if you're gonna be, if you're like John Elway or Eli Manning, you're gonna be the number 1 pick. Someone's gonna trade up for you. But if you're not the number 1 pick, I mean, you don't really have the same power.
How is Jalen Hurts feeling about Kellen Moore? Are the Eagles banned from wearing their filthy green? And is RJ questioning Dak Prescott's greatest strength? An NFL commercial-free expressway. And then the junk drawer to give you some laughs on a Friday. All coming up next.
Let's get you over to
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
You left your typewriter at my apartment, straight from the tortured poets department.
We're 2 for 2, Sean.
Oh, she's plagiarizing Bruce Hornsby in the Range. Listen to that piano. Ding, 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 ding. That's classic Bruce Hornsby. That's just the way it is.
Is this the name of her album? Is this like the song? Is this the highlight? The star feature, star attraction? Taylor Swift and the release overnight?
I think so. I mean, these are the first ones that pop up on YouTube. I mean, they go in order too with views. So, I mean, this is the one that's getting the most views right now.
Okay. I don't know. The first one took a little too long to get to Post Malone. This
Again, it's not. I need more up tempo, man. This is not 1989. 1989 is so much better so far.
And she'll
That's
win.
an album. That's an album.
She'll win album of the year again.
She absolutely will.
Jay-Z will be celebrating her big time.
It's like giving Alabama like the #1 ranking. Like, we'll just give it to him.
She's pretty amazing, but this I'm 0 for 2 on these. I'm not. I mean, this is.
We'll try and find one that bops.
This will probably grow on me, I'm sure.
We'll find a banger.
Yeah, find a banger.
Commercial-free Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have a double threat at 8 o'clock because the Rangers are taking on the Braves on Apple TV. We'll have the TV play-by-play voice of that game, and he's an NHL announcer. So we have Rangers, Jack Leiter, and the Dallas Stars playoff beginning covered with one person at 8 this morning. But the
Have you figured out how to watch this game yet, by the way? The Apple TV games?
No. Do I have to download the...
Yeah, you got to buy Apple TV. You got to pay for Apple TV.
The
Whatever
horror.
subscription is.
Yeah, that's awful, Chop.
Yeah, it is.
What's the reference?
Nothing. There's no reference there. It's just wow, the horror. You have to sign up for a $4.99 service, Choppy. That's really
Just
tough.
listen on the
Yeah, well,
fan.
Bobby, you pay the most utilities, unnecessary utilities, and TV bills. Why are you talking to us about
So what's
any...
$4.99?
Well, what's for it's not the point.
Yes.
It's $4.99 for this, and then $4.99 for that,
exactly.
and then $7.99 for that, and then $8.99 for that, and all of a sudden you're $20 in a month,
Yeah.
and now over the course of a year, math was at $200,
Exactly.
$240 for the year.
Exactly.
See, if you wouldn't have used up your free Apple TV subscription trying to be a fake soccer fan when Messi joined, you
Who?
could have had it. You.
I didn't try to even sign up for
you
that.
could have-
I didn't watch. I've never watched Apple TV once. The only reason I wanted Apple TV was for that newsroom show or whatever with Kidman or Aniston, whoever was in it. What's that?
Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon and Steve.
Was it
Carell.
called Newsroom?
Yeah,
The morning show.
Morning show.
The morning show.
No idea.
That's the only thing that I ever wanted Apple TV for. No.
There's some good movies on Apple TV.
Corey's a humongous fan. Corey Majors. The Philadelphia Eagles are about to lose their colors for the NFL opener.
Yeah, they are playing the Green Bay Packers in Brazil.
I've heard of them.
Yes, I've heard of them both. But
We've definitely heard of the Packers.
so that's the first game in Brazil, the first regular season game in Brazil. It's in September. There is a problem, though. They are playing in Sao Paulo, which will be played at the Corinthians Arena, which is home to Brazilian soccer team Corinthians. The biggest rivalry for them is Palmeiras, who wears the color green. Okay? Palmeiras wears green. Why is this a problem? Because there is a ban on wearing green at the stadium. because of their biggest rival.
Oh.
You can't wear green at the stadium.
Love it.
There are 3 teams in the NFL who have green as their primary colors: the Eagles, the Packers, and the Jets. 2 of them are playing in this game. Now, Philadelphia does have an alternate black jersey, right? They have an alternate black jersey, so they could wear that with Green Bay wearing the white.
Honestly, man, I like the Eagles jerseys.
In general?
I like that dark green. I like that black. I do.
It's good. I like it. I didn't at first. I like the Kelly green better, their old school look, the Randall Cunningham
Well, that's kind of
green.
what they wore last year, right? They had that Kelly green.
They wore it a lot.
They did. They had that as an alternate.
I like the Kelly green.
Yeah, I do too. The Randall
Not the
Cunningham.
other ones, but the Kelly green. Like, not the McNabb ones, not the other ones, but the old Kelly green.
the old Kelly green ones. So I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, this is probably something that the NFL has already talked to them about.
Probably.
I would hope. Maybe they haven't. Maybe they haven't talked to them about this, but this is interesting. What if they both had to show up wearing their white jerseys? They couldn't wear the green ones.
That would be gross.
Very odd.
Yeah, that would be disgusting. But like, I think this is this cool or is this lame? Like banning the color, like even for something where it's like they're not even playing. That sport's not playing.
Oh, I think it's like, I think it's kind of cool because we don't have that kind of passion here in the U.S. for that.
I mean, it's like
well, if you wear Cowboys or certain colors in Oxnard, you'll get shot. That's
you
passion.
get shot, but you're not banned.
Right.
Okay. They at least let you do it.
Yeah.
And then you see what's what.
Yeah, if you can walk away leaking, that's fine, but you are going to get shot for it.
Right.
You're not
no
going to
doubt.
get banned though.
Did
It's
you
a free
see
country.
the Jason Kelsey lost Super Bowl ring?
Yeah, and what, grapes?
No, Skyline Chili. Close
Chili.
though.
Not even. Yeah, that's way off. What was that?
It was a food item. It was a food item.
How could you lose a ring in grapes? It'd be so easy to find.
You're crushing grapes to make wine.
All right, Lucy.
Yeah.
You step it all. You're making wine. Okay.
Yeah.
Jason Kelsey and his brother, of course, Cincinnati, right? They held the great Lumbaby Games at the University of Cincinnati. The competition is between athletes and academics involving a game where competitors dive into pools of Skyline chili. How freaking gross is that? And he lost a Super Bowl ring in there. Now, I thought I was going to read this, and it was, all right, I lost a Super Bowl ring, dug through it all. The people afterwards, they found it, like Bobby's keys on the field of the Globe. They never found it. Jason Kelsey does not have his Super Bowl ring because it has been lost in vats of Skyline chili. So he said that on his New Heights podcast, I legitimately lost my ring in that event. They could not find it. All the stuff has now been thrown away, so we can safely assume my Super Bowl ring is now in a landfill someplace in the Cincinnati tri-state area. A vat of Skyline chili lost a Super Bowl ring.
That's pretty gross.
Really gross.
That's pretty darn disgusting. I first of all, Skyline chili.
Don't. You know what? I'll do something. It'll gross you out. If there's like leftover spaghetti noodles that my son hasn't eaten, and I'll have like a leftover half can of Wolf brand chili, which is that Slater's family's chili that she never tries to.
She was, yeah.
I
she
love
like,
this damn Wolf brand chili.
It's good.
It's so good.
Oh, I've never had it.
It's really good. I'll combine it Cincinnati style, and my wife is looking at me like I have 4 heads, and you put some onions on there.
It's good.
It's good. You'll mix it with spaghetti noodles?
Yeah, my dad's from Cincinnati.
Oh.
So like we grew up with like chili 2 ways, 3 ways, 4 ways, 5 ways. Like we grew up with it like the same
Chili with
they
anything, man. You can put chili with
Chili's
white
great.
rice.
Chili's great.
Chili noodle. It doesn't matter. Just have a bed for it.
The only difference between chili and with noodles and bolognese with noodles is a little bit of seasoning difference.
Yeah.
That's it.
Some cumin.
Yeah, that's it. But we make fun of it.
Yeah.
You can make fun of it. I'm sure it's tasty.
It sounds like it looks and sounds like a gross concept.
Yeah, it doesn't sound appetizing at all.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So he lost it in the vat of that. Jalen Hurts.
Jalen
Hurts. He is talking about Kellen Moore.
Yeah, this is he gave a press conference because they're, different people are back in NFL buildings right now doing off-season programs and stuff like that. But he sat down and did a press conference, and it's the first time he's really had a chance to speak on the departure of Brian Johnson, the offensive coordinator that he was really close with. His first chance to talk about the new offense, really, with Kellen Moore. Doug Nussmeier's over there now. Things are going to be changing. So This was an interesting clip here where Jalen Hurts has always been Mr. like head down. I'm gonna continue to persevere and I'm gonna continue to do this.
He's like Dak Prescott speaking.
Yeah.
He's not going to give you anything.
Similarly, yeah. And so that's why it was a little interesting to finally hear him talk about all the changeover that they've had with his offensive coaches, similar to what he had in Alabama. And he did kind of acknowledge what seems to be, in Jalen Hurts' delivery and Jalen Hurts' terms, some irritation and the desire for, hey, let's get some consistency on this coaching staff.
I think as a player, I definitely yearn for the sustainability and the consistency there, as you know, a coach style serves for his offensive line room. As a quarterback, I yearn for those things in the play caller and the quarterback coach, because you kind of see how consistency in those areas can breed excellence, and his track record kind of shows for that. So that's definitely something that I desire. I find myself in a situation very similar to college, in terms of having a constantly revolving, thing and door, in terms of coordinators and coaches. But I've always managed to have success in it. So that's always been a good thing, because you've been able to, learn from people and apply it, and kind of take what applies to you. But in the end, I think that is important.
He's somebody who, when you hear him talk, like you say, he's a Dak Prescott type. Everything's my fault. I'll take everything that you need me to take. I'm going to, we can't control like outside factors. You just control what you control. Put your head down. This is the first time that, and you can hear him there. He's trying to bring it back around a little. Like, well, look, I'm going to have the same thing in my college career too. And ultimately it gave me different perspectives and I was able to learn different things from different people and bring myself up. But that was by far the longest stretch he talked the other day with the media, was when they were like, hey, would you appreciate it if there was some stability here? And you could see he like paused and he kind of gave a wince and he walked around it big time. But he is, I think, getting frustrated with the idea that I need somebody who's here for a minute that I can be coupled with.
Like, they got the coach. The head coach has been consistent, but the coordinators have not. Now, you would think the head coach, when he's an offensive guy, would maintain consistency.
Yeah, but I mean, there has been some turnover, and they have had different voices in there. I mean, look, that's
also a part of your own success.
What do you mean?
Well,
assistants getting hired.
Elsewhere.
Yeah. No, and that's that aspect. Brian Johnson was not hired away because of success, though.
No, he wasn't. But I'll tell you this, like, and now, again, you can't compare these guys, but there are plenty of the truly elite quarterbacks. They don't skip a beat when their coordinator leaves. Tom didn't, Manning didn't, Mahomes didn't. When your coordinator leaves, you're the guy, right? You're the offense. It ain't the coordinator.
It's interesting. I'm going like that makes it. I need to go back and look, because I feel like there was a stretch where when offenses have changed for a couple different quarterbacks, I feel like we've talked about elite guys having some struggles with it. And so I need to go back and look and just do a research on like some of the big name quarterbacks that we've had over the last 15 years and when they change offenses. But he's clearly frustrated by it. That's as worked up as you'll ever hear Jalen Hurts get with his language, like the things that he has to say. He's always going to have the same delivery where he's like this.
Yeah.
But the language, the actual words he's using, it's like, that's somebody who's like, hey, I took a lot of heat last year from people who felt like, oh, was he a flash in the pan? I would like to settle down in something now, please.
And then one of the words that RJ Choppy detests and believes in the least, we got intangibles.
Intangibles. Immeasurables.
Yep.
Yes. If it's intangible and immeasurable, does it even exist? Well, The Athletic shared 8 NFL talent evaluators, and Caleb Williams ranked 6th out of 6 as it pertains to intangibles and immeasurables. 4 of the 8s rated
6 out of 6, like good.
6th out of 6, like he ranked 6th out of the
6
top
quarterbacks.
Oh, the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
4 of them had him last overall in immeasurables, and 3 rated him next to last. He's been criticized for painting his fingernails and crying in his mother's arms in the stand after USC lost to Washington. That raised questions about his toughness. Oh, the horror. A man showing emotion. Yeah, what a horrible thing. Horrible. No wonder why suicide is so high among men, because they refuse to go to mental health because there's a stigma about it. BetterHelp.com, Sean.
It's quite a leap you just made on people criticizing Caleb Williams to make
I think it's a big point. Like we're saying, because he cried in his mom's arms, that he doesn't have toughness. Like that's a problem with that's a problem that men have to face. That there's a stigma around showing emotion.
I don't disagree with like the statement you're making. I just don't remember you like defending him when that story happened that much or making that point.
Well, I didn't criticize him for it, so I think that's the defense.
Okay, I didn't remember you like taking up for him.
Oh no, I mean, I don't know that I took up for him, but it's like, I think if you don't criticize him, then you're just cool with it, right? It's just like, I don't know, I didn't think it was a big deal that he was crying.
And I don't know. I mean, I guess like, yeah, there were probably people in Twitter troll corners of the universe that were saying like, this is why he's soft, he's crying in mommy's arm. There may be people that look at it that way. I remember
obviously it's NFL talent evaluators.
I remember a lot of the discussion.
Well, there's a lot of things with him.
I remember a lot of the discussion about that specific instance being less about, oh, he's crying in mommy's arms, and being more like, he's sore loser. He can't handle losses. He's, separating himself from the team. He's got to go walk away from a team loss and go isolate himself with like that was some of the like criticism I thought from people who were not just trolling, was the idea of like, there's an issue with that, but it's not that he's crying in his mom's arms in a vacuum. It was you could not handle
It looked
failure.
like the adult version of me rocking my son to sleep. That's what it looked like up in the stands. It looked like he was up there in his mom's arms and she was rocking to sleep. It was weird.
Now, other people saying,
sorry, we've never seen it before.
No,
it was weird to me.
But 6 out of 6 in terms of intangibles and immeasurables for Caleb Williams. I think that's, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about this. Like, there are two things that they don't, does it mean they don't exist? No, it doesn't mean they don't exist. But like, if you can't put a number on it, what can you really?
Well, you don't have to be able to, you don't have to measure everything in life. Like,
when you're making a decision like this, you want to though, right? Like you want to.
Well, so when they
you know
say,
what I mean, like you're making a major decision
I can tell. I don't know if you can do this based upon, I don't know how much interaction they've had with Caleb, but I can, in my opinion, with deadly accuracy, talk about the intangibles of like every person in this building. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
I know who brings extra intangibles and who doesn't, and who cares more and who doesn't, and who does things in categories that don't show up all the time on paper. Because I've worked with a lot of these people.
Right,
We've worked together.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
If before they got there, there's no way to know it.
Yeah.
So there's no way to predict.
I mean, I guess unless you're taking that from whatever interview time you get, with whatever coaches you spoke with the homework that you've done, whatever PIs I'm sure that they've investigated, they have to come up with intangibles from somewhere, or maybe they don't, if you don't feel like you have enough to go off of.
So like, for instance, I was just...
But like, intangibles hit with Kelvin Joseph. That landed. That came through. Bobby and others said this guy.
That was a rap sheet, though, wasn't it? That wasn't necessarily.
No, not in college.
He had not. I thought he did.
No, like I mean, he may have had. I don't know.
He transferred.
If he had
and he got kicked out of. He did get kicked out of like LSU.
The
right?
reality is he got kicked out of LSU. I don't think it went on the books that way, but
there's some people, right, that loving football. We always hear that. Now, sometimes people can thrive in not loving what they do. But, Bobby, you should be able to speak to this with all the scouting stuff.
So, to me, first off, I think when they say intangibles, I don't think that means the made-up things they can't put their finger on. Like, I think they can list for you what they consider intangibles, and they would say leadership, character, like they would list all these things. When they say intangibles, I think they're saying, like, can't be physically measured. It's not his height. It's not his weight. It's not his arm length, his hand span, his speed. It's none of that. It's the stuff you can't put a number on, but these are things that matter. They're personality traits and everything else. And from that perspective, I don't think that's I don't think that should be taken lightly. If he's finishing 6th out of 6, then the things like leadership and character and like locker room personality and culture fit and things like that. I don't think that can just be brushed off as they don't have anything bad to say about him, so they got to put that on there. No, I think that means that stands out as a real negative to them. And if there's a position in sports, I know you generally, Chop, you don't like those peripheral things about personality and love of the game and stuff like that. But if there is a position in sports where something like intangibles would matter most, that's the one position it would, where you have to, like the quarterback in football.
You gotta be a junkie.
That matters, not just from love of football, but also the ability to lead a locker room and the way people look at you in that setting, that locker room culture. So to me, I think that's damning that that evaluators would say he's 6th out of 6. I don't think that's just a catch-all to explain away why you don't like somebody. I don't know intangibles.
Anything else from there?
That's it. That's really it with it.
Friday, Expressway, commercial-free, back to the Rangers and Stars at 8 o'clock. But right now, let's clean out the junk.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
877-881-1053 for the Franklin and Franco Injury Attorney Hotline to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. And whenever we can, we'd like to start local.
Let's start local here with a little bit of hard work. We just talked about hard work. Talk about it again. Where do you rank? What is the hardest working cities in the United States? I was kind of stunned.
Oh, Midwest.
Washington, D.C.
How did you know?
Is that really what it is?
Yeah.
I was lying. I was trying to think, what is the most ridiculous answer that would never be the one?
It is absolutely ridiculous that it was Washington, D.C. There's barely any people. I mean, how many people live there? 500,000, if that?
Is this hours put in or real work, effort that you're...
What is 500,000? What do you mean 500,000?
That's about who lives. That's about how many people are in D.C. It's small. It's in the actual district of the very small District of Columbia.
Well, they have the White House there. I think
they do have the White House there, Peyton. That's correct. That's what a
Peyton Blitzer over here.
Yes, absolutely. The average U.S. worker puts in 1,800 hours per year, 200 more hours than the average in Japan, 280 more than UK, 470 more than Germany.
Wow, man, they got to figure it out.
So in order to determine which cities outwork the rest of America, this is from Wallet Hub, they compared the 116 largest cities among 11 different metrics.
11.
So 11 different metrics they use to determine this one. D.C. comes in at number 1. And then it's basically all Texas.
Ooh, yeah.
Number 2.
Blue collar.
Hell yeah.
Number 2. Irving.
Where we were yesterday.
Yes, we were. We are. Las Colinas Country Club. Cheyenne, number 3. Working on the...
Cheyenne, Wyoming,
working on the oil rig. Virginia Beach, Virginia, big military town. Anchorage, Alaska. Another one, Norfolk, Virginia, big military town. Dallas, Texas is number 7.
Yeah.
Austin, Texas.
Although you would never be able to judge that at 2:30 p.m. every Friday out here.
I mean,
on the highways.
Those roads look a little light right now for being rush hour.
Yeah, we took off for the eclipse.
We did.
That's true.
Austin's 10th. Corpus Christi is 12th. Plano is 13th.
Wow.
Fort Worth is 14th. Arlington is 15th. Garland is 19th. Houston is 27th. Lubbock 41. San Antonio 43. Just littered.
And how is this judged?
It's 11 different metrics that they use to come up with.
Texans hardworking though. That's not a surprising label.
Here we go. No. Here's what they write up on Irving is. Irving, the second most hardworking city in the country, in large part has the lowest share of households where no adults work.
The largest share of households?
Lowest share.
Okay.
So only 11% of households in Irving don't work. In addition, they rank 9th in terms of the mean number of hours worked per week. One consequence of their hard work is the fact that they have a much lower amount of leisure time compared to people in most cities. Irving workers should be applauded for their dedication. It's also important to avoid overwork and take some time to relax.
I guess my future sister-in-law counted in the 11% there, sitting around doing nothing for years.
Man, 25 American workers work 25% more hours than Europeans. Wow.
25%. All right, RJ's getting depressed. So Texas, hardworking. Stamp it.
Quit your whine. Now, here, I like this. Speaking of European, this restaurant, this is a headline over at the New York Post. This restaurant is giving you a free bottle of wine, but you have to give up your phone.
Oh, this is fascinating.
Which I think this is a good idea because this ultimately is, it's not pushy. It's not like a hard line rule of like when you walk in here, you got to turn over your phone.
Yeah.
It's not even like what you ran into in, where the hell's the Jerry party every year? Nobu, where they're like, don't take pictures, put your phone up, like that whole thing. You don't even run anything like that, right?
They didn't say that at the Jerry party.
No, not at the Jerry party. I'm talking about when you went to Nobu, like on your own.
You mean when we hung with Paris?
Yeah, no photos of Paris, please, please.
My wife was the one yelling at me, "Put your phone down." When I was like, "Paris, Paris, look over here! I love you." You're gonna see these people again. Who cares?
Never.
Oh no, the singer Rob.
Rob Zombie?
No. Dang it! I'll come up with it in a second. He had like his own little shaving. Cake.
Wait a second. Rob Thomas?
Rob Thomas?
Isn't he the was it
Matchbox
20?
No, it's probably not even starting with Rob. Go ahead.
Al Condominio.
Hang on. Who was the singer we saw at Nobu with Paris Hilton that night? Question mark.
Al Condominio, which opened in the northern city of Verona in March, offers a free bottle of wine to customers who hand over their phones before meals. The owner of the restaurant said, we wanted to open a restaurant that was different from the others, so we picked this format. Customers can choose.
Thick, Robin, or Thick. Someone thick.
Robin Thicke.
Robin Thicke.
Yeah.
His dad took a girl from me.
Alan Thicke.
Alan Thicke took a girl from you?
May he rest in peace.
I was working this girl.
How are you the same age demographic?
We weren't. Well, I was with her. He wasn't with her. I was working this girl at Coyote Ugly in
How have we
Vegas.
never heard this?
I mean, he's told me this off the air.
Yeah. It's Coyote Ugly in Vegas. It's probably like 04, 05, long time ago. And the whole time, right there. And then here comes Alan Thicke rolling in with his gorgeous locks and his growing pains or whatever.
Show me that smile again.
Comes in and just says, you want some Alan Thicke? And
No, he didn't.
Whatever.
He did not say that.
And gone.
She left you?
She vanished like a fart in the wind.
Really?
Gone. Yeah.
Alan Thicke took
Alan Thicke.
Wow.
Alan Thicke.
That's amazing.
That is a great name, though. Alan Thicke.
Alan
How are you going to turn down
I know,
Alan
you can't.
Thicke?
Everyone should have the middle nickname Thick.
Yeah.
You know? Sean Thick Sharif. You know what I mean?
I take Thick over Cameron, so
I take it over Omar. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. The owner of the restaurant added, technology is becoming a problem. There's no need to look at your phone every 5 seconds, but for many people, it's like a drug. This way, they have the opportunity to put it aside and drink some good wine. So if you will turn over your phone, they'll give you a free bottle of wine. My only thing is like, what if you're like, oh, I got to check on my kids, or there's an emergency. If you like go over there to get your phone, they're gonna be like, well, you got to give back the wine or not pay for the wine now. That's the only thing that I'm not sure. But I think overall this is a good idea, and like if more restaurants like offered this, I think you'd get people taking advantage of it.
All right, who could do it? Most likely to least likely on the show. 90-minute dinner. 90-minute dinner. You got to give up the cell phone.
I'm the least likely, by far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
RJ is at the dinner with the people he texts the most, so I think he could maybe get away with it. I think
She'll get on me if I have my phone out too much. Like she'll go hours without looking at her phone. Like if it's like just like if she's on a weekend, just not even in the same room with it.
The first spot we went to in Vegas for dinner, you guys kept your phones away the whole night, like until we got to the end of dinner. I didn't. Like it wasn't like I was on it the whole time, but I did have to like pick it up and check it a couple times.
Peyton?
I think I'm out 90 minutes. I mean, just like a quick text or something.
Bro, you're in the new relationship. You should be able to do that. I used to make fun of everyone in the restaurant or whoever's reading the book, and I'm like, we're never gonna be that couple. But then I'll like find myself on the phone sometimes.
Yeah. He doesn't need to check her location if he knows she's right across from him.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not home. She's home.
Los Hombres will be. They'll be
That's
fine.
right,
They'll
yeah.
be okay without you.
I don't know. I'm the leader.
I'll
of that group.
FaceTime you after dessert, boys. All right, so trading it in. I like it. And what money type of bottle are we getting? What's the monetary value?
He said a good bottle of wine.
Okay.
And
That's
so,
relative, right? I mean,
it is.
Am I doing it for a
I'll be honest.
$13 bottle?
Be honest, $6 bottle of wine,
Yeah, you're gonna-
$100 bottle of wine, it tastes the same.
You're gonna
I
take
haven't
shots of it anyway.
No,
You're
no,
gonna take
I'm not,
shots
I
of
did
it
that
anyway.
One
Yes.
time, and it stopped. But either way, I can't tell the difference between the taste, to be honest.
How long is our travel commute to work? It's the next one.
23 minutes.
23 minutes for you. Yeah, it's about 35
28.
for me. 28, about 30, 35 for me.
Yesterday, I told myself I'm quitting if the station moves to Las Colinas. After that drive home yesterday, it was 42 minutes. It was torture.
That's my drive out of here every day is 40.
Yeah, it's about
Awful.
40 for me.
Awful. I'm out. Or 6 to 10. I will pull the Bobby hours.
You pull the Bobby hours.
And I'll
Okay.
come in at 6:30.
Coming at 6 to 10.
I was very surprised. I thought we would rank a little bit higher in
I'll
this.
trade you the salary difference for you to come in at 5:30 and me to come in at 6. Well, I'm not coming in at 5:30. We're in Las Colinas.
An April report from the Department of Energy went and looked at who has the longest and shortest, what states have the longest and shortest commutes to work.
It should just go by population.
You would think it goes by population. Now,
LA the longest. New York.
yeah. So it's like they did with states too. This is like kind of just all encompassing. So I think we got docked a little bit because there's a lot of land here, obviously. So like a smaller state like Connecticut might have a longer commute time because it's so populated in a condensed area. But New York has the longest commute time. Their average commute, the average person's commute, is over 33 minutes, followed by Maryland, New Jersey, Washington, D.C., Massachusetts. Then you get California. We are actually below the U.S. average in commute time, which I found to be quite interesting. We were a little bit below, which is less than 27 minutes. That is the average, the national average.
Everything here is 30 minutes apart.
Yeah.
Everything's 30 minutes away.
It's when I went to New York, when I went to the Yankees game last year, while we were in New York for the Cowboys, I had left like 3 hours before the game, something like that. And I was Ubering. So it's 3 hours before the game on a Sunday morning. And the Uber over there was like 5 miles.
Yeah.
And the cart was an hour and 10 minutes. I was like, how is this possible?
Dude,
that it moves this slow on a Sunday.
Whenever I go to New York, I like want to go to the different boroughs, like compare the pizza. Like I want to go to Brooklyn, I want to go to Queens, and I can't do it because it makes it feel like it's like a 2-hour trip to go to the different boroughs. And I mean, the California trip back yesterday, we were trying to calculate when to fly out from training camp, and that one time, right, where it was like 8 miles.
Yeah, it was an hour. It was 50 minutes to get to 8 miles. But we see this all the time. Like we're trying
used to a mile a minute in the
mile
country.
Mile a minute in the country, man.
13 miles. That means
Yep.
13 minutes.
The Franklin injury attorney's Fantex drive an hour and 15 one way.
Oh.
84 miles home to office. It's an hour and a half. Let's see. I drive 25 minutes from work. It takes me over 25 minutes from work. It takes me over an hour to get home every day. And that's just for the 25 miles.
And Peyton, yours is a little bit of a beating, right?
Yeah, at least 35. I mean, in the morning it's 30, but yeah, 35 to 40 going home.
It's about the same as what Choppy and I do. So maybe you should stop whining, Peyton.
Well, I want to move to Dallas, but my girlfriend said no. So.
Well, the rent probably said no.
The
Yeah, that is true.
Would you rather live in an apartment in Dallas or the house you have now in Rockwall?
The house, because rent's cut in half because we split it. So if I was in Dallas, I'd be paying for the whole thing.
Why? No, I mean you're living with her in Dallas.
Oh yeah, then I would do Dallas. 100%,
He already dumped her. He already went solo.
Well, she wouldn't move to Dallas with me. That was the thing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm just saying
I would
hypothetically.
move to Dallas.
You would move to Dallas in an apartment and give up the space, higher rent that you're splitting. Well, maybe not higher rent. I don't know what your rent is now. I'm not trying to get in your business. Versus more space, house, Rockwall.
I like the city. I like living in the city.
I would live in the city in a heartbeat. Kristen would never.
Really?
She absolute. No, I would love to live like downtown. She would not.
I thought my wife was gonna dread going to the country, but she loves it more than me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you got the snake issue.
Yeah, I got nothing but animals right now. Armadillo the other day, turtle crossings.
Okay.
Ducks are in my pool. And I grew up in the country, but I didn't see no freaking animals like this.
Totally different country.
I was going to give it my AR, but now I'm not.
Yeah. This somebody says this on the fan text. Mountain lion urine. Get mountain lion urine and spread it all over your yard. And that will keep animals out.
That's somebody lying to you. That's somebody trying to make you. That's somebody
Does it make
pranking
sense?
you.
Have you not
trying
seen
to get you to
Jurassic
pour
Park?
urine everywhere?
When you get,
I'll do it if I
T-Rex
can get
pee.
it.
If you get T-Rex pee, I don't know how you get it.
Yeah, how am I going to get the mountain lion urine?
Sidle up to one and put a cup under there. Get a sample. No, you can. I'm sure you can buy it. Amazon. Amazon's got to have it. Look for mountain lion urine.
Let's talk about Jack Leiter, the Rangers, and your Dallas Stars against Vegas. with a guy who calls all of it professionally. Alex Faust, the only way you can watch Rangers tonight on Apple TV. The play-by-play voice is next. But just got
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On, Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And the count at no balls and 2 strikes. This pitch on the outside corner for a called third strike. And the Jack Leiter contingent behind home plate goes wild. That's a great way to start.
Pixie with the call yesterday on this radio station. We are your home for Rangers baseball. And tonight, they go and take on the mighty Atlanta Braves. And you can only watch it on Apple TV. More on that in just a second. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Jack Leiter started off with the nasty stuff. Strikeout on 3 pitches to begin. The final strikeout of the inning was on 98. And Jack had to be thinking, okay, I can do this. And then the second inning happened, and the Rangers' 4-1 lead went bye-bye. Now, I did find it encouraging. The first encouraging thing was the first inning stuff. The second and only encouraging thing, he came back out after he got rocked and the bullpen was warming up. They put him back out there, wanted to save the bullpen, and he went 1-2-3 in the inning.
Yeah, and they had to. You don't want to have your bullpen go 7 innings, especially before you got to go take on Atlanta without a day off. A very good team, a team that can mash. I mean, shoot, the Braves are one of a handful of teams that have scored over 100 runs this year. They got 108 runs, which I do believe is the second most in the sport behind San Diego, who's played more games. Padres have played like 4 more games than the Braves have. It's you're going to need all the help you can get this weekend against Atlanta.
By the way, I know I wasn't going to praise Bassick on television because you all put it in my mind he was going to ditch me at Pluckers for draft night. I don't think he will. I don't think he would do that to me. He was Romo yesterday. He put on a freaking good early Romo.
Oh, okay.
Early Romo.
Good early Romo.
James,
not that doesn't watch. Not doesn't watch the sport Romo.
Raymond Dave, dude, he was putting on a freaking clinic with pitch sequences, telling Raymond that the guy that whoever their starter was, who's a bum, was going to bounce.
Kenta Maeda?
Yeah, Maeda was going to start bouncing them on purpose, and he called it. Maeda bounced one after a splitter, and Raymond's like he chuckled like, are you kidding me? Like how? And Bassick's like, I just watched him, and he's like, I'm telling you 100%, and off speed is coming here. He was just breaking it down. It was scientific.
I was thinking this during this week's broadcast. I can't remember which day it was. But so in base, I think in NFL, I want quarterbacks to be analysts, right? You want the quarterback to be the analyst in the NFL. At least I do in football. And I really want pitchers to be the analyst in baseball because there is nothing that's done more than a pitch, right? And they know pitchers better than anybody else. And they know pitch sequence and how to set hitters up and how to punch tickets, right? They know all that. And I think that's why. And catchers make great managers. I think pitchers make great analysts.
And Smoltz has been a beast
Smoltz
at
has been
that.
fantastic. I mean, except when he's picking against the Rangers.
Exactly. Alex Faust, who hopefully is not anti-Rangers, is the Apple TV voice that you're going to hear tonight for Rangers Braves. He joins us on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of the World Series champs. Good morning, Alex. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I you know how these national commentators are. They're always biased against your team and only your team.
What did you make? Did you hear and do you hear, Smoltz doesn't like, we always hear it for Joe Buck. And how do you try to balance that? And how much of that do you catch?
You know what? It's interesting. I do catch myself occasionally because all that we root for when we come in, we parachute in for these games, and we get it. Like the home team announcers. That's the beauty of baseball, right? You got your guys there for 162 games, and so it's always hard when these new guys come in and you don't know them, they don't know you. I catch myself sometimes, especially if the home crowd is in a frenzy. Yeah, you get excited for that. You root for a good story. You root for an entertaining game. But we try as much as we can to highlight the big stories from both teams. And luckily, we got a matchup here that it makes it easy for us to do with two of the last three world champions.
All right, just so we can criticize you like everyone else on social media, where did you grow up and who was your team? Let's put it out there.
Oh, boy. Well, I grew up in New York City. I grew up in Brooklyn. My team growing up was the Yankees. But it's so funny when you work in this business and you can talk to, any number of commentators, especially if they're not affiliated with a team, like you really have to actually almost have a form of detachment. It's hard to root for anybody after a while because you're embedded with the sport. You root for individuals, right? There are some guys that you meet along the way who you wind up I will root for this individual and his story. We're going to talk, I'm sure, about rookies for Texas. But I'm already a fan of Wyatt Langford. I'm already a fan of Evan Carter. I'm rooting for their success, even if, I'm not rooting for them in the game or the Rangers in the game in the moment. But it's, that you have to have at least some sort of personal, connection or conviction when doing the game. It's hard to really humanize people otherwise.
Alex Faust from Apple TV joining us on 105.3 The Fan. What did you think of the Jack Leiter debut?
Well, it could have been a little bit better. It's one of those things where you want to get it out of the way for these. We were just in Baltimore last week, and Jackson Holliday, much anticipated, going up to make his debut. And so every time he comes to the plate, we were like, oh, is this the moment he gets his first hit? And we're building up the drama, and then, kind of falls a little bit flat. It was a wild game yesterday, right? And it goes to show, this Rangers team, how much they can score. But Jack, it's clear, right? He's got a long career ahead of him. There's a reason why the Rangers drafted him in the first round and have rushed him along as quickly as he has. But, the kid, obviously, it's obvious that he has good raw stuff. It's just, this Detroit team is also pretty good as well.
Alex, let's get your take on this Ranger team. Last year they caught everybody by surprise. A lot of people, outside of Peyton, our producer, had them at 93 wins. But everybody else didn't have them there. They catch them by surprise. They win the World Series. Like this year, it's been a little bit of a struggle, though.
Well, I think you go back to last year and what was the big hang-up with the Rangers last year, and it was especially their bullpen. Like they could hit. They did a pretty good job, actually, of putting together their rotation. And this year they tried to bolster that a little bit. Still, the bullpen is a nagging concern. I'm of the opinion that we tend to forget that guys even like Marcus Semien, he's always been a slow starter, right? Mm-hmm. And so I don't think there's cause for concern. You're in April still. Already there have been, 3 instances this year where you put up 10 or more runs in a game. So even though, on the whole, you look at the offensive numbers, and you got to factor in the injuries too, the corner infielders. But I'll take Semien and Seager up the middle any day with Zoe Garcia right there as well. I think in the long run, there shouldn't be cause for concern. Other than, as you guys I'm sure have talked about, it's still the bullpen that is a big challenge for this team.
Alex Faust will be on the call for Rangers and Braves tonight on Apple TV. Alex, you talk about, delivering from a national perspective, humanizing players, trying to, point out storylines that are of interest to a national audience and everything else. When you look at this Rangers team, what do you think are the 2 or 3 areas that you say, this is something that we'd really like to highlight about this baseball team when we're talking about them? But what are the interesting aspects of this team that you think resonate nationally?
Well, one thing that we were kicking around in our production meetings this week was how many teams around baseball, they go for a big splash free agent and it just doesn't work, or it doesn't live up to expectation, especially when you attach a dollar figure to the contract. I don't know if the Texas front office gets enough credit for, and Chris Young and those guys, obviously, he's been promoted in the, GM role, but, I don't know if they get enough credit for, okay, they spent big on their middle infield, and then they actually panned out. I mean, like, how many teams across baseball will have this massive free agent contract and then it just doesn't work out or doesn't match fan expectations? And this one worked to a T. It was exactly what the Rangers needed. They needed a bat at short, and they needed a guy who was an everyday player, middle infield, who's clearly an MVP candidate in Simeon, who is just so durable. It was a home run for both of those signings, and I just don't think it gets enough credit around baseball just how well those two have worked out.
Alex, let's get a quick preview of the Braves here. They lose Strider, but here they are, best record in the sport, or best winning percentage in the sport, I should say. And everybody had picked them and the Dodgers to be the two best. Are they exceeding the expectations that were already lofty of them to begin with?
I don't know about exceeding, but they can outscore their problems right now. I mean, their starting pitching, as you mentioned, without Strider, that's their North Star. I mean, he is their best strikeout artist. I'd argue their best pitcher overall. Their starters have the fourth worst ERA combined in baseball, and yet they're scoring, almost 6.5 runs per game. Okay, well, that'll win you ball games. They've been clutch late. They have the deepest lineup, I believe, in baseball, from 1 through 9. When they're healthy, there is truly nowhere too high. They're without Ozzie Albies right now on the 10-day IL, fractured toe after a hit by pitch. But you have the reigning National League home run leader in Matt Olson. Jared Kelenic, I thought, was a pretty savvy pickup, from Seattle. Obviously, it didn't work out well there. And you've got the reigning MVP in Acuna, who I know he got off to a slow start too. A lot of the chatter around Texas is, the offense is, for some of these guys got off to a slow start. Acuna didn't hit his first home run until this week. I think this Atlanta team, it'll come down to, okay, if they hit a rough patch offensively as a group, and I don't think they will because they're just that deep, but if they do, okay, what then? How does their pitching staff pick them up? And I think that is the one question right now with the Braves is it's only one guy. And last year they had to deal with injuries to their rotation too. But man, when you lose your ace, it's hard to bounce back from that.
Alex, we know you also have a background as somebody who calls a lot of hockey too, doing Kings games over the years, Bruins and Rangers and other things like that. Your thoughts on the Dallas Stars this season before we let you go, and their draw of getting the Golden Knights in this first round matchup?
Well, they're my pick to win the Stanley Cup.
There we go.
I'm totally serious, guys. I am not pandering, and this is why. You could tell me if you can find a deeper, heavier team with a top-end goaltender in the NHL. Tell me if you can find one, because I don't know if there's one that meets all those criteria. They've been able to draft well. They've got these kids that have come up and made an impact right away, late in these drafts too. Not just the high-end guys. Their defense is heavy and sturdy. Jake Ottinger, man, that crazy save he made in overtime the other night, just nonchalantly putting the paddle out there. I mean, he is locked in right now, and I think there are a lot of questions around Vegas. Like, they're banged up. Is Mark Stone going to be impactful, even though he's coming back? What's their goaltending look like? It's an up and down season for them. So I think Dallas has got to be happy with the draw. The only thing is when Vegas is good, they're really good. You just don't know what you're going to get from them. And I would take my chances with this Dallas Stars team. I think they have what it takes to go all the way.
Thank goodness the Rangers are not taking on the Yankees tonight. Won't have to hear the favoritism from Alex Faust on Apple Television.
Hey, I would try my best. All right?
Hey, man, thank you so much for the time. We'll be watching tonight. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
There is Alex Faust on the D&M Leasing Hotline, and also has the hockey knowledge as well.
Well, he is right. The Stars are
pick to win it.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of teams. They are a lot of people's pick to win it.
Why the local news television stations may be paying attention and following Bobby Belt and that zero sugar. A little bit of a fraud, apparently. Things you need to know heading into the weekend with Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Q.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Please, I've been on my knees.
I bet you have.
Change the prophecy.
Bobby?
Don't want money, just someone who wants my company.
All right, let's see if we like this one. Kind of 0 for 2 with the
It's a little
Taylor.
more upbeat, man. I went through like 20. They're all slow.
What's your review so far overall? New Taylor Swift that just dropped.
You know what? I like the first two that we played though with Posty. I like the slower Taylor Swift songs. I'm gonna go 8 of 10 so far.
8 of 10.
8 of 10. Now I can
Really?
go up and down from there, and go up and down, but 8 of 10.
This is poor woman's Enya. That's what this is.
I'm not a fan of it yet. I'm sure there's gonna be good songs on it. She's got 31, so I'm sure there's gonna be good songs. But so far I'm not a fan, not yet. Apparently she cooks Kim Kardashian in this.
Really? Why?
There's a tweet out there. It says she cooked Kim in ruthless fashion. She's waited years to get revenge and pulled it off in savage fashion. Kardashian might want to stay off the internet for a while.
Revenge from what?
I have no idea.
And how did she cook?
I don't know. That was just a tweet that's out there.
And what's this early review you just showed me?
This is an early review of the album. Taylor Swift's new album, Bobby, is a massive disappointment.
Oh!
Seems to have lost her edge.
Who wrote that?
Outkick. So.
Oh, well. Okay.
That's probably
Wow,
what
Outkick criticized a white person. I'm shocked.
She's
no, but she, yeah.
Oh,
she's a Democrat.
Yeah, that's
all right. Never mind.
That's where that came from. Look, I mean, maybe Travis Kelce killed her production creativity. Maybe, she may be one of these people. It's like she can only tap into the genius whenever she's fake heartbroken.
Yeah.
You know.
He got cooked the other day for politics.
Kelce.
He liked a.
What did Aaron Rodgers say?
No, he liked a picture of Trump was shaking hands with somebody, and he liked it, and he got cooked.
Really?
For liking it. Yeah, you can't. I guess you can't like things anymore.
I thought he was a vaccine spokesman.
I know. This is the world we're in, man. You can't do anything anymore.
You know what? You all just set it up. I was going to stay away from it on a Friday, but this was Aaron Rodgers the other day on the Look Into It pod, and RJ's into conspiracies now.
I am not into conspiracy.
You said you were. You said you were like 2 weeks ago. I didn't say you believed them. You were into them.
I like to hear them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love to hear
Like you're down to investigate.
Oh, absolutely. I'll investigate anything. I don't buy 90% of them, but I will absolutely listen to things.
So this was Aaron Rodgers. Now the headline, I didn't listen to it, but Choppy said this was misconstrued, misreported, claiming the U.S. government created HIV.
The blueprint, the game plan was made in the 80s. Create a pandemic, with a virus that's going wild, right? Fauci was given like over $350 million to research this, to come up with drugs, new or repurposed, to handle the AIDS pandemic. And all they came up with was AZT. And if you do even a smidge of research, and I know I'm not a, epidemiologist, I'm not a doctor, I'm not an immunologist, whatever I can read though, right? and I can learn and look things up just like any normal person. I can do my own research, which was so vilified, to even question authority. But that was the game plan back then. Create an environment where only one thing works. Back then, AZT. Now, remdesivir until we get a vaccine, which, by the way, Anthony Fauci had stake in the Moderna vaccine. And we know Pfizer is one of the most criminally corrupt organizations ever. The fine they paid was the biggest in the history of the DOJ in 2009. Like, what are we talking about? We're going to put our full trust in science that can't be questioned.
Yeah, I think the headline was wrong. He wasn't saying the U.S. invented AIDS. I think what he's trying to say is because he's just quoting Brett Weinstein. That's all.
I can read though.
That's all. He's quoting Brett Weinstein, who's like I don't know what he does. He's like a biologist of some kind. But he just Brett was on a Rogan podcast. He's just reciting exact kind of what he said, but he's misquoting him.
So he's plagiarizing.
Well, I don't know if he's not plagiarizing. He's using somebody else's like.
Is he crediting them?
I don't know. I mean,
it didn't sound like it.
maybe
It sounded
not.
like these are my. He just said, "I can read. I can do." So that sounded like he's saying,
that's true. That's fair. That's fair. That's what he's doing. He's just like misquoting him a little bit. I don't think he's saying that the U.S. invented HIV. That's crazy. That's absolute lunacy.
I don't see him saying that they invented it, but I definitely hear him saying, which you can think which I'm not saying outright like he's totally. I'm just saying it sounds like he's saying they absolutely took advantage of it though and decided to posit it a certain way. He is saying that for certain.
He's trying to say that they tried to control people with medication.
There are some people who believe that, solutions and vaccines and cures are out there, but because of big pharma and medicine, that they let people die off.
I mean, if you want to tell me there's a conspiracy out there that they have a cure for cancer and there's too much money in cancer treatments and they won't do, I will totally buy that.
Yeah.
We're too advanced. We're too advanced to not have a cure for cancer. Are we not? I mean, maybe we aren't. Maybe we are. There are like tribes that just don't get certain diseases. They just never get it.
And then to add to all this, didn't someone, man, I want to count how many texts we get this segment compared to the rest of the show. Didn't an NFL draft prospect pass away the other day? What was that from?
Middle Tennessee State?
No, he's from Albany State.
Albany State.
Albany State. Yeah, an Albany State edge rusher who was thought to be potentially a late round pick, but I mean definitely somebody that like NFL teams were aware of. He apparently passed away of a heart attack at 25 years old.
I mean, 25-year-olds always get heart attacks. It makes perfect sense.
Well,
nothing to see here.
Okay. Did he get vaccinated?
I don't know. See, that's the thing.
That's the thing. You don't know.
No, you don't know.
I did that with your reply.
But we should know before we imply it.
I wasn't implying anything. It was just he.
Not you. Chompy was implying.
I wasn't implying that either. Because I don't think the vaccine does that. I think COVID does that. Like we have the amount of athletes that have died post-COVID. Everybody points to the vaccine. I think you just point to COVID. COVID messes people up.
Okay.
So I never had heart problems before COVID. I got one vaccine. I don't think it was necessarily. I don't know if it was. I have no idea. Maybe it was. But I think it's just as likely that it could have been COVID that did it, not the actual vaccine.
Okay. So there it is. Our most texted segment, I'm sure, of the entire show and program here on Sean and RJ. It is apparent that the local news media is paying attention to the neighborhood watch. Bobby called it. He said this would become a story, and it did.
And this was, thank you for all the heads up I got from people yesterday. First from Tolo Stacy in Weatherford. He forwarded this over to me. And then boss man Gavin Spittle, he forwarded me the email. He was like, hey, check this out, this announcement from Frontier. We had said yesterday during Neighborhood Watch that Frontier Communications had some weird stuff going on. They were like they told me I wasn't able to be added as a new customer. They said they weren't able to add anyone as new customers over the last several days. And people were saying, I can't pay my bill. I can't get in my account. It's like, this is weird. This sounds like ransomware. And that's what we talked about. But I was like, we can't find anything on the internet. News stories talking about this is weird. Internet service providers basically not added new customers for 4 days. And there's nothing about it out there. That's a little weird. Well, yesterday it came to light that indeed they had a cyber breach. They had to, it was on Sunday, and was possibly the work of a cyber crime group, the company says, according to the Wall Street Journal. This was something where this was disclosed because on Thursday they had to disclose it to the NASDAQ or to Wall Street that basically hey, we've had a breach, and so they had to disclose that to stockholders. But this is exactly what we called. I called for an investigation. I called for us to hold these people accountable.
And every Tolo said that definitely has to be.
We did get a lot of people text in and were like, yeah, this is 100% ransomware. If you have experience with it, that's what this is. Now, apparently they're saying that they've got it under control. They're not worried about it. Everything's going to be okay. But this is when you can't add customers for 4 days, I would imagine your stock would take a hit. And this is what the Neighborhood Watch does. We do what the what the lamestream media doesn't do. We report on the real stuff. Okay, that's what we do. We actually tackle the real subjects here.
Oh, who's that Channel 8 reporter they send out for like all the event? George, dang it.
Mike Leslie.
No.
Oh.
George Reba.
George
I was thinking of George
I love
Reba.
George Reba.
Sean Rabb?
That's Fox 4 News.
Fox 4, Sean Rabb.
Sean Rabb.
That's what we're
Fox
doing
4.
here with the Neighborhood Watch.
Yep, we
Going
are.
out on the streets. And Choppy is here to ruin Bobby Belt's daily liquid intake. Was it you who said that the
Yep.
it's a myth?
I was looking. Is that Coke
It's
Zero?
Coke Zero. It is. Yeah.
Because Bobby told me the other day that the Coke Zeros and everything taste just like the originals. And he's like, here, try some of this. And I'm like, no, this is not as good as regular Coke.
But you did
or
say it
regular
was
Pepsi.
good. You said it was better than
but
Diet
close.
Drinks.
It's definitely not close. Well, Pepe?
It's not even close.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you why it tastes just like it. Because it contains 100% sugar.
No, it doesn't. I saw this story too. No, it doesn't.
Pepsi is recalling more than 200 cases of certain zero sugars, like the Schweppes Zero Sugar Ginger Ale.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't drink. Good.
No. Because the beverages are found to contain 100% sugar.
Dang. Bobby.
Now, this is not everywhere. This is only in certain parts of the country, but the first recall was initiated back in March, and now they're just finishing this thing up. But PepsiCo, the products labeled, they gave them all the way up to May that are having complete sugar in them. So the zero sugar drinks obviously are aimed at Coke Zero, the sugarless soft drink that contains artificial sweeteners. So just keep an eye on that if you're buying Pepsi Zero Sugar.
So how are you reading this different, Bob?
Because he's got Coke
Because
Zero.
it's Coke Zero to begin with, and second, they talk about that it's not like all of Pepsi Zero brands. That's how the headline read. Was like Pepsi Zero had to recall all their brands because of sugar. It's literally just the ginger ale. It's the ginger ale zero, which
now,
I don't drink.
I do think the ginger ale zero tastes very similar to regular ginger ale. And I think now I know why. It's because of this.
I don't understand this reference, but y'all are Seinfeld guys. 817 says this is the Seinfeld yogurt episode only with sodas
The
and sugar.
non-fat yogurt. Interestingly enough, they made 2 episodes because they did it in the middle of an election cycle with the New York mayor. So they did one episode where they talked about Giuliani, and then the other one where they talked about Mayor Dinkins and getting the non-fat yogurt stuff. That was a little fun fact. Seinfeld. I finished Curb, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah, I think they did a much better ending.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, I've only watched it on an airplane.
On an airplane.
Yeah, and I've liked the episodes.
They basically recreated the Seinfeld finale.
Oh,
and they did.
Is this the finale of Curb Forever?
The whole thing? Yeah, it's over. So they basically recreated the Seinfeld finale, and in it, spoiler alert.
When did it come out originally? I wouldn't spoil it yet if it was like the last 2 weeks.
It was about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It was about 2 weeks.
Then yeah,
but
don't say.
I thought they did a good job with it.
Is two-hand touch coming to a stadium near you? And Trayvon Diggs told me, yo, man, this ain't a reality show. More evidence that, yes, Trayvon, it is. Below the belt, right here on the Fan. But let me get you on over to GiveMeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, your truck, or your exotic. Give Me the VIN is buying, and the car market is crazy. If you're thinking of selling your vehicle, do it soon because prices may never be the same.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
preference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolos, the Path to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations Thursday, April 25th.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. No tackling allowed.
What?
So TJ Hawkinson wants. He wants.
RJ supported too. All right,
wants-
all you.
I will.
What's the rule? What was that? The
hip drop.
The hip drop.
Yeah, you're not allowed to. I guess you're only allowed to tackle people like in the torso
Maybe
now.
the right way. How about that? The right way. If Ray Lewis didn't do it, it's not the right way. Not everything.
Didn't do what?
Not everything. Not everything. If he didn't tackle you that way, it's not the right way.
So TJ Hawkinson spoke earlier this week after he had there was a bit of a controversial hit that he took, a lower body hit that caused the end of his season in 2023. It was one of several injuries that the Vikings had, but he tore his ACL and MCL ligaments in his right knee from an injury that he suffered when Lions safety Kirby Joseph, friend of the nosebleed seats, by the way, Kirby Joseph, tackled him below the waist, and people thought like, hey, again, same sort of thing. Like we gotta work to get this kind of stuff out of the game. Like when you're going after people's legs and going after knees, we can't have this thing. And so TJ Hawkinson said, obviously, I wasn't too happy about it. And he called on the NFL to address why defenders can hit pass catchers low in situations where they're catching the ball and coming down. He says it's tough. It really is. We're big guys running through the middle of the field. This is a business, and I don't think anyone goes out on the field wanting to injure a player like that. So I'm looking at the light of that and hoping that's not what the intent was, to injure a player in that sense. But I think to have it happen a couple weeks later after Tyler Higbee, I think that's something the league needs to look and see what it can do. So is the rule eventually going to be, are like offensive players just at a point where they're saying like, you have to tackle me in the torso? Like you can't hit me anywhere below the belt.
Below
like,
the belt.
You can't do it.
Yes. They obviously the Tom Brady rule.
Tom Brady.
Now you have CTE with the head.
The Tua rule.
And now if you try to lasso one and grab them, now they're going to punish you if too much distribution of the weight goes to one side or the other.
So only the torso. Maybe that's why Micah Parsons was taking punches to the sternum, because he's preparing to only get hit in his torso.
So they were showing that over and over on TV this morning. Bobby, you were wondering how that had not been aired sooner.
Yeah, and it was.
He's gonna be peeing blood for like a week.
He trains for boxing. Micah Parsons, or he does boxing training during the offseason. Remember, he's not at OTA, or he's not at these offseason workouts, because he's doing his own training program, which includes the boxing aspect of it. I can't remember who the boxer is. He's with some little guy, little looking boxer, and it was first one to tap out. They were trading punches with each other.
Corey Majors is showing us his zero
Dr.
sugar.
Pepper Zero Sugar's good too.
Dr. Pepper.
So
in the last segment,
they're doing a TikTok video where it's like first one to tap out is out, like loses, and Micah gets to punch first, and man, Micah comes in and hits him dead in the stomach. Like he kind of does this thing, Chop, like fist, like he doesn't hit like with his knuckles. He hits with like the front of his fist.
Micah?
Yeah.
It was an odd punch.
It looked at, and it's like, it feels like you could break your wrist.
Ryan's got it right now on YouTube and Twitch.
So if you're there on the video, you'll see it there. But it looks like something where like the dude could like potentially like hurt his wrist doing that. Well, then the boxer comes up there, and I guess I don't know boxing well enough. A bunch of people were saying like, yeah, watch the difference there. Micah's punching this guy in the stomach. The guy went straight for his sternum, like, and just punched him there, and he couldn't handle the same force.
And it's also like there's a technique that the boxer knows. I mean, he's not punching with his arm; he's punching with his hips.
Boy,
and Micah's like,
Micah looked in pain, getting punched right there in his xiphoid process. It's a little bone there at the end of your sternum. That's what it looked like he got hit in.
I'm exclusively reporting that people inside the Cowboys think I'm joking. It doesn't seem like the smartest thing.
It doesn't, but I mean,
no, it doesn't. But I mean, like this is,
and I'm not talking about for Micah's abdomen. I'm talking about for Micah's wrists.
Yeah, the wrists were.
I think in general, it's just pretty dumb. Like, hey, look, punch me in the stomach.
A pro boxer?
Yeah, just punch me here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
Not very wise. But apparently, Micah's traded for that because TJ Hawkinson says, get rid of all tackling at the. You can't tackle the legs. You can't hit anywhere. You got to, lay the quarterback down and read him a bedtime story and tuck him in if you're going to sack him. Like, you can't just
Yep.
You can't hit anybody anymore.
I just don't know how they're going to judge it. I can't wait to see. I'll admit if I'm wrong, but how they judge body weight.
It's so
like your leg
with the hip drop.
Your legs are going to have to literally be out like this. They're going to have to be parallel, like to be an obvious hip drop tackle. That's the way I feel like. It's very hard to judge.
I mean, Harbaugh made a good point. He's like, if you can wrap them up and hip drop them, then you're close enough to wrap them up and tackle them the right way, or without the hip drop, I should say. Now, is it going to be more difficult? Are you going to see running backs and wide receivers breaking more tackles? Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if you're talking about defensive tackles, for instance, you got somebody running up the middle and a defensive tackle's getting off a block and trying to catch somebody at the side as they're coming off a block. That's going to look like a hip drop a lot of times.
I think we all know what we're talking about, right? We're talking about when the running back gets outside and it's not a defensive tackle, it's a corner.
No, I don't think we all know that. Like I think they are going to flag.
They're not going to flag a defensive tackle for just moving to the left
and falling the same way. Yeah, it doesn't matter the intent.
It's when you wrap up and you stick your legs out and you land on them. That's the hip drop.
No, they are. I'm telling you, you're going to see this early on. There are going to be flags for just guys coming off of blocks at the defensive line and trying to make a tackle as somebody's running by them. They are going to flag it for it. Intent doesn't matter at all in this one. They want it out. It's weird. I remember I read a book by Mike Freeman.
Well, the one who blocked you've read Mike Freeman's book?
I did read Mike Freeman's book.
What was it about?
It was about the future of the league and the concussion problem and like how sustainable is the concussion issue. And he wrote about like one of the boxing being such a massive sport in the 30s and how deaths in the ring and massive injuries in the ring and like issues with the violence, the innate violence within it, ultimately led to the decline of the sport and changes that had to be made. And I mean, it rebounded obviously a little bit later, but that they went through a really rough period. And he had said that football is going to eventually meet this date. And this book was written 8 years ago, something like that. And that he said that you've got a situation where eventually people are going to start questioning how violent the game of football is and the long-term health implications on it. And you're going to have to start making changes. And it's ultimately not even going to recognize the same game. And it's ultimately going to be the NFL is no longer the juggernaut that it once was. It's like Rome falling. Like you didn't think it was possible for them to collapse like they did. And I wonder if eventually we do hit that. A lot of people thought the DeMar Hamlin thing was going to be a turning point. It wasn't, but a lot of people thought it was going to be.
No, it's all getting more popular.
Yeah.
You can't fall on the quarterback a certain way. You got the CTE, you got the lower leg thing. It's becoming more popular. It's going the opposite way of what people predicted, including Mark Cuban.
You know what's also becoming more popular?
The CBA went the opposite way of his prediction too.
Yeah.
The Dallas Football Cowboys. They're becoming more popular. It doesn't matter. Look, we're worried about
off the field,
just like Kentucky. We will look at the impressions. All right.
Yes, impressions, baby.
How many impressions did Green Bay have when they were playing San Francisco? Not as many as the Cowboys that week when people were trying to figure out if they were firing Mike McCarthy. I bet. I bet the Cowboys had more impressions. Right. That is what matters. The Dallas Cowboys have the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader show coming back to airwaves. So you remember this was the one that was on was CMT or something for years, and it
I'm
ended.
old enough to remember when it was TNN, the Nashville network.
Oh yeah, I've got some old TNN VHS. I think Bill Dance is fishing on there.
Wild Horse Saloon, baby.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope I have that video.
1997.
Did you watch his video I told you had to see?
Yes.
And was it amazing?
It was pretty great.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. I think we should play it on the air, but he says no.
We should stop talking about it.
So the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader show, which a lot of people thought went away because of the scandal with Rich Dalrymple and everything else that had happened. But in reality, they said it was, production costs or whatever else. But a lot of people felt like that was the reason why, is that, okay, we can't do this anymore in this era. Well, it's back. Netflix will be airing the show this summer. America's Sweethearts, Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. And it's something that followed them along. It's like archive footage from last year and stuff that they were filming last year. But it's important to know we got the Jerry Jones documentary coming out here soon.
When's that coming out?
I don't know. Did they give us a date for that?
Say a date yet.
I don't think they gave us a date. But this is good news, because this now means that the Dallas Cowboys have as many Netflix projects in the work as outside free agents that they've signed this offseason, which is 2. Eric Kendricks, Royce Freeman. It's the same as their Netflix programming.
They have more of those than they've had playoff wins in any single year since 1996.
Oh, we're laughing about it, whatever else. They have to nail this draft. There's so much pressure on this personnel department to hit every pick out of the park. I'll tell you what, that was really interesting last night when we were doing Draft 101 out at Ford Center. Or actually technically the Star.
They like you to say the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco.
But I wasn't in the Ford Center. I was on the other part. I was on the other side. But it was really interesting. There was definitely some uneasiness in that crowd whenever you'd start talking about issues with the Cowboys. Like, hey, look, we know they haven't spent in free agency. So like if you made any sort of reference to that and an answer or whatever else, you'd start hearing like murmuring or like somebody came up, asked a question and was just basically ranting about the Cowboys offseason. And when he got done talking, like everybody in the audience was like, yeah, it was like an angry town hall meeting. It's like, guys, this isn't us. Like we didn't do it. But I know we said it the other day, even though their jobs are not at risk, Stephen Jones' job, Jerry Jones' job, they're not at risk. I think especially Stephen seems to really feel the pressure from the fan base this year because it's not just apathy. Like we've had apathetic off seasons before for the fan base. This is angry.
Yep.
This is actively mad and feel like you don't care enough about winning. I think they care about winning. The question is, do they care about it at all costs or does it have to be their way?
Interesting that they would not care about winning and don't want you to say that, but then they complain that Amari Cooper didn't care about football.
They do care about winning. That's what I'm saying. And I know a lot of people push back against that. I had people freak out when I said the other day, Jerry Jones cares about winning. People screamed at me on Twitter about just that one sentence, which I don't think is that controversial. I think he wants to win. I don't think he wants to lose. But the question is like, are they committed to, but this is our belief in how it's done? Are they willing to challenge the beliefs of how to build a winning football team?
Below the belt every day at this time with our Cowboys Insider on your home of America's team. It's time for the official picks. Put it on the phone line, put it on the text line. It's the same number for both of you want to call with your Dallas Maverick LA Clipper predictions. 877-881-1053. That's how we kick off the final hour of the week. Mavs, Clippers, and how many next?
Let's get you over to
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Back to Doncic. Doncic pulls up, three-pointer. Bang! Bang! It's good! Doncic wins the game at the buzzer!
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On as we try to finish up the week strong. On DFW Sports Station, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. Sunday at 2:30, we start Game 1 of the Western Conference Series again between your Dallas Mavericks and the LA Clippers. If you want to give your predictions on the DNM Leasing hotline, you can at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Same exact number to text it on the Franklin & Franco Injury Attorney hotline. Who, in how many, and why? Raph, let's start with you.
Well, my gambling ticket has Mavs in 5.
Oh, you bet it?
Oh, I bet it.
Ooh.
Mavs in 6 didn't give me good odds. I didn't care for the odds. I think it's probably more likely that it's Mavs in 6, but the odds, Mavs in 5 is like 6-1. Mavs in 6 is like 2.5, 3-1. And then Mavs in 7 is back up to 6-1. So I took Mavs in 5 and Mavs in 7. But I think it'll wind up being 6, but I'll go with Mavs in 5. I think there's no doubt the better team. And Vegas says the same. They're the favorites in the series despite not having home court. Now, it's not a huge favorite. It's like minus 135 to, plus 120. It would not stun me, obviously, if they lose, but I do think they're the team to beat. And this is regardless of whether or not Kawhi is playing or not. I just think they're the better team. So Mavs at 5. There you go.
It's gonna be I feel like this is the default pick, so I feel boring even saying it, but like it just feels like a Mavs in 6 series to me. Like that they have been the better team. Now, there was a stretch here I saw earlier this week. There was a stretch from mid-November to early February, I think it was, where the Clippers were the best team in basketball. Record-wise, offensive rating, defensive rating, everything else. They went 31-8 during that stretch. And to close out the season, they really kind of sputtered. And you've got the Kawhi Leonard knee issue or question. You've got, in recent weeks, James Harden struggling with a foot injury. Ty Lue was asked a couple weeks ago, like, what's your team's identity? I read this quote, and he had said, I think our identity is that we're soft.
Damn.
And so, I mean, he's not afraid to push buttons. He's not afraid to change up lineups. He did it to them, in the last series that they played a couple years ago. He's done it throughout this season where he's tried different mixes and matches. He's not afraid to challenge his own thinking. So I am concerned going up against them just as an opponent, but I do think the way Dallas is playing right now and just how sloppy and disoriented the Clippers looked at the end of the season, I think this sets up really well for the Mavericks.
So you're going 6?
Mavs in 6.
Pepe?
I'll go 1 up like we've been doing. I'll go Mavs in 7. I think it's going to be a dogfight. I think the way the Mavericks have played over the last month or so, the season carries over. The Kawhi injury is obviously a big thing to deal with, but I mean, it's the Mavericks postseason right here with Kyrie and Luka. I think they finally figure it out. Mavs in 7.
I do not think it's a dogfight. The safe, easy answer is Mavs in 6. If I had any guts, I would say Mavs in 5. So I'll say Mavs in 6. No, but this isn't even a tough call for me. I basically feel the exact same as Choppy. You got the Kawhi injury thing lingering, but aside from that, Mavs are red hot. There are people who just don't think that the Clippers are that athletic putting the ball on the ground, that they're not that great defensively. And all the momentum is towards the Mavericks. If they were starting off at home, I'd say Mavs in 5. But I'll probably end up saying Mavs in 6. But if they win this in 5 games, I will not be surprised whatsoever at all. And we move on to round 2.
Yes,
Get them in with your predictions at 877-881-1053.
By the way, round 2 is Mavs in 6 over the Thunder.
Oh, you're already making that pick?
I'm already making that pick.
Man, Ruben. Someone got Ruben, our producer, Thunder fan, side-eyeing you yesterday when you were naming all the reasons why the Oklahoma City Thunder would not make it far this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wouldn't be. I mean, look, it wouldn't.
You've been crapping. I like your NBA hot takes that you've been making. You've been crapping on Denver, too. Like the other night in your prep email, you're sprinkling in some anti-Denver stuff. I don't know whether you're just trying to be right with your preseason Jokic take, which was hideously wrong.
Oh, boy, was I wrong.
Really wrong.
Oh, man.
It made sense that he was partying.
He was partying. He was worried about his horses. He was, when was he working out?
Yeah, and now he's going to win the MVP.
Now he's going to win the MVP.
But I don't know if this is a Jokic makeup, but you've been sprinkling in some anti-Denver takes. You have the anti-OKC, the strong Mavericks. You're coming up with hot takes.
Well, listen, I mean, prior to last year with Denver, what was everybody saying? You can't trust them. They're never going to win. They don't win the playoffs.
And they didn't have a second true star, and then Jamal Murray shut that up.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been there.
Yeah.
So he's been there. But, like, it was always you can't trust him, you can't trust him. And now all of a sudden they go on one cute little playoff run, and now they can't be beat? Like, that's just, I don't know. It just seems like we flipped a switch on them real quick.
You think the Lakers can get them?
I don't think so. I mean,
now look, to be fair, the Lakers lost all those games last year pretty much in the clutch, like in the final minutes. It was close.
Yeah.
And then Jamal Murray was the best player on the floor, or Jokic, or someone else. But some of those games were close before Denver ended up sweeping them. Kenneth in Dallas. Kenneth, what is your Mavs Clips prediction? You're live on the Fan.
I think that the Dallas Mavericks should have a Cinderella stamped on their name, but they're really not Cinderella. They really got the talent. So I take the Mavericks in 5.
Okay.
There's a lot of Mavs in 5 on the fan text. Mavs in 6, Mavs in 5. And this may surprise you. There's not a lot of Clippers picks on here.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Sean. No, we got Mavs in 4 from Atolo in Arkansas, 479. Mavs in 3. Clippers quit the series before game 4. Mavs in 4. Mavs in 5. A lot of Mavs in 4 actually now. There's a lot of sweep talk coming in here. Which, hey, I'd love a sweep. I'd love to. That would be the first step in the Luka legacy crescendo here. Would be go ahead, take care of the Clippers early round, take out hot OKC, take out Denver in the West Finals, and then whoever in the East.
You want to finish up your anti-Denver and Thunder take?
Yeah, and then, so like, I just look at Denver as like a team that we completely flipped on. Like, we went from they can't win to now they can't lose. And I just, it's like,
Did we keep saying they can't win? They can't win?
They were. I don't think they were the Bills or the Ravens. Like, I don't think we talked about them like that.
I think they were exactly the Ravens.
Really?
Oh yeah.
No.
It was. They were always the Jokic is soft, the Euro thing. I mean, you can't win, all that crap.
That must have been your BetQL show.
Maybe it was. In terms of the Thunder, we've always talked about young teams don't win in the playoffs. And not even just young teams that really haven't been there before. So I went and looked at some other teams that are comparable to the Thunder.
Well,
okay. 1994, Orlando was a 50-win team. They had 13 guys in their roster that had fewer than 4 years experience. Very similar to the Thunder. They get swept by a veteran Indiana team. 1995, they go to the NBA Finals. Right? There's their growing pain. The 2010 Thunder, 50-win team. They lose in the first round. That was like their first time making the playoffs in Oklahoma City. Right? They had Durant. They get him in Seattle the first year, making the playoffs in OKC. The next year, they go to the conference finals. And then the following year, they go to the NBA Finals. There's their growing pain. The only team in basically the last 50 years that makes the playoffs for the first time with a young roster, and I'm not talking about like a super team that gets built like the Heat, the Heatles, not like that. But you go from you draft, you develop, you get to the playoffs, and then you advance. The only team that's 50 years that really ever made any kind of noise was Portland in 1977 with Bill Walton, who had never made the playoffs before in the history of their franchise, and they win the NBA Finals that year. But what did it take? I mean, Bill Walton was at the time, first year in, really, and he was like already a legend, right? Already a legendary player, very, very early on in his career.
So
like that's what it takes.
So 1/3 of all the young teams end up winning the finals is what I just heard.
I wouldn't look at 1/3. I mean, there was more teams that were examples, but were like as highly seeded as OKC.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's also they are. Look, I think their youth is going to burn them. I think that they're, I don't think it's just so easy to write it off as like book it. Mavs beat them because the Mavs are older. I would probably lean Mavericks right now, but I would not be surprised at all if the Thunder beat them in like 5 or something. That's a really good basketball team.
All right, Thunder beat who? The Mavs?
Yeah.
Oh,
in 5.
I'm not saying that would be. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
Put the following upsets in order. Most likely, least likely to happen at 877-881-1053. Okay? I'm going to give you 4 other series.
All right.
Knicks, Sixers. Pacers, Bucks. Kings, OKC. Phoenix, Wolves. 1, 2, 3, 4.
By the way, the Phoenix Wolves, they have 3 players in the series who average over 28 in the playoffs.
Like combined?
Yeah, each. So Booker, KD, and Edwards average over. That's an offensive series.
By most likely to least. Okay, then Pacers, Bucks, Sixers, Knicks.
Yeah,
and
what's
then
Giannis's status?
That's part of the question.
Yeah.
That's the fun of the question.
And then
Sack OKC last you're going to put.
Yeah, and then Suns, Timberwolves, I guess. But I mean, to me, the Eastern Conference series are much more ripe for that. Especially like, the 76ers, like Embiid, like being available, like them getting healthy at the right time. That's not a standard 7 seed, I don't feel like. And then, I mean, look, Doc Rivers said he wouldn't wish this situation on anybody, the Milwaukee Bucks being that talented. And he was right, because Doc Rivers finished 2 games under 500 from the stretch that he started coaching. So
Stephen A, I think, was talking about just Dame being miserable there. Like he does not want to be there.
And there's so much
He's
that
no friends. All of his friends are in Portland, he said.
There's so much that
fly him out, bro. That's why they have posses.
Yeah.
there's so much that Rick Carlisle got dogged here for, like on his way out the door. To me, though, he is like, if you're talking about chess match over the course of a series, I'm gonna think Rick Carlisle is gonna give you a ton to handle, and so I think the Pacers have a great shot.
Chop?
Pacers are the first. I think I'm gonna mirror Bobby there. I don't think the Knicks will lose to Philly, but comparatively speaking, I think
that's unfortunate for the Knicks. Like it was the Embiid drop. That's unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I kind of like Phoenix to beat Minnesota. Kinda, but I mean, it's not going to surprise me if Minnesota wins.
Minnesota weathered Cat being out pretty effectively.
The weather doesn't matter. It's indoor.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But they did. A lot of people were quickly just like, oh, well, that Minnesota's going to fall to like 6 now. And I mean, they maintained.
Yeah,
they played well the entire time.
877-881-1053. So basically, Mavs sweep, Mavs in 5, maybe Mavs in 6. Everyone on the morning show taking the Dallas Mavericks to win. And of course, that is going to start off Sunday at 2:30. What did you think of Jack Leiter's debut? Bobby has some dating advice for you this weekend, and we'll crosstalk. Who's going to lead it with Mike Bassick on an airplane? That's all next right here on The Fan. But I'm going to go ahead and lead you out of that job. How is that direct deposit looking today?
Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Weight Loss. That's soda. Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817 333 3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it comes to the set of the belt. 1-1. Jonah swings here, and that's hammered to right field. If it hangs, it's gone. That one is out of here. Just above the 7-foot wall, Jonah Heim pulls a home run to give the Rangers a 4-0 lead.
Jonah with the 6-game hit streak. Marcus Semien coming up huge yesterday. That game had enough in it to make up for like the previous 3 or 4 snoozers. Rangers beat the Tigers to win the series 9-7 in Detroit on this radio station. And more baseball this evening. If and when you cannot access or watch Apple TV, you go ahead and listen to 105 through the Fan for Rangers Braves. Jack Leiter with the debut. One word to describe it.
Oh, roller coaster. Is that one word?
I don't know. Is there a dash in
Is there
that?
a dash in a roller coaster, or is that one word?
I'm trying expected. I guess ultimately, because I mean, yeah, you saw flashes of it, but in reality, like you saw, okay, yeah, that's still a flawed pitching prospect that's still coming along, and he's trying to develop and grow. So, regardless of the levels of excitement, because we were all excited about him debuting, and there were exciting moments within it. Ultimately, that's probably a realistic expectation of what it was going to look like.
Yeah, I'm seeing roller coasters separated and together. I hate when the internet does that. Just give me an answer.
It's like canceled versus canceled. How do you spell it?
What?
1L.
CANCELLED?
2 L's.
See, you guys just spelled it differently.
Yeah, and it's 2 L's.
But if you Google it, I think it's both.
Bobby?
Merriam-Webster says it's a dash, by the way.
Oh, it is?
That's what Merriam-Webster says, but Britannica says it's 2 words. So.
Canceled. 1L or 2?
1.
2. All right. So there it is.
Canceled or canceled is the past tense of the. So
we
Americans.
have our next Sherbert debate.
Americans use 2L. I'm sorry, 1L, and in England they use 2 L's.
Well, they're smarter over there, so they're right.
Oh,
They're
wow.
more proper.
Look at that. Well, I bet they say sherbet.
Well, so the old joke.
Who created
is that,
the language?
The old joke is that we gave them the set. That's the second L they took from us.
Hey-o.
Freedom, baby.
That's right, baby. Freedom. Freedom.
I did not know that people spelled it with 1L. I had no idea. Pepe, one word for Leiter. Canceled.
Ugh, really disappointing.
Ugh?
Yeah,
Ugh.
ugh is a word. Just because he had been doing
Is it
so.
not
Ugh, UGH.
You know, I think you got to go. Ugh.
I say UGH. I think ugh.
Yeah, I mean, he had been doing so well in the minors leading up to this, and I had high expectations. I bought into the Jack Leiter hype, and it was rather disappointing.
This is Leiter after, and he was disappointed at the end. Bassick was on TV going, I know that didn't feeling all too well. I absolutely know that. Here was Jack after the start.
A lot of frustration. I know I'm better, and I need to be better, and I will be better. And that's kind of the frustration, is some pitches that I left on the table and some mistakes that I made. Just a lot of feeling frustrated. And obviously, bullpen's wearing it, and I didn't help the cause. So I felt bad that I did that to those guys, but I just wish I did a better job keeping the team with a favorable lead. 8 runs shouldn't be that close of a game.
Choppy, have the Braves reached the level of absolute must-see TV for you?
Must-see TV?
Yep.
No, they haven't. Dodgers are. But, I mean, look, when you're going to watch an out-of-market team, I think there's two things that have to play. Like, you either have to have some kind of affinity to that team, or they've got to have stars. And the Braves have stars. They do. But the Dodgers have stars, right? It's like they come to town and they bring a following.
Yeah.
You know, it's an event. It's an event when the Dodgers show up. It used to be an event when the Yankees show up. I don't know if it is still. I mean, maybe now this year we haven't seen them, obviously, but it used to be an event. When the Red Sox came to town, it was an event, right? Oh, man, here they are. I don't feel that way with Atlanta. I do feel like that with the Dodgers. So, no, I would not say they're must-see TV.
I think Atlanta's pretty. They bring a pretty sizable following with them.
They have a good fan base.
Everywhere
no
that they
doubt.
go.
But he's talking about star power.
No, I know, and I'm thinking right now, it's Acuna. I mean, Spencer Strider's a pretty big star.
No,
he's hurt right
there.
now. I know he's hurt right now, but I'm saying overall as a brand that they've had recently, he's a pretty. I mean, if Chris Sale remains healthy, that's a big name. I mean, it's a big name still.
I'll tell you, Spencer.
Broke name.
It is a broke name.
I feel that dude's got a dumpy, man. Holy cow.
Who?
Spencer Strider.
An ass?
Oh, big time. Huge butt. Big butt.
Fit made for your shirt? Is it worthy of your shirt yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't even know.
Yeah, it is. It is worthy of my shirt. Now, I wouldn't put the same kind of underwears on him, but yeah.
All right, Bob, let's give some dating advice that people should keep in mind for this weekend, Friday, Saturday night.
Yeah. So society has apparently shifted a little bit, I guess, in their dating habits. Right now, it's the letters we're looking at. It's all about EQ rather than TNA. That's what they're worried about, is the emotional intelligence, according to one study that's out there. This is from SciPost last week, that intelligence and kindness are the most valued traits in romantic partners. The study, which was conducted in Brazil and published in Archives of Sexual Behavior, not only sheds light on the universal nature of these preferences, but also highlights the subtle nuances about gender dynamics and partner choice and how people approach things. But overall, it says that the most important thing to people in the dating realm right now is they rank intelligence and kindness up there. And
overlooks?
Yes. And that's when I look at this, I say, this is somebody who, when they were being interviewed, was like, I can't seem like a bad person.
Yeah, no, this is a lie, because most people date now off of apps, and you cannot put kindness number one. It has to, everybody swipes based on looks. Nobody swipe. Then maybe swipe based on.
But
if
you've never been on an app.
That's true.
We've all been out of this except for Peyton for a long time.
How many times do you swipe not based on look? Now they have a catchy. Can you see their profile, like a blurb? Don't you write a blurb?
Yeah, they have like a bio, but
if they've got a cool, funny bio, I think that's you could do that. But most people swipe.
I don't read the bios. I never read the bios.
Of course not. You're a man.
Yeah, until after I swipe.
Well, I mean, just because he's a man, Aaron Rodgers reads. Remember?
And he's single.
Yeah, that's true. Now, if we're talking about, obviously, like I said, I think this is You're sitting here getting questioned. You don't want to sound superficial. I think that kicks into somebody's head and they go, let me list some stuff that's not looks right away. And that's how it comes up. But outside of looks, and I mean, obviously, the hottest person in the world with an S personality is going to be a turnoff. So
right.
that does matter and factor in. But outside of the looks, what was the next on your checklist of I want a girl to have this. I want her to be like this.
submissive.
Whoa! Whoa!
I'm kidding. I'm joking around. Look, you want someone that has a good heart. You know what I mean? A good person, kind, thoughtful, unselfish, fun. Like, are we going out Friday and Saturdays, or you want to go ahead and be a lame-o inside the house? You want to cut it loose? Can you hang out with my other friends? You going to deal with my work schedule? These were all the things on the checklist, and I showed her too.
Yeah.
I would.
Oh, you wrote it down?
I would go to like the third date, and I would just go like this. I'd hold it up and say, "You got a star today. Well, there you go. You got a checklist today, dear.
A little star in the top right corner.
You only got 6 more.
You give her
Six more.
she have a punch card. You're like, all right, give me your punch card. Yeah, you hit it. You're like, good job. We get to 10.
You got a free slushie.
You get some.
Yeah.
I think it's like a free slushie.
No joke intended from my peeps.
I really like. Can you control a room? Like, can you walk into a party or whatever and be totally fine and be able to handle it on your own and not be looking over where is it? What are they doing? Like, can you like?
You mean
kind
like
of,
independent?
Yeah, independent, but like, can you control a room? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It
Depends if Troy Aikman's in there. And she loses control.
And she loses control.
I don't know. The ones that pop into mind for me a lot when I was dating and what I found with Kristen, I think were like, I want somebody obviously who like loyalty is going to be a big thing with me. Like, I don't want you being somebody who's.
How are you going to test her loyalty?
No, not test it. I mean, just like, I think there are traits that you can see, whether it be in
like while dating,
not loyalty in terms of like cheating or infidelity or whatever else, but more like loyalty, like how committed to this are you really? Like are you half in, half out? Like I don't want I don't want that kind of a thing. I want somebody who's going to be as low on drama as possible.
Yeah. No games.
Low on drama as possible.
No games.
Games suck.
Yeah.
But in general, to me, it's like, give me somebody who's like you said, a good person.
I'll give you a perfect example of all this. I think this encapsulates everything. When Amanda and I were dating, I was waiting for her to get off work, and I was at the bar, and there was like these two women who, if my wife knew me, it was clear I was not ever going to date these women. Okay, they were not my dating circle, and they're sitting there with like these cotton candy martinis. And I was like, wowed by these bubbles and these drinks blowing up and smoking and misting. And I was like sitting there laughing with them, joking over it. And like, she got like a little perturbed, like, what are you doing? Like, are you sitting there? You want to sit there and talk to them and da-da-da? And we went to this restaurant afterwards, after we got off work, we went to dinner. And she would tell you this exact story. And finally, we're bickering back and forth over this. And I'm like, stop being dumb. This is ridiculous. This is stupid. These are my feelings. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not someone who validates feelings if they're dumb. If they're dumb, they're dumb. I don't care that they're your feelings. And finally, I like stopped.
If your feelings.
I stopped everything down. And I think you can only make this statement and have this conversation when you're old, like me and her were. And I was like, look, I'm not joking around or effing around here. Like, I'm trying to like get married to someone. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is the end. I don't have another date tomorrow. Like, enough with all the BS. Let's not have stupid fights over cotton candy martinis. And she was like, okay. That's when I knew that you were serious and no games, but that doesn't happen at 26 versus 36. I don't think.
Oh, it's a lot. There's a lot of age.
You both know, like, all right, like the end of the road's coming soon.
Yeah.
Like, we're both on the same page.
I don't want to have to read your mind. I'm going to get in my head enough as it is and try to read things that I don't need any additional cloudiness.
So the next time we're out, someone play a prank and buy her a cotton candy martini and see what happens.
What's the age gap?
See if it triggers her.
5-6 years age gap?
It's like 3.
Oh, okay.
We're geriatric, baby. We're about to be geriatric parents again.
Hey, careful. That'll get you banned on the fan text if you say that.
Geriatric?
Yeah, no.
Why?
It's an inside joke for you that you've forgotten already, I guess.
I have forgotten it. I was thinking of Gavin Dawson.
Well, he's the elder statesman.
What were you about? And you will be soon too.
I know.
Oh my! Are you gonna have one more?
One more child?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would.
He hasn't been told yet.
Yeah, well, it's not up to me. It's not up to me. I will. I absolutely would.
You would.
And you would welcome a girl, or would you do your technique to ensure you get a boy?
Listen. I produce male heirs, okay? All right. I produce male
heirs to debt.
Yeah. Heirs to debt. I produce male heirs.
Who's gonna run crosstalk? Pay. If you're up to it, it can be all you with Mikey Bassick on the road. I don't know if Corey Majors would support that. Let's find out. Crosstalk with K and C after this. But I want you to go ahead and find out about Hurtado Barbecue.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Now and then she rereads the manuscript.
That's right, Corey. It's my crosstalk here. No Mike Bassett to screw it up. I'm lean off with Taylor Swift. Kevin, Corey, thanks for joining us. Crosstalk time. Your thoughts on the album so far, Kevin?
Love it. Oh.
So I just found out about 15 minutes ago, maybe 30 minutes ago from Corey that this was out, and then Bobby told me y'all had been playing cuts. So I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on this. When did it came out in the middle of the night?
2 a.m.
Why 2 a.m.?
Midnight West
Because
Coast.
nothing good happens after 2 a.m.
Can she get a drum?
She will.
In this album at all? I mean,
She
my
will.
gosh. Can I have a drum?
Yeah.
Anything.
The Swifties don't want that. The Swifties don't want that, RJ.
It's like it sounds like it's just
This is
piano playing the entire time.
This will be the next. This will be the song that replaces the one they're running right now of all the like sad injured dogs that you can donate to take care
Sarah
of.
McLachlan?
Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up real quick.
This has got big time Billie Eilish vibes.
Yeah,
this
it's
whole
like-
album.
Bruiser is a boxer in Baltimore. He was left abandoned on the streets.
Is it
and,
John
like, this-
Smoltz's dog that he?
Oh my god!
got?
And then like slow cuts of like just like the dog looking sad, and it's gonna have
Let
this.
me
song.
ask you
Can you
this.
play this in Chechnya? Will this
Instead
song
of
work?
that,
It's
would
too
you-
slow, I think.
Would you put all of her ex-boyfriends looking sad and being like,
yeah.
this is, I don't know.
Here are all the
first one
people that
from
were
last year. and
here
the next
were
one.
here are all the people that were victimized by this emotional vulture who turned them into content.
I love it. I love it. This is what all great artists inspired by something.
Thank you. Heartbreak,
Yes.
relationship,
Something out there. I mean, why would Van Gogh
Vengeance.
cut off his ear?
Yeah, but Van Gogh didn't say like, I need a new thing. Let me go sabotage something so I
ear.
can cut my ear off. That'll get the people.
You don't know
talking.
that. He's dead before you.
This song sucks. It's like
Oh, no.
so far, man. I'm not feeling this chop.
So-
man.
Have you
I'm
heard
not
the whole
even.
album?
I will say this
We
though.
played 4 songs
Sean,
this morning.
have you looked outside this morning?
Yeah, there's a window right there.
Traffic's been pretty light all morning, right? I feel like you
people that
always
are
pay attention to traffic.
People
out
are listening
there.
to the album.
It's because they
Not
stayed up
because
late
it's a
last night,
Friday?
listening to the album, and they're waking up late going to work this
But we're
morning.
the hardest working city.
Yeah,
hardest
we are.
working state.
We are absolutely. Do you have the song "Thank You, Almi"?
Amy.
Yeah,
Amy?
I had it.
Amy? That's an I?
It cusses in there.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
one
got-
about Kardashian.
She does?
That's about Kim
Yeah.
Kardashian. Kim. So if you
There's
look
no
at
clean
it,
version yet.
the title of the song, it's all lowercase except the letters K-I-M.
Who's Kim?
Kardashian. I told you this earlier. You were not listening.
Yeah, Kevin, you idiot.
Evidently,
She has a
there's
lot of
Taylor Swift
history.
and Kim Kardashian friends because they both dislike
No,
Kanye?
no, they're enemies because
Of
Kim
Kanye.
backed Kanye throughout that whole.
Yeah, so
dispute.
Kim released a phone call from Swift.
Oh, I kind of
Swift
remember
claims that it was edited or something like that.
What? You mean Taylor Swift doesn't like other people airing dirty laundry? That's
She
weird.
keeps her side of the street clean.
I get what you're saying, Bobby.
That's what she said in one of her songs. You wouldn't know anything about that.
I wouldn't because I don't
The-
listen to it.
Yeah, there is a line in that song about I'm so excited that your kids will be singing all the words to my song, and I think that's a pretty cool little dig. Like,
Oh, man.
I've got your kids liking my music in your face.
Will your kids be all over this, Corey? Tay-Tay?
This morning I needed to go to the store to get some Dr. Pepper Zeros.
So
And,
good, dude.
Thank you. And
He didn't make it.
He
so
did.
Adrian and Lucy were driving to school, so I said, "Hey, can I just ride with y'all?" And
Lucy's
on the way
driving?
back,
Yeah.
she sat in the front seat to sing songs with Adrian. So I listened to most of this album already. It's 31 songs on the
What?
big, like the big version, the
Why is it
deluxe
so damn
version.
long?
She's got a lot of poems, bro.
It's almost like it's easy vanilla prepackaged crap that you can turn out pretty easily, isn't it?
Let me ask you a question, Bobby. Because
Yeah,
I've
hit me.
started to get to the bottom of your opinion here.
That he hates women.
I was just going to say Taylor Swift. I don't know about women in general. How long have you disliked Taylor Swift?
I don't know, like 10 years.
Okay.
Right about
Something
the
like that.
time that time that she started hitting her peak.
Yeah, contrarian Bobby.
Yeah.
That's not contrarian.
1989 was
No,
a
no,
great
no, no.
album, man. Her country stuff was great too.
No, that's not. I can admit that there are some songs of hers that I enjoy.
She's not in 1937 or whatever, you
That's
know.
right.
And don't talk to me about 1937 thought process when we just celebrated the Masters for a week. Now, I look at to me,
they just changed up like 15 years ago. It's not been that long for the Masters.
Changed up what?
Yeah, what did they
Their
change up?
rules.
Didn't they just let in their first woman member?
Who is it?
Annika.
Our friend.
No,
She was the first?
Condoleezza Rice, right?
Or one of
Condoleezza
the
Rice.
first. Oh yeah, that's probably
yeah,
true.
yeah, yeah.
One of the first. It hasn't been that long.
We saw Annika walking around yesterday, right? Was she up there?
Yeah.
And I asked Choppy, I was like, "Do you think I could beat her out here?"
Golf?
1000% no. 1000% no.
I don't.
Not even if you know what. Here's the thing. I would say, Bobby,
Could Choppy beat her?
You can putt from the edge of the.
If he plays from the same tees?
No.
No, you could putt from the edge of the green, and she starts on the tees.
Are you thinking about it that you could beat
couldn't beat
Annika
Annika
Sorenstam?
Sorenstam.
You moron.
couldn't.
You're an idiot.
You couldn't.
Not today. At my peak.
Which was?
But at your peak, wouldn't she be younger too and closer
Yeah,
to
what's her peak?
Okay, you're saying your peak versus her now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
because
because
The answer's still no.
She's
From the same
crafty.
team, just
She's
the,
better.
Just the distance that
more
I have,
experience.
the distance advantage I would have.
Yeah, and then her short game would just destroy you.
Yes.
Sir, all these Scotty Scheffler's a better iron player than me. Okay, that's it. I'm a top 5 iron player in the world.
In the world.
The world.
I still say this though, Bobby.
I
You
want to know
can
who the other
start
3 people on that list
on
are.
the green, the furthest area away from the cup.
That's
and
the rules I
putt.
gave him. I
And-
said you could, and he would not break 80.
And she could start on the tees, and she would still beat you.
I mean, somebody told me yesterday they were like, even if it was just putting, like
Yes.
that if it was just putting, you wouldn't
You
break
would
80.
bogey more holes than she.
That's what we should. Well, I'll let you tee up on the green, and I'll play regular, and I'll still beat you.
Can we stop talking about this? Is a waste of time. Peyton, take
back
it.
to
Taylor Swift. Let's go ahead to Taylor Swift.
Kevin and Corey,
Or
one
Taylor
word
Swift.
to describe Jack Leiter's debut.
Stealing Sean's content. Wow. Okay.
Disappointing.
Pick the Mavs after this. Pick Mavs Clippers.
Disappointing.
Happened.
What?
Happened.
Tapping?
Oh, he said one word. It happened.
It happened.
It happened.
Oh.
It's happened.
Happened. Because you said one word. So, yeah, it happened
not
yesterday, and
familiar
that's
with
it.
that.
I would expect and anticipate him to go back to the minor leagues pretty quickly.
Whoa.
I feel like they're going to use him like Cody Bradford. And this was one of those stretches. If you listen to the pregame show yesterday, Matt Hicks is doing the interview with Bochy. And he did ask him about, hey, do you expect him to have more of these? Is he going to be up for a while? And Boch wouldn't commit. Like, he just was like, well, our pitching situation right now is what it is. We're kind of stretched out here. We needed to give this opportunity. And that's kind of what they did with Cody Bradford last year. So I would anticipate he got out there. I don't think whatever the success or failure was yesterday, it was going to change much of how they were going to use him, though.
But how long is Bradford going to be out?
Forever.
Oh, did you not notice that just then, Bobby?
No.
How
I
big
did
your
not.
head is.
Yeah, he set it up. Was that Reggie put it up there?
I'm not a rat.
Kevin, are you trading him already?
No. I don't.
Okay.
See, you made it this far. Might as well ride it out a little bit longer, right?
I will discuss
Are
a
you
little more of that
trading
in C block, Peyton. I
Well,
will
you can't
discuss
trade him.
that.
His value dropped after yesterday. So
Okay. So if he'd have pitched well, you'd have been like, time
Oh
to go.
yeah.
What did y'all think of what Bassick? Oh, you didn't get to hear it. Anyone want to recap what Bassick had to say on TV about Leiter versus what he's been saying on the radio about Leiter?
Oh, he thought it was just fantastic. Best pitcher ever, arguably.
No, gonna have a fantastic future
long
career.
Very long.
What has he said about Leiter on y'all show?
That he'll be a reliever.
Oh,
And what has he said during the breaks?
That's on Sean's podcast, the commercial break.
the commercial break.
So
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, yesterday on TV, he's like, yeah, and he's just gonna have a long, great long career. And I was texting the guys, like, look at this TV sellout. Look at this Bally sellout, Mike Bassick.
That is kind of sellout, isn't it?
It's definitely sellout.
Yeah.
And Bobby called it before. He's like, watch how glowing the praise is of Mike when it comes to Leiter.
Man, wouldn't you love to see him on the Mavs game then? Like when Dwight Powell was playing more? And see him be like, hey.
These are the type of guys you need to win.
Yeah, he's giving his all.
Yeah.
Like, that's all he would
Athleticism, size. Dwight Powell has it all. Yeah, that's how it would go. 254 just texted and said, Bobby watches Handmaid's Tale and cheers for the dudes.
The Handmaid's Tale. That was the first good two seasons was pretty good.
couldn't watch that show.
After
Maybe nauseous.
after the spoiler alert, it was 10 years ago. After she said, no, I'm not going to leave this place.
Oh!
And she didn't get in the van. I'm like, all right, we're done here.
Okay,
Save yourself.
I want to jump back a little bit.
It was 10 years ago, Corey.
I don't know.
They have vans on that show?
He just sort of sarcastically threw it out when he went, spoiler alert, it was 10 years ago, because he's upset that he wasn't allowed to spoil Curb Your Enthusiasm's finish from 2 weeks ago. Isn't 2 weeks ago
I understand.
too recent?
I'm not upset about that. I totally get it. I think you have I don't even know what the threshold is of time. You got a grace period. It's 2 weeks is not it. I need more time to spoil that.
6-7 months?
Dude.
Yeah, probably.
The night of the Star Wars, like the newer Star Wars movie we were on,
Captain
and
Kirk,
somebody
yeah.
started texting in spoilers that night.
You were in Star Wars?
No, I wasn't. That'd be awesome. I would
That would
totally
be
be
awesome.
in Star Wars. But we were on air, and it was the premiere night, and people are texting in spoilers. I was like, "This is messed up, man."
Did you read them?
That is sorry.
Not on air.
Okay.
We read them, and then I was like, "I'm gonna have to turn this off for the night. This isn't cool at all."
Block more people than Carter.
I don't know how to do that. I need to learn how to do that.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Sometimes I want to block people.
But you like Caitlin Clark?
Is that Antonio Brown?
Yeah.
It was.
Right.
What a piece of crap he is.
I know. And wasn't he still like
Taylor Swift should write a song about him.
Oh,
That'll teach
you
him.
have to take it back. Taylor Swift.
Bet she will.
What's your favorite Taylor Swift song, Bobby?
Anti-Hero's a good song.
It is a good
It
song.
is
How's
a
that
good
one
song.
go?
That's that, what is it? Yeah, she's laughing
I'm
up
the
at us
problem,
from
it's
hell. That song.
I was really hoping you guys would all come together for that. That didn't really
No,
happen.
Choppy
I'm the
knows.
problem. It's me.
Yeah, I mean, I know the song. But Choppy was in front of Tay before anyone.
I like Taylor. I like Taylor. My kids are not into it. Not into Taylor Swift at all. It's not raunchy enough. They are into NLE Choppa and Moneybag Yo. They're into all that. And I love it. It's great.
What do you think is the
hilarious.
crossover of audience between Moneybag Yo and
Taylor
Swift?
This man right
Me?
here.
I'm it. I'm the crossover.
You're where
I'm the
you're where
crossover.
the
Yep.
charts intersect. That's amazing. Because we were talking about it. I saw some headline on Yahoo, and it said Taylor Swift releases new album. Israel bombs Iran and the NBA playoffs. And I was like, how many people care equally about those three things? They're like, I care the most about all of those.
See, I have Avery and Carter who they're like, "Hey, have you ever heard of Big X the Plug?" And I'm like, "All right, yeah." So I'm like, "Okay." So I got this, and then I got Lucy, who is Taylor Swift 1,000%. And whenever I put that on Disney, and I'm like, "All right, Lucy, here we go," she's in the living room just singing the concert, and I'm just like, "This is the best. This is the coolest thing to see her. She knows all the words. She loves it. I can't think of anything better than seeing my daughter happy."
Corey, real quick, what's coming up on the program?
We got Stephen Jones joining us at noon today.
Oh,
Wow.
Are you asking him my question? Did Bobby tell you?
I haven't
No.
told him yet. I'll tell him when we get off the air.
Oh,
Yeah,
What?
you got pissed at us last time.
who?
We got you.
Steven.
For
We
what?
did- I think
That's not what I said.
I think we did a pretty good job of being bad cop, and
You guys went
Pop.
viral. You went national.
that's what we do.
The question I have for you gets you even bigger.
Let's go.
Bigger.
I'm excited.
You have to.
Jerry Payette asked that one too, Sean.
Olive Garden?
Yeah.
Is Steven like that?
I don't know.
I got a question that I've been trying to get out there, but we'll discuss it off air. It's about
It's
Olive Garden.
the best midday show in the world.
Thank you.
KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next with Stephen Jones on 105.3 The Fan.
Well done.
Hey, miss anything on Sean? you're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday.
Shout out to Bobby.
877 for shutting that door. 881-1053, franklinfirm.com. If you want to get involved in the conversation, you have me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and Reginald Atatula joining the show. And by the way, Bobby just messed with a thermostat with a mischievous grin on his face. You think he went way cold or way hot?
I think hot.
Okay.
But that's fine by me because I'm wearing shorts and flip-flops today because it is Free Fun Friday, baby. So, yeah. And you like that, Reggie?
Do you not always wear shorts and flip-flops?
Look, man, I did get into this business.
Okay.
So that I could wake up a little later, which still hasn't quite worked out because of the kids.
Uh-huh.
And kind of show up and dress in whatever I want. If you're in TV, you have to wear a tie. And who likes that? Who likes
change your opinions?
Yeah, and change your opinions and wear a tie. And change your opinions. Who wants to do something like that?
I'll do the tie part.
You like fashion, though. That's part of your attitula, is fashion.
Do you just make my last name a verb?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, like, I'm wearing cargo shorts, all right? And I think you would say cargo shorts, bad decision. But do I care? I'm a dad of 3. No, I don't care at all.
See, I think you care a little bit, though, because you told me your dream was to come in, I think, in a bathing suit and flip-flops every day. And I was like,
suit and flip-flops.
I was like, that's fine. I'm not going to judge you
To
for
what
that.
end?
What do you mean, to what end?
Like, for what reason?
Comfort.
I love...
Bathing suit is the most comfortable thing you think?
Here's my ideal life, Reggie. Wake up naked, all right, obviously, and roll out of bed, put on swim trunks, all right, because I was naked before, and get into ocean water or pool, all right? That's my ideal life. That's retirement for me. I'll do that every day, and I'll be happy.
Dallas-Fort Worth?
No, I mean, obviously, I would need an oceanfront
you hear
property.
that? He's trying to leave.
When I retire, retirement, which is going to be around 75 because of things. So
Politics?
That's the. I don't know how much it has to do with the pipeline, but the the pipeline's the reason we have to pay so much gas prices. Kevin, do you not know how this works? Gas prices $3.49 a gallon.
I am not getting involved in that right now.
All right, so then what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about. Well, let's try to make it feel positive at first. Let's go to cut number 1, where it feels super positive.
And the count at no balls and 2 strikes. This pitch on the outside corner for a called third strike. And the Jack Leiter contingent behind home plate goes wild. That's a great way to start.
And he did look very good in the first inning.
Yep.
After that, it was less good. But the Rangers still won.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of complex feelings about the game yesterday. Like, clearly Jack Leiter didn't do very well, but the offense started to come alive. Thankfully, Detroit forgot how to do a rundown and play defense. Shout out to Tavares on that one. On the rundown, not the defense part. And the Rangers still won. He got out of a rundown. I always think that's neat.
Do you?
I do. I think the rundown in general is a fascinating play because I love the teamwork involved. But then when Tavares can just go whoop and just duck under the tag, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's athleticism right there. Not everybody's that quick twitch as Tavares was in that moment. That being said, he also had a significant miss in the outfield that cost some extra runs. And that tacks on to Kevin. That tacks on to Jack Leiter probably could have gotten out of yesterday only giving up 4 runs.
Sure.
And then you add that to it, it looks even worse. If you'd have gone, all right, 4 innings, 4 runs, decent outing, he probably was going to go back to the minor leagues anyway. I still think this. I'm very serious. I think that yesterday he was brought up because you're kind of in this stretch where you're trying to find pitching. You're trying to figure out a lot of it. He probably goes back anyway. If you listen to the pregame show, Bochy would not commit to him staying up. And it was more about where they are with their rotation and what they're trying to figure out there. But they wanted to give him the opportunity. That being said, he goes out and pitches 7 innings scoreless. Bochy's probably going with the hot hand for a while.
I agree.
I expect him to do that, but that moment right there makes it look even worse. There were some moments where Jack Leiter had he challenged right down the middle of the plate, and I think he's
a bad idea.
He could do that. He could do that in the SEC, right? Like he could do that whenever he was in college. He could I'm going to throw 97, and guys like Spencer Torkelson are like, I've seen you 3 times now. I know what your 97 looks like. Bam, and then he's out of the game. Earlier, also, I don't know how much you were listening to what happened before the game, but Jack Leiter was probably spent himself before the game.
What do you mean?
He did not sit down from the moment he got to the park until he went to the mound. And Kevin, you know those pitchers like to sit on the couch the entire they're like, don't talk to me. I'm just sitting on the couch. I'm going to be here.
Right.
This dude was up. He was so amped up to pitch.
Which makes sense for your major league debut.
And then he gets through that first inning. It was beautiful. That first batter, too, was amazing, right? 3-pitch strikeout. See you later. Maybe got a little bit of help from the umpire on that one. That's fine. I'll take it. But after that first inning, when he gets into the second inning, I think he had spent a lot of his energy trying, just being up and moving all day. And that being said, that's what his dad was, right? Al Leiter was one of those kind of guys that was always up and always energetic and moving and very amplified as a pitcher. I think that Jack kind of had a little too much of that and then didn't have enough of it to make it through the rest of the game. That's just a learning experience that I have for him that I'm hoping that he can utilize.
From the 972, I think Leiter deserves one more start. Baseball's hard. Give him another shot. I just don't know if it'll come next, right? I definitely think he'll get more starts this season. Just don't know if this was just kind of a spot, as we discussed with Jared a couple days ago, to kind of build back in that extra day of rest for the other starters. So I do think he'll get another start. I just don't know if it'll be in 4 or 5 more days.
Would you say that you felt like he was ready to come up? Because
yes.
Okay.
I do. I understand the question. I really do. And I understand probably necessity facilitated some of that. However, one of the things that we talked about a lot during spring training is what did he need to work on? As simple as this: control. Although I guess you could just say it one time. And he looked a lot better with his control in spring training. And then in his essentially 3 starts, I realized one of them was a relief appearance behind Lorenzen, but essentially his 3 starts, 14 1/3, 3 walks versus 25 strikeouts. I think they were like, hey, go do it for me in some actual more competitive games. I think so, because I actually thought there was a shot as the spring went along that he would make it into the bullpen breaking camp. So I do think he was ready.
So then how do we then look at his performance from the control perspective? Because I know that if you look at the look at the box score, it's just like, oh, this was bad. But watching the game, it felt like it was very roller coaster. There was obviously the first inning. The second inning was, the control got really bad. He's throwing into the other batter's box. But then I thought he got a rein on it pretty good. And ultimately, he had a good amount of swing and miss in this. You saw the ways that he could control it when he's on. He just had an extended period in the course of this where he wasn't on his control.
I was happy to see him come back out in the 3rd inning and do his thing there.
After the second inning, Reggie, you described as what again?
I don't even remember the word. Yeah.
But I do. That's another part of it is I'm looking forward to the next start, and hopefully, because if you heard the audio, he's like, "This I wasn't good enough. I have to be better." All those things, I get it. But
I'm going to go out for Tavares and be like, catch the damn.
But I hope he goes back and do you have that cut from him talking about his first big league start?
I do.
Cut 4.
A lot of frustration. I know I'm better, and I need to be better, and I will be better. And that's kind of the frustration, is some pitches that I left on the table and some mistakes that I made. Just a lot of feeling frustrated. And obviously, bullpen's wearing it, and I didn't help the cause. So I felt bad that I did that to those guys, but I just wish I did a better job keeping the team with a favorable lead. 8 runs shouldn't be that close of a game.
He's right about that for sure. You guys go out there and put all the runs on the board. It shouldn't be that close at all. But Bochy said his expectation, because Kevin, we were throwing numbers out. Bochy's expectation was give us a chance to win the game.
Yeah.
And I still think, and after the game, you heard him mention the Tavares thing, and he said, Tavares will tell you that he should have caught that ball. I think if you walk out of that game 4 runs, 4 innings, you have a chance to win the game. Bochy's feeling pretty good about you. I hope the energy part, I really do think the energy part of it was something that once you go through the first inning and get out of it that way, how do you respond in the next inning? That's a learning process of going to the next stage and then extending that to 6 innings and being a guy that can go out there and know what your temperature is, know what your adrenaline level is, and how to maintain that through 6-9 innings. That's something that I'm really hopeful Jack takes from this. I hope he doesn't look at that and just go, well, that's nothing to think about. I want him to take something from that and say, maybe I can manage myself a little bit better for my next start. And whenever it comes to, was he ready for it? Did he earn it? That's what they did with Cody Bradford last year. We were all like, okay, it's Jack time. And they were like, no, Cody Bradford, this guy that's in AAA doing pretty decent. He's not doing great, but he's doing decent. We're going to bring him up and he's going to do his thing and we'll see how it works. And he wasn't amazing, but it was good enough to bridge the gap.
I do think he'll take plenty of lessons from that. I think you heard him say that exact thing. And I definitely understand people texting in who are upset about the defense, or specifically one person in particular on the defense.
Kevin, let's talk about it then.
Catch the ball.
You want to trade him?
Look.
You want to demote him?
We had a segment lined up. Yes to the second one. Actually, yes to the first one, too.
Ooh.
We had a segment lined up that was like under consideration pretty quickly after the season started. And it was, how long does Leiter Taveras keep his starting job?
Yeah, if you're not hitting, is your
Then you gotta be
is your defense enough to carry you?
Unbelievable
Right.
defensively. And so I'm not going to just say, hey, like, look at yesterday's game, get him the hell out of here. But if your defense is not unbelievable and you're just not hitting, I
agree.
I wonder if, I really do. I wonder if, first of all, they're like, hey, we don't have as quick of a trigger to pull on him as everybody else does because, you know, he helped us win the World Series and everything. Fair. I also wonder if the power void from Wyatt Langford to start slows down the process at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know they've shuffled them all in terms of left field, DH, center field with Carter in the mix as well.
That's a good question.
I wonder if Langford had already popped 5 or 6 home runs, if they're like, hey, he can learn while he's hitting all those home runs out in left field. We know Evan Carter can play center.
Or if he was hitting 60 doubles a game. You know, like
that I would agree with.
I would definitely say
that's a
he
lot of
deserves
at-bats.
How much of it do you think is that, or how much of it do you feel like is not necessarily having another guy that demands the DH spot? Because you can get Wyatt Langford's bat into the lineup pretty much every day, even without him being in the outfield.
Well, and then that's when you look directly at what happened with Foskey, right? Because he was going to be the guy who made logical sense. They were even getting him, because I know Jared Walsh has been doing the thing at first base as well, but they also worked Foskey at first base. So like, hey, let's see if we can maybe switch you out with Nate Lowe occasionally. And then unfortunately, he shows up for a second and he gets hurt, and then he gets moved to the 60-day injured list. And then you're like, okay, well, I guess maybe we'll give Davis Wenzel a shot. And I know that's still in progress, but I think that's a very valid point, is they probably thought Foskey was going to be the dude, and then he gets hurt straight away. Because in my mind, and look, Bruce Bochy has forgotten more about baseball than I'll ever know. But in my mind, I thought it's logical, if you still think you need pitching help, to try to trade Taveras, put Foskey at the DH, roll Langford out into left field, knowing that Ezekiel Duran can still do a whole bunch of stuff for this team. But the injuries, we've talked about the injuries for pitching. The injuries here have probably shifted some of that.
And I mean, that was definitely one of the reasons that before season, I was like, this is why you're keeping all these guys, all these outfielders. Injuries will happen. Things are going to happen that make you have to juggle. And you can't just count on, well, I got these starters. Taveras, he could have cost you yesterday's game. But then, as you said, Kevin, did he win the game for you yesterday with that duck tag?
No, it was an awesome play, though.
Did he win that game? How many runs did you win by?
2.
You only needed 1. He scored one of them.
Look, I told you I thought that was a really neat play. And by the way,
I mean, he had a couple of hits late in that game, which I mean speaks to the hitting, 5-game hitting streak, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Like we're starting to see that uptick, and I wonder how much him being 25, still having some development probably under him, also makes the organization look at this and go, hey, let's not be too hasty.
I mean, let's use Foskey, for example. I believe is the same age, if not a year older than that. And so, like, at least you can say with Taveras, like, I already saw it for the majority of an entire season. And yeah, I did see somebody text in the 5-game winning streak. It's hard to look at numbers this early in the season because if he breaks off, a 10-game hitting streak, the whole thing could change. But that did raise his average from 196 to 231. And if you're like, hey, give me more modern numbers, fair enough. It did raise his OPS from 573 to 609, both of which are not good. But then again, Wyatt Langford's OPS leaves much to be desired. It's tough this early in the season, but I do not want to ignore the 2 hits yesterday, the 5-game hitting streak. I took that as more of a overall statement about his offensive ability.
And Kevin, I know we were talking a lot about Tavares and Leiter's start there, but overall, you take 3 of 4 from the Detroit Tigers, who are a good team.
That's a good point.
In a time where you were like, oh man, this team's struggling a little bit, and you go and take 3 of 4 from them on the road. And I know you're now you got a big task in front of you against the Braves, but this team still is not where it needs to be by any means. Corey Seager's not, I don't think he's completely 100% Corey Seager right now. You're missing Josh Young. You got all these pieces that you're trying to figure out still, and this team was able to take 3 of 4 from a good team.
Can I give you one more quick Rangers note that I thought was really cool?
No.
Please?
Okay, sure.
Oh, yes. All right, so I'm in
Your
this
show, man. You do whatever you want.
Stop it. I asked a question.
It's my show.
I'm in
Clearly.
this group.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm in this group on Facebook that is really interesting to me called Sports Card Nonsense.
Congratulations.
And okay, well, they'll just,
that was sincere. What's up?
Okay, they'll just you
Felt very.
you got to push request and you're in. A group of Rangers fans were in Detroit and they made a deal with Evan Carter because I guess they had been talking back and forth. They pulled the Evan Carter Topps World Series 1/1 autographed rookie card. And Evan Carter was like, I want that card.
Really?
Yeah, which it's the only one. And it's his rookie and it's the World Series variant of it. And so
$1 billion.
You know what is really interesting about that? Because you would think hey, I got to meet Evan Carter before the game and I got some game use memorabilia. In the forum, that's the picture that was posted, meeting Evan Carter, game use memorabilia. And people are like, oh, that's it? That's a 1/1, man. And I was like, you did just meet the guy. But then he added, we also got some cash for it. And I don't know if he actually did or if he just wanted people to shut up and appreciate what a cool deal that was. But Evan Carter posed with them and the card and the autographed bat and autographed baseball. I just thought that was a really cool deal. And Evan Carter.
And now they're millionaires too, right?
I don't know about that.
Go live your millionaire style.
Fair enough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, did the previous Mavs-Clippers playoff matchups have any real relevancy to 2024? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
See Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Finney-Smith to inbound. Back to Doncic. Doncic pulls up, three-pointer. Bang! Bang! It's good! Doncic wins the game at the buzzer!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Do the previous Mavs-Clippers playoff matchups have any real relevancy to 2024? And I think this question is going to resonate because as soon as Corey heard this highlight and heard Finney-Smith, he looked like, hey, guys, I think we played the wrong audio.
I did. I was like, what is this, 3 years ago?
Now, it's a fair question because the Clippers have already beat, I want to say the Mavs, but people position it as they've beat Luka twice in the playoffs in 2020 and 2021.
Okay.
And so I get it. Everyone's like, hey, it's a third matchup between these two teams. But these two teams also have a lot of differences in them. Do you look...
Name one.
The fact that you have Kyrie Irving now.
Name two.
You also have Daniel Gafford.
Wow, he had that ready.
I felt like you would have gone with they have James Harden at the time.
I mean, but are they not having to manage his injury right now?
Are they?
Oh, no, that's
Kawhi.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kawhi also, yeah. He's listed as questionable for game one. It seems like it's trending in the direction where you'll clearly see him in this series, but who the hell knows?
Here's the difference to me. Paul George is 33. Kawhi Leonard is whatever age, he's 32 with 95-year-old knees.
I wish you would have said it.
Whatever age with 95-year-old knees. James Harden, while he still has, James Harden abilities, they are an old team.
Right.
And the Mavericks are they're a young team. I know Kyrie's not young, but Daniel Gafford's young. PJ Washington's young. They have young legs that I think they can stand up to this. The longer, I think you want to get done with this in 6. You really do. But the longer this series goes, I think the more it wears out the likes of the Clippers.
Okay. I like what you're saying here. 5 would be great too.
4 would be awesome.
Honestly,
sweep it in 3.
Honestly,
I agree. Actually, yeah.
If you win this series, this is one of the tighter betting line series in the opening round. But I was just looking at some stuff. Who are the starters that are left? Or who are the players that are left that started for the Mavericks in the last playoff series?
Luka.
And there's one more.
THJ, but he's not a starter anymore.
But he was at the time.
Fair enough.
One time, right? In the last meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, as you point out, one starter that's carryover and one player that's on the bench. Hell, I think even if you played the Mavericks in October, that is not particularly relevant to this series, let alone going back a couple years. So for storyline purposes, I definitely get it. It's like the Mavericks were up the last time 3-2 in the series in Game 7. Luka dropped 46 points. It was all-time amazing, and they still lost. I get that part of it, but other than that, like these teams are so different.
I will, if you're going to suggest, though, that something is there, Luka doesn't forget things,
which is great.
And just like who you are and what your jersey is, he's like, I still want to get you. So that is something that I will say Luka doesn't want to let this series go by any means.
Kevin, I hear the premise that's lodged within the question, right? The idea that maybe those series that happened years ago don't matter.
I feel like he set me up here.
However,
oh my goodness.
I think there's a couple of places where they do. One of them being Kawhi Leonard played what might have been his best playoff basketball in one of those series.
That's for damn sure.
And I think that makes it very evident that if he does play, when he gets to isolation basketball, I know that they've added pick and roll to their, what they're doing here with James Harden and whatever. If there's a situation where you have to go back and forth, you know that they're capable of doing it. I think this Mavs team is better at that, but you know that it's not just going to be something where you roll over another team in the fourth quarter.
Okay, can I ask you a question about that then? James Harden, you're probably like kind of keeping track on his health and how he's doing. And Kawhi Leonard, look, I'm not saying he's not going to play in game 1. I know they listed him as questionable, but he has missed some time leading up to it. The fact that 2 of those players are kind of iffy going into it, how much does that affect their effectiveness at that isolation?
I would want to say that affects it, but if Kawhi Leonard's on the floor, he's going to do those things. Like he's been managing these things for years at this point. Now, of course, that's meant he's missed games, but even in that last series, we saw him miss games, but when the games that he was playing, he still looked phenomenal. But I think that brings me to one of my other points. I started with the one that was less favorable for the Mavericks to get to this one. It still matters because Ivica Zubac is over there.
He can't do anything.
And
Luka's hunting.
The playoffs is about, you're going to get a lot of matchup hunting, and if that guy is on the floor, and he's going to be, if Luka Doncic can get to him, that is a place where, regardless of who else is on the floor, Luka Doncic is capable of making that dude dance.
They got to remember that, though, right? They're like, dude, we had to straight up pull you out of the last playoff series because of that matchup hunting. Do they still, do you still trot him out, or are you like, look, we'll give you like 5 minutes, but this went very poorly last time?
I mean, Ty Lue believes in his capabilities. And if you're going to allow the other team to completely dictate your roster in that way,
could be trouble.
Why are you showing up for?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with Gafford and hopefully Lively's healthy enough to get out there and play.
Supposedly the bounce back was good from the practice.
But with that, you're going to have to put a body on those guys. Otherwise, Luka and Kyrie, the rest of the team, they'll let Gafford punish you for an entire quarter. They'll say, that's fine. We'll dunk. We'll do this over and over and over until you try to stop us. And right now, it doesn't look like many people can stop that. But that's something that if I'm Jason Kidd, I'm like, all right, guys, they don't have a big in there. Go. And I don't know if that can be matched. The way the Mavericks have been playing on defensive end, I don't know that you can match back and forth with if you're the Clippers with what they could do offensively in the paint. That's where I would be concerned if I'm LA right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, as much as we talk about the Ivica Zubac on the perimeter trying to guard Luka, now also imagine putting him into pick and roll, and then you see how much Luka loves the vertical aspect of this game, just being able to throw it up there to the likes of Gafford and Lively. I imagine Ivica Zubac is going to be sick because he's going to be like, all right, I kept him in front of me. Wait, why is he throwing over my head?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Crap, they have guys that can do that now. I appreciate that. I'm excited about that. I want to stay on the perimeter, though.
Okay.
Potential fatal flaw for this Dallas Mavericks team. I appreciate all the things that they can do. They've been playing great. They have not been shooting well from three for a while. And I asked this question. I know this is a weird question. Is Dante Exum going to end up being more important than potentially anticipated? Because PJ Washington, I'm not saying take PJ Washington off the floor. He has struggled.
I think I heard him say that.
No, that is not what I'm saying whatsoever.
There's masterpiece of the week. You might hear you say
Definitely not what I'm saying. Derek Jones is shooting a career best from three, but still not particularly effective. You know what you're probably going to get from Luka and Kyrie. Exum, he doesn't shoot a ton of three-pointers, but he has been remarkably efficient with the Mavericks at shooting three.
We saw it the other night. I think we've seen it multiple times this season. Late in the fourth quarter, Exum's on the court, and when everybody goes to Kyrie or when everybody goes to Luka, Exum's the last option, but he nailed it. And he's made them, or did he miss like 4 in a row before he finally hit that one? But then he's become more clutch along the stretch here. I think that he's going to come up big in this series.
And I think they're going to force him to. It seems like, obviously, if you're looking at Kyrie and Luka in front of you, you say, let those other guys beat me. And we've seen teams, even though Exum shot, 50% from three, which is an incredible number on low volume, teams still left him wide open. Like, if you're going to knock down the shot, that's fine, but we're going to handle these other things. And I imagine the Clippers probably do something similar, knowing that Zubac is going to be called up to the table to account for his ability to handle Luka Doncic. I think they're going to maybe pack it in and say, if PJ Washington knocks down shots, if Dante Exum knocks down shots, that's cool, and we'll adjust afterwards. So those guys are going to have to prove it early on in the series that they're knocking down shots.
I'm telling you right now, and this is probably a multi-series problem, if PJ Washington and Dante Exum are knocking down shots, I'm very excited to see how the other teams adjust to that.
Yeah, good luck, rest of world.
And like where that leaves you exposed.
You know what they do? They go under the skirt of the ring and they pull out a steel chair. Like it feels like you have to go to cheating at that point because I don't know what else you got.
Ladder match.
I thought you would appreciate
You
that.
got to hope that LeBron is throwing the powder not up in the air but in the referee's eyes.
Yeah, you drink the Gatorade.
That's right.
Spit it in their face.
I get that.
The mist.
I do get that.
I think
now,
it's the Miz.
Corey, this is from Zach in Frisco. I believe you will approve of this. For the 469, guys, I love the show. I listen every day. Can I get a shout out from our birthday? It's today.
Yes.
And he's 42.
Good. Hey, dude. Congratulations, man.
Nice.
I've been 42 for almost a year now.
We also would have accepted happy birthday, Zach.
Yeah, that would have
probably
worked a little bit better.
Kind of.
I really feel like I missed the mark on that one. Yeah.
Looking
I was just trying
for-
to share a story. There's 2 points of conversation. You listen, ask more questions, or you listen and then you talk. I was just trying to share a story that had, you know what? I need to be better at asking questions and acting interested in your life, Zach. My apologies.
Because you were being, was he being the third kind? I know you're talking, but I'm just waiting for my time to talk again.
That is kind of part of the second kind. Like it definitely is. I'm going to share a story that's related to what you're talking about.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good news, everybody. Nobody can stop him in this next segment because it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Major.
I have to go find a story for that. Next on the Fan.
I know you're like me and Eric and you're cashing in big on Prize Picks. And if you're thinking, what the heck is Prize Picks? Well, it's only America's #1 fantasy sports app. Over 3 million members. Easiest.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got the most Silverados and more Silverados rather than anyone else. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to you guys. Best radio show of the day right here. Thank you very much, though I do love all the shows on our station. Reggie, I'll give a shout-out to you if you can tell me who plays this song right here.
I'm pretty sure it is Avril Lavigne.
That is incorrect. That would be the Butthole Surfers.
Can you say
now it's time for Baseball Buckets
Your
with Corey
attention,
Majors.
please. Ladies and gentlemen, now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. Thank you, Kevin. And back to what Reggie just said.
I don't know what I said.
You could probably.
When he asked if you can say that on radio. That is a song that was played during our 90s era.
Yeah.
All the time on radio.
What's a radio?
You're on it right
You're
now.
literally on radio. right
What?
now. And Twitch. And YouTube. And the Odyssey app.
That's right.
That song was played constantly back in the day. And every time they got done with it, they would say, and that's the Butthole Surfers right there. Next up, No Doubt. You know, something like that. So yes, I think the answer is, in that context, you may say that.
You just wanted to say it again, right?
I'll admit, I was very nervous the first time I said it on radio too, but then I came to grips with what I just told you and made it a lot easier. Kevin, have you ever heard of Logan Webb?
Yeah, YouTuber, does wrestling.
That's Logan Paul.
Ah.
Right. Do you have a...
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, a really average quarterback out of Cal. I think he played at Tech as well.
That's Davis Webb.
All right. One more joke here before we go.
We don't have enough people.
All right. I was going to go with Logan Stankhoven.
Ah.
Or...
I don't know if I would have gotten that one off of Logan Webb, but I
or
like
maybe you could even have gone with former dunk contest champion Spud Webb, Kevin.
Or, you know, the real name of Wolverine.
Oh, Logan. What's his last name?
I think it's just Logan.
It's Logan.
Yeah, it's Logan.
Oh, neat.
That's what it says on the movie thing. It was the movie was Logan, right?
Yes.
It wasn't Logan Wolverine. It was Logan. So get with the picture, man. Are you looking it up right now? What's his last name? Does he have a last
His
name?
real name is James Howlett.
That's not Logan at all.
And then it was James Logan Howlett.
Logan was a nickname?
This is kind of rocking.
I feel like we could have gone better there.
Yeah,
you know?
Wolverine was a nickname.
This is kind of rocking my world a little bit.
From the 432, Reggie, last night's Bring the Hate segment was lit.
What an awesome segment.
Why don't we do that on our show? Can you bring
their
that?
show.
Man,
can't steal it.
I want to steal Reggie.
Yeah, if you have anybody that you want to see their sports demise, we can talk about that.
I like this. I like it. All right. Logan Webb is a pitcher for San Francisco, Kevin. And you might be asking, why are you talking about Logan Webb? Logan Webb is currently 27 years old.
Okay.
He was my pick for Cy Young in the National League this year.
Okay.
He pitches for the San Francisco Giants.
I picked Spencer Strider. That pick is going less well.
I think you're going to be all right.
Yeah.
Sure, the Rangers are going to go up against him tonight or something.
Nope.
Oh, man. Jack Leiter is 23 years old, correct?
Yes.
Logan Webb was 22 when he got his first start. He was a high school pick.
Okay.
All right. He was one of those high school picks. His first start, and then he was drafted in the 4th round by the San Francisco Giants. Went through their system, and then he got his first start when he was 22 years old, in 2019. He had 8 starts that year, 39 innings pitched. He had an ERA, Kevin. What do you think his ERA was?
6.2.
What? 6.2? Sounds good enough to me. It was a 5.22.
$1, Bob.
Yeah, lower than you would have think. The next year, thought he had 11 games, 5.47 ERA. It went up. All right,
Yeah.
at 23 years old, 5.47.
It's a little rough.
The next year, he's 24 years old. He's got 21 starts under his belt, because 8 plus 11 is 21, I believe.
That is incorrect.
19 starts under his belt. 3.03 ERA.
Ooh.
With 158 strikeouts.
Okay.
Is that good?
I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next year goes 15-9, 32 starts, 2.9 ERA with 163 strikeouts. The next year, 3.25. Last year, 216 innings, 194 strikeouts with a 3.25. He goes 11-13. The Giants weren't as good last year, and
if you get a 3.24 ERA, I'll live with it.
last night he retired 19 straight Diamondbacks, and San Francisco's on their first 3-game win streak of this season. He is a pitcher who has kind of been, there were expectations as he was growing into the system that he would turn into this kind of a guy. But again, Kevin, I look at the age there, and it wasn't until 24 years old that he got he has a ERA under 5. And so when I'm looking at Jack Leiter's start here and how much more I still think he has to learn, and how when Mike talks about the difference between AAA ball, high A ball,
Sure.
and college baseball, it's a completely different animal. And then you make that jump and that step to be a starter in Major League Baseball. Again, go back to Spencer Torkelson. I can say that name correctly. How many times, by the way, yesterday were you listening specifically to see if Mike would F that name up?
That's fair.
Okay, all week I've been waiting to see.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that.
Because Mike always says Spencel Torkelson.
Yeah.
Spencel Torkelson.
Yeah.
I don't know why he can't get it together, but I was just waiting, and I wanted to hear if Dave Raymond would be like, Mike, we got to have a talk about this.
Oh, were you rooting for him to fail?
Not to
That's right.
fail, just to
Absolutely.
be Mike. I
100%.
don't want Mike.
You were rooting on his sports downfall.
No, I want Mike
man.
to, because I think one of the things that our Tolos love about Mike is Mike, right? Whether he fails or not, he's just going to do his thing anyway. So, but the one thing that you could see there was, again, he challenges him with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and Spencer Torkelson says, I've seen you 3 times today.
Right.
I'm driving this one into the gaps.
Right.
There's still a lot for Jack Leiter to learn, is what I'm trying to point out here. And I'm using Logan Webb as a point of, I'm not saying they're going to be the same.
Okay.
Because again, Webb was a 4th-round pick out of high school. Jack Leiter, I think the anticipation was, son of a starter, son of a great starter. And he should turn into something special.
Number 2 pick. Yeah.
So I think I am, while we were kind of tossing around Leote's, future there, I'm perfectly fine sending Jack Leiter back down to the minor leagues, letting him think about, revisit some of the stuff and work back on it. Hey, look, man, pitching 6 is different than pitching 3, pitching 4, pitching 2. You got to go out there and you got to do it, and you got to do it consistently. Now, go show me what you learned while you were up for the few days that you were up, whether it was how you studied, how you prepared for that start, and now go dominate in the AAA. And so that's what I'm hoping. Again, Logan Webb was a prospect that they were excited about, and has turned into a very good pitcher in the conversation. Last year was 2nd in Cy Young voting in the National League, and he was my favorite for this year. But he's built differently. They're 2 different guys. But I think that, again, just give some more time to what Jack Leiter has in front of him. He's still very young, still has lots of opportunity before him. Do you have any questions? You look like you have a question.
No, I didn't know how much we could get into it here. There is a lot of information and feedback about the name Logan.
Okay.
We might have to set this to the side and discuss it at another point, but a lot of people have information about all of this.
All right, then the next phase is looking forward real quick. We got the Braves tonight and the Braves this weekend, and the Braves are a team. If you heard Mr. Foss this morning on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton, he said they can outscore their problems at pitching, and that's what the Rangers still need to learn, be able to outscore their problems at pitching. And that's where this series is going to be a tough one because you're rolling pitching out there this weekend. Your fingers crossed most of the time. And then you're like, can we score the runs, the runs that we need to?
I just want to say for the record, I think we as a station have dropped the ball when it comes to Alex Faust. We had this discussion because his PR person or the Apple PR person or whatever, they reached out to every single one of our shows.
Correct.
Even to get right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think, and we discussed this in our station text. I still think it would have been an amazing bit to either book Alex on all of the shows and ask him all the same questions, or have an interview competition where we brought him on all 4 of the shows and see who could get the best interview out of it.
So here was my feeling. If he went on Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton this morning, all right, and then
that's a mouthful.
He got onto our show. Maybe because he was on at 8:10-ish, 8:05. And then he gets onto our show at, let's say it's 10:20, all right? And we ask him the exact same questions. Is he going to realize that he's already been on this station today? Or is he going to be like, doesn't matter, it's the Rangers area, I want to give would he give the exact same answer, or would he change it up just a little bit? I wanted to do this. I really think we should have done this.
Do you think he was doing a whole car wash, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
you would have to have enough other stations in between for him to kind of be just in a daze.
Well, I think the thing, though, is that is Apple TV's game tonight.
Yeah.
And so I'm betting he's only doing Atlanta and Texas media. And so he would, but again, that's where I'm at is that would have been so much fun.
Question in Texas.
Yeah,
today.
you guys really do want to know a lot about Wyatt Langford's doubles. I don't know exactly what, but I also think, Kevin, that we all should have asked one specific weird question that he would be like, that's the 3rd time I've gotten this today. How do y'all, where did y'all get this information? We're like, we're the same station, bro.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Missed opportunity.
Dang it.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's official prognostication time. What are your predictions for Stars, Golden Knights, and Mavs Clippers? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. This was going to be an official prediction for the Mavs and the Stars. It might change to just my disappointment with what happened for the Stars last night, and that's reflected by what I originally put out in my run sheet. But it's also a shout out Friday from the 682. Can I get a shout out? Birthday shout out to Mia. Her birthday is tomorrow. She turns 7 on 4/20.
Plays it.
No, she is 7. Maybe
Do you have
later.
to fire it up? I mean, there's so many options now.
That's true.
There's and so I do wonder if that has the same connotation. Like because a gummy's going to hit, an hour later, 40 minutes in.
But can you say 420 and take a gummy?
Because 420 is the best time to smoke, is what they say. All right, that was the idea behind that was, hey, it's 420 and everybody goes, right? So, but if you're not, if you hit the gummy, that's going to be 40 minutes. It's already 5 o'clock by then. I don't know if it does the same. It was something about the sun and the planets, Kevin. So I have questions about that, but.
Honestly, I just like saying Blaze when people say 420.
Oh.
Just like when people mention a certain number, I like to let you know that it's nice.
And also, maybe this person wanted to play this birthday clip for his daughter.
Crap. Happy birthday.
I gave you enough time where you could clip it off
birthday,
before.
Mia.
I did want to ask a question about one of the texts, Kevin, from the 254. Man, I listen all day, every day. I'm your number one trollo, LOL.
Oh,
so
I like
here's
that.
the thing. So we have YOLOs and we have TWOLOs.
We got Trollos.
Do we have Trollos also? Is this a new thing that I didn't know about?
No, you're
That's
familiar.
that one candy, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you pull out the little thing with the copper wrapper. You undo it. I lost what I was looking for.
Yeah, it really lost
Shut
its
up.
steam
Shut
there.
up. I know that. I already said that. Shut up. and then it's chocolate and caramel.
Dang, dude.
Sorry, you're right in the
doesn't
sight
even
path
yell at Mike like
of
that,
where
Reggie.
Mike sits, and so I'm just
Yeah,
used to
I felt
turning
that
my head
energy.
this way.
No wonder Mike left.
To tell somebody to shut
He's
up.
like, I'm gonna go to Detroit, get away from this guy.
Makes a lot of sense. Even Atlanta, you
He'll be
know?
back on Monday.
What?
Probably.
Do you really think he's coming back Monday?
Yeah.
You
That didn't
really
sound convinced.
You really think Mike after
yes.
going on this trip,
Yes.
he's playing golf right now, is like, you know what? I can't wait to be back in that chair next to
think
Kevin.
He'll be back, and I think we should start a new segment called Counter Program Mike, where he gets to respond to all the things TV Mike said and how he disagrees
Mike,
with that.
is this your real thought?
Yeah,
Did you play it? And
I'm
he's
telling
like,
you.
"Ooh, man,
Yeah,
I really said
I would
that."
love for that to be a segment. For the 940, can I get a shout out to my wonderful fiance, Macy? She's working from home and is nice enough to bring my forgetful self the lunch I didn't bring to work today.
Okay.
Nicely done, Macy. Congratulations on y'all's upcoming nuptials. I want to talk about the Stars a little bit here. We'll get an opportunity to dive into the Mavs a little bit more as well. I am displeased by the results in the NHL last night. Specifically, 2 results. All the Las Vegas Golden Knights had to do was win against a crap team
Okay.
to ensure that the Stars would play the Kings.
Who, the Ducks?
Or, yes, or all the Kings had to do, they played their own crap team. And they coughed up the lead in the 3rd period, only to pull their goalie, tie the game with about 1 minute and 20 seconds left, which reassures they overtake Vegas, which means now it's Stars and Golden Knights in the 1st round. Do you think I'm overreacting because the Stars are the best in the West and they still might be the best team in the entire NHL? And so you can play whoever, or are you also concerned with me about having to play Vegas as opposed to the Kings?
So I was listening. Man, it's interesting. Alex Faust has a lot of information about baseball, but he's also a big hockey guy.
See, we could have had him on all the shows.
Yeah, and he had some really good thoughts on the Knights and Stone coming back and being, not maybe 100% Stone. Man, what a cool thing to be able to say about yourself. I'm not 100% Stone right now. I guess
just a little buzz.
Let
right?
other people say that about you.
That's the theme of the segment, Kevin. You established this.
This is supposed to be a birthday shout out for a little girl.
So I guess there is that part of that to go along with it. But Kevin, I really do think this Stars team is completely different. They went 2 different directions in my mind. The Knights and the Stars. The Stars look like they got better, and the Knights didn't go up to
early in
snuff.
the season. The Knights once again look like the best team in the NHL,
but they slipped off. So I have questions about, are they about to be a hot team throughout this playoff? I will look at your bracket you've been trying to look at all year.
Yeah.
Did we get the death pool? Like we got.
This is not my preferred.
Colorado
or Winnipeg. Look, Winnipeg is so confusing because they went from being the worst team in the NHL just in terms of losing streak to the best team in the NHL possibly going into the playoffs. Now they play Colorado, and I would theoretically think I still want Winnipeg to lose because I like that matchup better. But then again, the last time you played Winnipeg, you lost, and the last time you played Colorado, you won. So I have very conflicted feelings about the playoffs going in, except I know the Stars are awesome, but I also prefer the path of least resistance.
And that's where I am right now with the Stars. Again, I've been saying this, Kevin, this is the best part about being where I was a couple days ago. I don't care who you're bringing up.
I get
to me.
that.
I got to beat you anyway. So you guys, y'all are lining up to beat me is really what's happening here. And that's what everybody wants to try to beat the Stars because the Stars are the favorite right now. So no, I know last night was fun and maybe you're rooting for a good matchup here and there. But man, sometimes who was the backup center for Philly? Said we wanted the Knicks because they're the easier matchup for us, and I was like, dude,
is that Paul Reed?
Yeah, Paul Reed. Paul Reed said, yeah, we
Don't say that
we
out
like that
loud.
over the Celtics because the Knicks are the easier matchup. sometimes that could come back to bite you in a way you did not expect. So,
Kevin.
However, are you about to however me?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not concerned very much at all. Like I felt like this Stars team is pretty well balanced. Is really the thing that I keep coming back to.
Fair.
Looking at you have what 6 guys that scored 20 goals.
8.
Okay. Wow. I shorted them too. Right. Like.
Ooh. Actually, you know what?
Oh, you know what I did.
Let's see if you can make up for that.
Oh God.
Can you name the 8 players that scored 20 or more goals for the Stars?
I can name 3.
I can name 5.
All right, I'll let him do it.
All right. So obviously Jamie Benn, Jason. I should have started with Robertson. Robertson had the most points.
Did he?
Yeah. Didn't he?
Oh, you changed it to points then.
Yeah, that's why I was being correct, Kevin. That's typically what happens.
I appreciate that.
Gosh,
When Ramsey talks.
he was trying to pounce on me. Like I feel the mic energy. Am I mic now? Is that what happened?
Yeah,
I don't
because
like the
you're just in the
responsibility of being
path.
Mike.
Because of the path.
This is a lot.
You're right.
It's a lot.
I might need to take a gummy
But
and relax.
That's right.
You can have a lot of fun though.
Okay.
So if you
That's
want,
fair.
if you want to just derail something, Kevin can't control it.
I
you know?
like this possibility. All right.
You know I'm here for it.
That's fine.
Robo, Wyatt Johnson, Stankoven was up there. He wasn't. You said 8, right?
Duchesne.
Duchesne was that.
Yeah.
Are you guys combining forces now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duchesne is correct.
I already mentioned Ben.
Yes.
Marchment.
Yeah. Good call. Now I'm thinking defenseman because that was the number that I was when I said 6. I meant 6 defensemen, and now I'm thinking about defensemen.
Miro. Did Miro get? Did he get 20, Kevin?
I don't think he did.
Pavelski.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good one.
He's
Why
he's
did I
pretty
forget-
good. He's
what-
pretty good at hockey.
You're gonna kick
redirects and
yourself
stuff.
for at least one of these.
Of course, I'm gonna kick myself.
Did Sagan get 20?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that the one he would have kicked himself for?
No, I actually think it might be the other one.
Ottinger.
That is a name on the team.
No, yes, that is incorrect.
I'm not really standing up to the pressure right
Hints.
now. Yeah.
Oh, dang it. You should
Okay,
kick
man.
yourself. And me.
I'm gonna go do that right
I'll
now.
do it.
Okay.
Me too. I'll be back, Kevin.
So if you talk about, I'm sorry, Reggie, and I did to run that little quiz. I did jump in on your point. I apologize for that.
No, but
about how balanced their scoring
For
is.
sure, the scoring is balanced, and also like with the addition of Chris Tanev, like I think they're defensively much better equipped to handle more of these different styles of play. So it does feel like they're capable of winning in more than one way, or at least more ways than they were last year. So I'm in a better place, especially considering how well they played last year on the run that they had.
I agree. And if you just want to focus on the first matchup with Vegas, if you look at the scoring distribution, obviously the Stars can bring it from significantly more places in terms of getting goals. And then since Tanev joined the team, I believe their goals against has dropped by almost 0.9 a game, that is a staggering drop right there to 2.17-ish, give or take. So you feel good about that. And then we just had somebody text in. I'm missing it because there's a lot of text. Oh, yeah, here we go. From the 972, Avalanche fan. Dallas is the scariest team in the West, even though I hate your entire team. Y'all are going to do some damage.
Everybody on the team?
That's right.
Dude, there are a lot of people to like on that team.
Think about it. You just broke off 8 people that have scored 20 goals. You brought up Miro, Thomas Harley, Jake Ottinger. We just talked about Tanev. So now you're up to 12 people that you've already I think all of these players can make an impact. And we can go on. But the point is, that's a lot of players if they can make an impact.
Yeah, and there's 2 other things I'd like to kind of discuss if we have time for it. One is I like this: to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Woo!
I don't know if we've ever heard that phrase before, but I like it. It's a good phrase. I'm going to start using.
You should. Just don't do the rest of what he did.
I think the Stars need to have that attitude. We're the one. Like, I really think they need to have that attitude of we're the person you're chasing.
Fair.
Because for this reason, I think the Knights are going to try to do things to get under your skin. I mean, it happened in the last series. Jamie Benn got kicked out of that game, 4 minutes in, not even, because they were kind of already a little frustrated trying to show aggressiveness. So I feel like the Stars need to have that mindset of they're doing all this stuff. They're doing whatever they can to try and get to us. we can't let them know. We can't let it phase us. The king doesn't come down off of his throne for any reason. You guys are coming after us. So that's something that I hope they do. And then there was another thing, Kevin, that I wanted to ask because I just don't know.
Yeah.
Did Stars fans, did general hockey fans feel like Pete DeBoer was going to be able to do this again with the Stars? Because I think the general consensus is Pete DeBoer can get you to a place
to start,
and then it's done.
Yeah.
But can he revisit that spot again? I'm very happy he did that, and that Jim Nill put this team back out there. Now, obviously, playoff success is going to be a huge factor there.
That's a complicated question because, if you look at the track record of your coach, it doesn't always work out quite like this. And obviously, the playoffs haven't even started, so maybe it does work out exactly like this. But on the flip side, going into the season, there was a lot of steam on the Stars. And going into the Stanley Cup playoffs, there's going to be a lot of steam on the Stars. Somebody asked this question as well. They said, but why are we playing Vegas? They're not even the number 8 seed. Actually, I think under the old system, they still would have been the 8 seed. But remember, they switched it up. So you take the top 3 teams in your division. So we'll just use the Central. Dallas is C1, Winnipeg is C2, Colorado is C3. And then you take the best 2 teams outside of those top 3 pools, and they're wild card 1 and wild card 2. And you stay in your own division for the second round as well. So you won't necessarily advance to play the winner of 4-5. If the Stars win, they'll advance to play the winner of C2, C3, which is Winnipeg and Colorado. I understand that it's not everyone's favorite method of rolling out the playoff seedings, but
my brain still doesn't understand it.
And that's just where we are.
And you have a really good brain.
Here's what you need to know.
Top 10% brain.
If you play the Golden Knights, you will play Winnipeg or Colorado in the next round. Just focus on that for now. Because, I want to tell you, because then in the Western Conference Finals, you'll play a Pacific Division team. But not necessarily if Nashville just goes on a run. So, there you go. There's some information for you. You guys are telling me not to worry, so I will try not to worry.
Don't worry, dude. Look at it this way. Starting Sunday, DFW has sports every night but Thursday.
And you got the HR meeting that night. I shouted you out for that the other day with the draft, the glorified HR meeting.
Oh, yes. Okay. I was like, what HR meeting? I missed it.
Reggie was terrified. He was like, hold on, I haven't seen this email. When is our HR meeting? So, yeah, no, it's the draft.
That's right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NHL, or maybe the Coyotes, the Pirates, and Angel Hernandez again. Do any of these folks deserve forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a
$33.33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday, and I might have already ended up on this list because...
What about Bobby?
Dude.
He's a perpetual on this list. Like, he's just...
So every Friday we should just say, and Bobby too needs forgiveness.
Correct.
All right.
That is a fair point. I think Bobby's a funny guy. Sometimes, like, I really
Don't do that. Don't go that far into it. Just leave it at that.
Oh.
Bobby is Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby is Bobby.
I do ask this question, though, Kevin.
Do I think The Great Gatsby is trash? Yes. That's what has Carter upset with me.
The
And
book or
Reggie.
the movie?
The book. I didn't watch the movie because I didn't like the book.
You might like the movie.
Oh, because then I can be like, oh, book's not as good as the movie.
Oh, yes. Yes. Or you could say both of them are trash and then everybody can be happy. I've always wondered this, and I asked Sean recently, and I want to know what you think, Kevin. Do you think Sean is more frustrated working with Bobby or you with Mike? I don't know that we ever got a real answer out of it for you.
I think...
And now that Mike's not here. And
I
not
think
listening.
Sean with Bobby, because Sean still seems surprised by things when they play out the way that they do. And I'm not surprised. It doesn't help when I sometimes get frustrated, but I'm not surprised. But I was like, I can't believe you said that. I'm like, I absolutely can believe that you said that.
Okay,
Like,
that makes sense. So Sean keeps hoping for the best.
Yeah.
And getting
Yeah.
The result he gets.
Now, if you need to shame me for that, yes, I'm not doing a bit. I do not care for the book, The Great Gatsby. It's no Pride and Prejudice. That's right. Scholars of literacy. No, literature. That's what I wanted to go with. If you need to be upset about that. 877-881-1053. I'm not even looking over there. FrankelFirm.com text line. I got some questions. Do you want to start with the serious one or do you want to get to the fun ones? The serious one is fairly noteworthy.
I just want the listener to know. The serious one is to get it out of the way so we can have fun for the remainder.
True.
Deal?
True. The Justice Department is going to be giving $100 million to the about 100 victims of Larry Nassar for the FBI's failure to properly investigate reports of Nassar's sexual assault against American gymnasts and others. You would think that's bad enough, but like obviously he affected a whole lot of people per the Wall Street Journal. So people came forward, multiple people came forward. Nothing got investigated, nothing got done about it. And so I get it, like they're trying to fix it with money. I do not believe that fixes it.
I still don't think that's enough,
but
yeah.
I don't know. They also, in the original settlement with the legal cases against Nassar, they got $1 billion, but like where all of that money is coming from, I don't know.
Okay, I have a couple questions. I don't know if you can answer. Yeah, that's the question I had there. Where does the Justice Department get that money?
You, me.
Okay.
All is from y'all?
No, well,
good job, guys.
Taxpayers in general. Sounds like mostly from Mark Cuban this
Yeah,
year.
this is
fair enough.
This is our what we do with Odyssey, you know?
It's your one thing?
It's our one thing. Oh crap, I gotta do that. Okay, well, and I really don't have that much of a problem with that. Like I understand that part of it.
I will not give them any forgiveness because what purpose does the DOJ serve if not to like protect the people of,
it's a good
the
question.
citizens of this country? And
Yeah.
It's a really good question.
It's a clear failure of many people involved there. Obviously, like you would not have stopped the initial malfeasance of Larry Nassar, but there's clearly other victims that had to undergo things that they really shouldn't have because you did not pursue this early enough. So
Absolutely.
there's that. Obviously, we can get down to Michigan State at a state level of, where was the oversight in those things, but it really does stink. I'm happy to see that there's some level of attempt at reparations, but the fact that reparations are necessary really sucks.
The other question I had regarding that is, you remember the moment where the father was like,
yes,
hey, give me 5 minutes.
Yep.
Or 15 or whatever.
Yep.
And then they were like, sorry, no. And he was like, oh, well, I'm going to try anyway. And he went.
For sure.
Let's say, because this fallout show really does have
It's really good.
a lot of my attention right now, and one of the things behind it is how you can do how many different ways people try to accomplish things. Let's say that judge did say, all right, go ahead. There are a lot of people out there that anyway, no matter what, are like, hey, badass that dude even tried that. Would have loved to have seen it actually accomplished. There are a lot of people that feel that way. But I am kind of curious, would that have fed into, you know what, it's okay to do that then? And is that, like, I know we're kind of like, hey, judge, why wouldn't you just let him? But also, we probably shouldn't.
Off the bench, I'm sure.
I don't know.
It's tough because
I don't want people just to be like, you know what, I do get to take justice in my own hand. But that dude did too. That guy right there across that's sitting up on the stand there, he took justice into his own hands by touching my daughter that way.
For sure.
And so that's where there's a lot of gray area, I guess.
And I understand the counterpoint is, well, if you believe this, which I do, that there's ultimate justice coming for that person down the line. That's just really hard when your daughter or whoever is like saying, hey, I think my life is ruined, or it might potentially be ruined because of this. Now, somebody texted this in, and this was definitely on the list. The Colorado Rockies might need to ask for forgiveness because on a charter.
Oh my gosh. Is this real?
Yes. There's a video of it and everything. It is concerning that a member of the Rockies staff just jumps into the cockpit, or is it called the flight deck now? Whatever.
It says cockpit on this Denver Post story.
While in the air.
What are they doing? Like getting the pilots drink orders or something? Like, what's happening? I don't understand.
No, he was videoing the instruments and the pilots showing what they do and stuff.
Had some fun in the cockpit on our flight from Denver to Toronto. Thanks to the captain and the first officer of our United charter that allowed me this great experience.
The flight was at cruise altitude, but United put out a statement calling this, quote, a clear violation of our safety and operational policies.
We're deeply disturbed by what we see in that video.
Yeah, so I don't know what the next steps will be, but yes, I would argue that they do need to.
So you're saying
put up for this.
If I walked up to the cockpit, knocked on the door, and was like, or if all right, flight attendant. There's some amazing flight attendants out there. And I said, hey, can you take me up to the cockpit and knock on the door? And because I want to fly the plane.
Okay.
Or I'm going up there. You know what? I'm going up there just to get my wings.
I think the marshal would take care of you.
Do not go up.
How did he get up there?
Don't go up to a flight attendant and say, hey, I need you to take me to the cockpit.
I did not. I'm sorry. My apologies.
No,
I was not thinking that way. I was, okay, we're getting on the plane. Okay? Because usually the pilot's got the door open, right? And the door's open. I kind of poke my head in there and I'm like, hey, do y'all have one of those trading cards?
Yes!
And then I say, hey, while you're at it, if you don't have the card, you mind if I come up here later and just see how y'all fly the plane? Maybe even sit in your seat later? They're going to tell me no?
Yeah, because it seems like there's clear rules against this. And this is why, obviously, this is wrong. The part that I'm stuck on. Why are you putting evidence of your misdeeds on the internet? Like, what if, have we raised a generation of idiots?
Yeah.
Like, so many people are like, this is a thing that I'm not allowed to do, whether it's illegal or immoral or whatever. And they're like, hey, Snapchat, what's up, Twitter, Instagram, look at this. And I'm like, guys, we can see y'all.
The dude's getting clout in the clouds.
Yeah. And how's that going to work out for you now?
He's not getting punished.
And
sounds like those pilots are going to get fired.
By the way, is it just United where they have the trading cards? That's a thing where pilots have trading cards of themselves.
Yeah, I think it's just Delta. Is it Delta or United?
Delta or United?
Dude, it's an airplane place. Boeing.
That is a great point.
Somebody said just sneak them a note. So
yeah, I'm sure that'll go well.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
do that.
Give this note to the pilot. Don't do any of that.
My phone number's on it. Just text me back.
No, don't do that. All right.
To the flight attendant.
Let's go to the Pirates.
Male or female?
You said the pilots?
The Pirates.
Oh, okay.
I heard what you heard, though.
That's fair. All right. Do the Pirates need more forgiveness for which one of these things? Do they need forgiveness for Aroldis Chapman for getting suspended for a couple of games for, quote, inappropriate actions?
Like what?
He was getting into it with an umpire.
I've seen Bochy do that.
Well, I mean, he did get kicked out of the game. Or do they need forgiveness for being too powerful in batting practice? Did you see that Joey Bart, who had gotten released by the Giants, we talked about, did you pick him up here? He got picked up by the Pirates, and he was in the bullpen catching when he got hit in the head by a batting practice home run.
No, that's just part of it, man. You got to be aware of what's happening. You hear the crack of the bat, just pause for a second and look around. Although the pitcher's not thinking about that when he's throwing the ball. So I don't know, man. I think that this is just nobody really deserves forgiveness here.
Wait,
except for the hitter.
I mean, clearly these things happen simultaneously so much. Is this just like a freak occurrence, or has this happened more often than we realize, or at least like the threat of this happening?
I think it probably happens more than we realize. I just don't know how often the players got hurt, because the concern was they were like, Joey Bart sat out the last 3 games, and it might just be like that was the plan all along, or it might be because he suffered an injury when he got clunked like he was in Looney Tunes or something like that.
I mean, do you remember when we were at the old stadium and Beltre hit that bomb and we were like, oh my gosh, and I walked out there and just picked the ball? It could happen. Batting practice happens, bro. From the 4-3-2, I love this, and from now on, this is all I'm going to do. Do you call shotgun when boarding the plane?
Okay. That's a bad idea, just like
shotgun
from the 903.
Oh, crap, yeah.
This person says, I need forgiveness. Whenever you go on a plane, don't say the words, I'm about to blow up the bathroom. Don't ask me how I know.
You don't need me to forgive you. I imagine you got to forgive yourself on those hours of being detained.
All for a fart joke.
I don't think I've ever been detained.
I've been detained.
Yeah, that tracks.
I've been in situations where I was like, I should have been detained for that. I don't know if I have, though.
Good. That's nice.
Is it? Is it?
Is it not?
Don't I want to get the most out of life? I want to experience as much as I can.
I feel like our systems are failing. Detain that man. Next time you see Corey Majors, if you're out there and you're working at Love Field or DFW, when you see Corey Majors going through your airport, just detain him ahead of time. He's clearly done something wrong.
Thanks, Reggie. I appreciate you being on my side.
That's
man.
right.
Huh. This is a really confusing turn.
I say it because I care.
By the way, I'm going to bring up Angel Hernandez again because after he personally screwed over Wyatt Langford, he had another subpar game when he called the Padres-Brewers game. Even Ken Rosenthal was like, hey, you got to do something about this. And so poor game after poor game, lower percentage after lower percentage. I don't know if he needs forgiveness.
Reggie said detain that man. I'm sorry. I can't
Because you said you haven't lived until you've been detained. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the Commanders might suck, but they sure are efficient. Next on The Fan.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. We got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Dunze and Bernard. Penix wants to throw, looking downfield, looking, takes a shot. Rome Dunze! Did he hold on?
Yes, sir! Touchdown, Washington! Rome Odunze!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Let's start with a question from Corey.
I raised my hand, so obviously I had a question.
Yep.
We have Stephen Jones coming up here in about 15 minutes.
Correct.
Twolos and Tolos. How do you think it's going to go today? I'll hang up and listen. Kevin, how do you think it's going to go today?
Probably not great.
What?
Well,
are you still mad?
No, probably not great, because I was just going to bring this up, and I know, like, maybe people don't like this, but Clarence Hill with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram reported that Dak Prescott is cooperating and has met with the Dallas Police Department as part of the rape investigation.
Okay, yeah, that's part of it, right?
And I'm just telling you that factual information and not putting any judgment on it or anything else. Obviously, in addition, Dak Prescott has his own extortion lawsuit against the woman who has brought forth these claims. So, complex legal situation
and
update right
he's
there.
announced his date for his annual football pro camp.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be his wife?
No, I think he means the date as in the time concept, not who he's taking.
They really should come up
maybe it was his +1. I don't know.
Fair enough.
They should come up with different words.
The reason why I'm going to go with the time concept is because Tom Thumb and Albertson's Dak Prescott Football Pro Camp, in association with Procter & Gamble, man, that is a lot, is July 9th at South Lake Carroll. If you're interested in signing up, DakPrescottCamp.com. DakPrescottCamp.com.
The camp's presenting sponsor is Evermore, and the camp's event sponsors, Kodiak and Raising Cane's.
Man.
Anybody else?
That camp is going to be dope as hell.
It better be.
They got all these sponsors out there.
They better send you home with a player.
But in it, seriously, I'm confused by that.
Like as a parting gift.
You get a Carl Davis.
Yeah.
That kind of does check out. So
don't forget to take your overshow.
Honestly, I appreciate you'll get team photo, autograph, limited edition camp t-shirt. I appreciate that Dak takes the time and lends his name to stuff like this. Absolutely appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for bringing that up, Corey.
You're welcome. Wanted to talk about all things regarding Dak.
Let's go from that to, well, we're going to go to cut number 9 because the Lions, well, their new uniforms got leaked, and they decided to post a video of Alim McNeil, and I'll let him tell everybody how he feels about this leak.
Whoever leaked the uniform video, we appreciate it. We appreciate you ruining all the hard work we put in. Video coming soon.
And the Detroit Lions tagged this and said, you have disappointed him. And so definitely, I don't think he's lying. I just think sarcasm happening.
No,
right
he's a lion.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
You've bested me this time, Reggie. Let's go from that to Zay Flowers. The NFL has found that there is insufficient evidence to punish Zay Flowers for the domestic violence investigation that took place earlier this year. So we want to make sure if we're going to talk about it at the front end, you get the resolution to it. The resolution to it for the NFL is they say insufficient evidence, and Zay Flowers will be good to go.
All right.
Let's go from that to the Commanders. Hey, the Commanders have really locked in their stance on pick number 2. Adam Peters, their GM, said yesterday, we feel great about staying at number 2. Don't see a lot of scenarios where we trade down. Now, to go along with that, for their top 30 visits this week, they made sure to have in Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, and Michael Penix, all as part of the group they brought in. So they still might not be very good, but I appreciate the efficiency of which they're getting this done.
So you feel like they're going quarterback there?
I would be stunned.
They need quarterback.
If they did not take a quarterback.
They need quarterback, right? Like that's Sam Howell's not quarterback.
Sure.
They need quarterback. I do question, though, whenever you're asked about that at number 2, and you're like, you say openly, we're probably not trading down. Sorry. Like, have you given, like, did you take something away from an option that could exist though?
See,
is it, look, we need quarterback, doesn't matter?
I get what you're saying. I wonder if they look at New England, who's positioning it as, hey, maybe we don't take a quarterback. And they're like, all right, somebody else has already taken up that space where they're like, hey, our draft pick is for sale.
You know, the other part of that too, Kevin, is your fan base. You want to be excited about something? Have the debate about which quarterback you're taking. Look, that's our focus. We're taking a quarterback. Y'all know it. Get excited because we're about to have a new era of quarterback here in Washington. So we're not even messing around with the goofy stuff. We're just focusing on this alone. Which one are you going to be most excited about? And we're going to get ready to rock here in our draft.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I understand why people and how people could be excited about the quarterback. Let's talk a little bit more about the NFL draft, though. What position will the Dallas Cowboys take in the first round?
I'll ask Steven in just a few moments.
Okay.
He'll tell us.
Before that, if you had to guess, before he definitely
Offensive
tells you the
line.
answer. Offensive line.
Offensive guard.
I'll go tackle.
Okay. Well, good news for you guys. You can just bet offensive lineman.
Nice.
That is the favorite right now at minus 175
All right.
versus defensive line, which incorporates edge, and linebacker at 4-1. So a pretty big favorite right there. And by the way, if you're curious, the Cowboys taking a quarterback in round 1, 50-1. I kind of do want to ask that question.
We will. I have this, when it comes to that kind of a thing right there, because of Brian Broaddus and Bobby and Wolchuk in the station, how educated do you think Cowboys fans that listen to the station are about draft?
Last night's event felt like a triumph for the station. So
okay, I was like, oh no, is that a loss for us? No, it's a victory for us.
What? It felt like a triumph. That feels pretty positive.
I don't know that I know what triumph exactly means.
He was the insult comic dog for Conan. Now, in other news, what was not a triumph was Jason Kelce losing his Super Bowl ring in Skyline Chili. We didn't get a chance to bring this up the other day, but now he said, I legitimately lost my Super Bowl ring at this event in one of the pools. They couldn't find it. We still haven't found it. All that stuff's been thrown away. So I think we can safely assume my Super Bowl ring right now is in a landfill someplace in the Cincinnati tri-state area. And I did not think that would happen.
And is everybody out there in Cincinnati, they're like, we got to go find that ring.
I do think that would make for that's like the next national treasure.
Because if you find it, you get to go to the candy place, and maybe you could get that candy place after you're done.
Did you just make Jason Kelce into Willy Wonka?
Yeah.
How awesome would it be, though, if he was Willy Wonka?
I could see that.
Or like the Willy Wonka of beer?
Yes.
Ooh, I could see that.
I would totally go to that candy place.
In the meantime, he's working on getting a replacement Super Bowl ring. But yeah, he's like, no, it's gone. I lost it at the Skyline Chili event. It's probably in a landfill.
I would jump into that river of stout beers. Oh my gosh! All I can think
of
is
Are you just thinking now about beer Willy Wonka?
Yeah, beer Willy Wonka is the adult Willy Wonka. I love this idea. Thank you, Reggie, for that. I appreciate that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that thought today.
Are you going to look into procuring the movie rights? You should get with Carter about that. He knows a lot about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and that lineage of stuff.
I already want to punch the fan text. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Don't punch a computer, dude.
Okay,
that's just useful advice, I think.
Okay, I'll read this on air for everyone to hear from the 817. Will you guys have the guts to call out Stephen Jones for his ridiculous branding comment last week? Nope. No, you will not. So hey, I don't know if you missed it when it actually happened, but that is literally what we did.
How long after, though?
In the literal
in the middle of the segment.
Follow-up question to it was, you do get how when you guys talk about that, it's really agitating to fans. At which point, Stephen Jones essentially responded, that's not what I said. I said there's a lot that goes. So that happened within like 10 seconds, 5 seconds.
You can't back that up.
Yes, I can. We have the audio.
Are we going to play it for Stephen?
Now that is an interesting question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Upgrade the security of your home.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Odyssey app.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it's actually the KNC Masterpiece. And right now, we bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear us, Stephen?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, good.
Sorry, we just ran into a little bit of a technical snafu there. Our bad.
There you go. All good.
Now, we had the opportunity to talk with you earlier in the week, and we'll get a chance to talk with you next week leading into the draft and everything. I would love your perspective on this. You talked about, money down the line in terms of CD, Micah, Dak, everything like that. We haven't had the draft yet. What do you feel like y'all have accomplished thus far this offseason?
I think, at the end of the day, obviously our preparation for the draft's important. I think adding our linebacker was a big key for us. He knows Mike Zimmer's system really well. I think he'll be a great addition out there on the field in terms of what he can bring leadership to the defense. And then, I think adding, pieces here and there, getting our running back. And yesterday we're, still not through. We'll still do some work. But, you just have to be patient sometimes when you're not going to go out and, and be overly aggressive with the dollars. As I mentioned, certainly we've got a lot of dollars earmarked for the three guys that I mentioned the other day.
How much does bringing Mike Zimmer in change your approach to what a Cowboys defensive player looks like? Because it feels like every level kind of changes in some way.
It does. I think anytime you bring in a new coordinator, you're going to have changes. And certainly Mike brings an edge. Coaches in a different way than Dan. Dan was very successful in the way he did it. I think Mike Zimmer's been very successful in this league with the way he does it. And certainly philosophically, I think we'll have more of a three linebacker system rather than a two linebacker and a three safety system, which is really what Dan preferred. And, I think the other thing is we'll probably look to be bigger and stronger in the middle. I think obviously, our Achilles heel, I think the last 2 or 3 years has been stopping the run. And I think Mike will bring an edge and a philosophy that should help us improve in that area.
Does that also include then needing to invest more capital in that specific area?
Yeah, I think obviously I think what the philosophy Zim brings to the table, I think fits what Mozzie did, which obviously we have a lot of resources tied up in Mozzie between what you pay a first-round pick and using the first-round pick. I think he fits more into what Zim does than maybe, what Dan was trying to get out of him. So I think that'll be a big plus for us. And then, as we move forward, we'll see what the draft brings in terms of what falls to us and, how we allocate our resources there. But we really like the defensive side of the football. I think Zim, has come in, taken a look at our personnel. We really like our personnel on the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, we lost a couple of starting offensive linemen that we've got to look at. And obviously, we lost Tony Pollard. And we're still looking, at that situation in terms of upgrading that as we move forward.
There's always talk about best player available in every single round. I was really curious if you got into a scenario where the best player available on your board in the first round even was a quarterback, would you pull the trigger on that, or would you consider that, even though that's not among the needs you just listed?
Yeah, I just think all those are things that you look at as you move forward. It's hard to get out front right now and see what might be there, but certainly, we'll go through all the different possibilities that may happen as we move into next week. Obviously, we've been hard at work getting our board put up and really getting everything sorted out the right way. Next week's a big week for us strategically in terms of, the what ifs and looking at a situation like you just mentioned. If a position falls to us that we feel like, which we do, by the way, feel great at with Dak. And then, of course, our acquisition of Trey last year. Trey's done nothing but excite us even more as he's worked here all of last season and then in the off season in terms of his work ethic and, his skill levels. We're very pleased with.
You kind of were just diving into that work ethic and skill levels. Can you tell us anything else about the progress y'all have seen from Trey Lance? Because obviously fans don't get to see a lot of the stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah, he just, he exhibits everything that you would think a top 5 pick would exhibit or a top 10 pick would exhibit, which is what he was in the draft. And it's why we gave up, a significant draft pick to get him. And, what you look for in these quarterbacks is certainly, the work ethic's a must to be successful in this league. It's a very demanding position. And certainly Dak is, I think one of the hardest workers that's ever come through our building. And certainly why he's had the success that he's had. Trey exhibits similar type work ethics. And then obviously Trey's a really good athlete in terms of being able to move around, his athletic ability. And then, finally, the most important thing is his arm. And he's got a very live arm, a very strong arm. And he continues to, improve, with his footwork and his accuracy, and which is what you expect from a young guy coming into the league. So, we're certainly very excited about him. And then, all Cooper Rush did for us when he got an opportunity to help us out when Dak got hurt a couple of years ago is go 5-1, which is, as we all know, is hard to do in this league. So, that's a very strong position for us right now as we head into next year in terms of what we feel about the 3 quarterbacks that we have on this team.
I like all the things you're saying about Trey there, and I'm kind of curious because of the value of a 4th-round pick. Is there like a baseline of production or contribution that you kind of need from Trey Lance to justify that 4th-round pick not having it this year?
Well, in a perfect world, that's the hard part about being a backup quarterback is, usually in order for a guy to get a chance to play, you have to have an injury. Cooper certainly took advantage of his opportunity when Dak got hurt. And so, no, I don't think you can necessarily say, hey, we needed this kind of productivity. We know we have him, and it certainly keeps us from having to, at this point, feeling a real need to draft a quarterback. And that's certainly why we gave up the pick. And it certainly makes us sleep better at night knowing that we have the depth at quarterback that we have. I mean, we all know these quarterbacks in our league get hurt. And when they do, you're certainly glad you got the quality that we have at the quarterback position.
Definitely understand the depth and quality at the quarterback position for 2024. None of those players are under contract after that, though. How does that play into your decision-making process?
No, I think that's why we're, what we'll be looking at as we move forward is, as I mentioned, certainly Dak's a priority in terms of his contract. And, certainly we'll be taking a look at Trey. And I know Trey will look at his situation as well in terms of what he, what his options are. And I'm sure a lot of that will depend on, how everything works out with Dak. And certainly Cooper's been a strong backup here for us. But, all those things will just have to play out.
The idea of trading down, trading up, moving around in the draft, I've always been kind of curious about this. When you're trying to trade down, what are you hoping to get the most in general, and then specifically with this 24 pick? If you were to trade out of it, what are you hoping to get out of it?
You just want more multiple players. You make a decision that I'd rather have, rather than have 2 players in the first 2 rounds, you get 3 players in the first 2 rounds. And, as we see the draft unfold, that'll be the decision that we'll have. And certainly the opportunity has to be there. Someone's got to want to come up to get something. And then we've got to make the decision with the players that are left on the board, or we want to get a couple of those players rather than use the pick right there and get 1 player.
Do you have to wait for that phone call then? Like if let's say there's 5 players still on your board that you really like, do you ever call teams below you, or are you like, that's not going to be a good look because they're going to know we want to trade out?
No, I think most of the time when you're going backwards, your phone's ringing. And, now if you want to go up, then you've got to make the initiation to want to make the move to go up and get the player you want to go get. But I would say most of the time, as you said, unless somebody's really wanting to come up, there's really most of the time there's not a lot of value there. I mean, there are a lot of discussions before the draft, that you know which teams are willing to move, and some teams are ahead of time looking for more picks, and sometimes there are teams that saying, hey, if our guy's there and we think he might be there, would you be willing to come out of it? And and of course it's a lot of dialogue, but it's all the above at the end of the day. If you really love a player, we've gone up to get them. If you really like the depth of the draft and what you have on your board, then we've certainly moved down as well. So, it's just all in the preparation, getting your board right, and then you can make good decisions.
And so if we see one of those phone calls on the War Room footage and y'all are high-fiving, the dialogue's gone well then, is what we're assuming, right?
Well, absolutely. And, obviously everybody has their own board. And that's why, after the draft, you see very few folks that, very few teams in this league that aren't pleased because, they've drafted according to their board and they feel good about their players. And, historically we've been able to draft good players. I think we've, got a significant number of Pro Bowlers that have come by and through our draft. And, we feel good about the way we set up the draft, and I feel like we're going to have another good draft next Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
I'm glad you said that about the board because, we have Broadus on the station. He talks about that a lot, about, window dressing your board and how it's going to look different from somebody else's. The whole world seems to have Caleb Williams as a generational type of quarterback. What do y'all have him kind of labeled as? Do y'all have him up there, or is there a different view on him from y'all's room?
Yeah, we like Caleb a lot. I mean, he's certainly one of the best players on our board, and we certainly like him as a player, and he's had a lot of success. And, I think most people feel like he'll go, very high in this draft, if not the first pick in the draft.
Now, one player that's high on everyone's board in the NFL is Micah Parsons. I'm curious, he was not at OTAs. He does his own thing. Does he walk y'all through why he works out other places? And did you see him getting punched in the stomach by a boxer?
I didn't see him get punched in the stomach by a boxer, but we're certainly aware of what Mike is doing. He communicates well with us. Mike actually sat with Jerry and I at the Super Bowl, and we watched the game with him. And obviously, he's a generational type player and doing a great job. I know with what he's doing, and I feel good about where he is in the off season.
The Overshown pick last year, I think a lot of people were very excited after we saw what he was doing in training camp. There was a lot of excitement there for him too. And I kind of felt like he was out of place, but I trusted Dan Quinn to use him because I thought he was a little undersized. But then he showed that he could play that spot. How much can you put on his plate this season, or what's the realistic expectation there?
I'm sorry, you cut out on me there, guys.
What's the realistic expectation for DeMarvion Overshown?
Oh, Overshown.
Yeah,
absolutely. We, obviously we were sick when he got hurt because he was going to be a major contributor for us at the linebacker position. And, we see him as being a significant part of this defense. And, it's a big part of why we feel good about our entire defense. There's guys that didn't play didn't play at all last year, like an Overshown, or didn't play as much like a Mozzie. That we really feel good about our personnel on the defensive side of the ball. But certainly Overshown fits in with what Mike Zimmer wants to do there at the linebacker position, and feel like he'll be a big contributor in terms of our success on the defensive side of the ball.
The NFL just reinstated 5 players that got suspended last year for violating the league's gambling policy. The NBA just had a player banned from the game for life. obviously we've talked about the gambling world that sports has gotten more and more into. Do you feel like everyone across the league, and especially everyone on the team, is now very familiar with the do's and don'ts of gambling when it comes to the NFL's policy?
Absolutely. I feel like, we educate our players, we educate our employees, league employees are educated. I think everybody understands. And certainly, sometimes people are better at making sure they understand than others. And, that's unfortunate when players do get suspended or people get suspended. So, but I do think the league does a great job of really outlining the do's and don'ts, and all the things, all the rules that apply to the NFL.
Appreciate the insight and time. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Sounds good.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I saw that look on your face, Corey. You did not think that sounded good to him. I understand.
I think he'd gotten done. He got to his destination. He did that interview with us in the truck or something.
Gotcha.
And he was like, "Oh man, hold on, I got a boogie. I got to get out." But he didn't want to tell us. He was like, "I got a commitment here, so I'm going to fulfill it."
Coming up next, we didn't get an opportunity to dive in this earlier. This time we'll do it for real. 877-881-1053. Your official playoff predictions for Stars Golden Knights and Mavs Clippers. Plus, if you need to complain about the start time of some of these games, we can do that too. Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Blues continue to lead 1-0. Jump on Harley deflected and did not make it through to Bennington. Back out it comes. Who's punching front? Star Marchman! The Stars tie the game at 1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for your official predictions for Stars Golden Knights, not the Kings, and Mavericks Clippers. Now, I realize that series will get going on Sunday. Stars won't get going until Monday. But let's go ahead, knock out all your predictions right now. And if you want to complain about what time some of the games are starting at, I think we should allow that as well. Also,
but if you're going to complain about the questions we ask on this show to anybody, I'll mute you. Just letting you know.
Oh, did that happen?
Because you're not really listening. You're not really listening.
He doesn't know how to.
You're not really doing. No.
It's an empty threat.
I'll mute it. No, yeah.
I don't think you will.
I'm muting you on Twitter right now.
What?
Oh my gosh.
You're one of my favorite follows. I love following you. Now I have to mute you because you dared me.
But he's still following. For the 817. It's weird. Can I get a shout out? Yes, it is Shout Out Friday. Toloing all the way from Melbourne, Florida this weekend for my cousin's wedding. That's our Tolo Ryan from Fort Worth.
Is it pronounced Melbourne in Florida?
Probably not, but I thought it would build the drama better if I said Melbourne.
Okay, all right. I was thinking about this yesterday, Kevin. We've had...
Were you?
No, yes, absolutely. We have a listener in Japan.
It's true.
We have listeners... We've had listeners text in from the European countries.
Uh-huh.
We've had them text in from below the equator.
Yep.
Are we the world's favorite radio show?
In your face, Pat McAfee.
That's the best thing is like, look, man, if you can have that tiny country, America, cool. We have the world, bro.
I'm proud of that.
If you're in the world, text in.
Get a meter.
And let us know.
I mean, never mind. Strike that.
Yeah, you might want to dump that.
No, you don't. If you had... Never mind.
If you're in the world,
thank you for listening.
And you love the show, tell Kevin that you love Kevin.
Or the show is fine. I appreciate it either way.
And as we know, Kevin is the show.
That is ridiculous.
Fact.
No.
That's not what you said when you called me last.
Shut up. That is not true. People are going to think that's true. That is not true. From the 903. Stars in 6. Vegas being the defending champions is a factor. Mavs in 5 or 6 versus the Clippers. I'm telling you. If the Mavs win the series against the Clippers, it's a big deal regardless. If the Mavs beat the Clippers in 5 and Kawhi is playing some, holy moly, I think you put everybody on notice. Maybe they already have.
What if they win it in 4?
Oh, well, then I think you should be the favorite.
More notice?
In the second round.
Is it more notice?
Yes. If you sweep the Clippers, that's right. I think you should be the favorite in the second round. Hey,
I just don't
no
know
matter
what
who
more
you play?
notice means. I'm stuck on that.
Oh, I thought that was a...
Who are you playing in the second
Thought
round?
about OKC. Theoretically, OKC. But I guess not for sure.
Who do you think it's going to be in the second round?
I think it's going to be Oklahoma City.
Okay.
In the second round.
That's all I was really asking. I don't care
okay.
about theoretics.
Oh.
What was
Okay.
that? What was that word you said?
Theoretics?
Okay.
It's a book by L.
Look,
Ron Hubbard.
Are you not a literacy person? Back
From the
to you, Kevin.
817, shout out to my wife, Jackie. Tomorrow is our baby shower for our first child. That's one way of reading it. Here's the alternate way of reading it. They did not put a period after Jackie and capitalize tomorrow. So theoretically, the sentence could go like this. Shout out to my wife, Jackie. Tomorrow is our baby shower for our first child. Her name could be Jackie tomorrow, but I think...
But then why would they be asking you if their baby shower is tomorrow? Because that's what it sounds like.
Can't say. Fan Texas is a strange place.
Maybe they're hoping Kevin's the one planning it.
You haven't planned the baby shower yet?
I'll tell you this right now. I guarantee you, I could plan a kick-ass baby shower for tomorrow if I had to.
Twolo Justin said, "Hi, Kevin. You are the best show from space."
Not...
Love, Twolo Justin. So we're not even Earth. Now we're the universe too. Thank you, Twillo Justin.
Are they going there for your wedding? Is that what's happening?
Probably.
Okay.
Be out of this
It's
world.
just the moon.
From the 214, Mavs and
We're just going to act like he didn't say just the moon?
Look, he has made a lot of bold space-based proclamations this week. I know you've been doing the get right, so this seems shocking to you. I have heard plenty of moon talk and space talk from Corey this week. I am desensitized to that.
I mean, it's been my space jam lately.
God darn it. From the 214. God. That was very clever, though. From the 214, Mavs in 4, Stars in 5. This is incredible from the 682. Mavs and Stars sweep their way to the finals.
I appreciate that level of just brash confidence in your teams.
Yeah.
The one that has me a little, confused is Mavs in 4, Stars in 5. Which of these teams do you think you should be more bullish on in their series? That's the question. Yeah, that's the way that I viewed it. But it seems like, and maybe I'm just going off of one and letting that affect my thoughts, it seems like more people are more bullish on the Mavs compared to the Stars.
I don't know if that's from an interest perspective.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure, but if you just look at the matchups, it's a pretty close betting matchup between the Clippers and the Mavs, and the Stars have emphatically declared themselves as the best team in the Western Conference. I don't think right now you're going to say anyone will say the Mavericks are the best in the Western Conference yet.
I think nationally, when it comes to the Mavericks, it's become they're the scariest team to play. You don't want to play that team. Whereas the Stars, you don't want to play them, but everybody already knew that. You know, like that's where I feel like that conversation, from what I've heard nationally, has been the Mavericks are the scariest, not the favorite, but the scariest.
Yeah.
Because they'll jump up on you, and you didn't quite expect it. Where the Stars is like, look, it feels like maybe there's more pressure on them because they're already in that spot.
From the 229, I love Kevin, but I'm in downtown Dallas feeling underappreciated. Like, because of the city you're in, or just underappreciated as a person? Please follow up. I would love to know. From the 469, I'm in the world. Kevin deserves a raise to deal with Corey and Mike.
I feel like you only read that.
If you could email gavin.spittle@odyssey.com.
Throw my name in there, too.
Your raise is what it is, man.
Yeah, you should ask for a raise for Reggie. We got it taken care of.
What? What kind of person is that? It's like, I've gotten enough. It's fine.
Yeah. I want
I'm
others
totally down with
to
that, dude.
prosper. I want you to prosper as well, Reggie.
Yeah, I really want you to go to. If you want to go to Prosper, that's fine. I don't know about
that's
whatever,
weird.
but yeah, I want you to be good.
Never mind.
and taken care of.
Never mind. I hope you get less money now.
That's not possible.
Shut. Hey.
Real life alert. 12:33.
Holy moly.
Kevin, I've got Stars in 5, Mavericks in 7.
Okay. All right. How nervous are you then? Because naturally, a series that goes to 7 is, you would think, it doesn't have to be competitive games, because we've seen that. You get to game 7, you're like, man, none of these games have been competitive.
That was such a weird series.
But that is a competitive series. Are you nervous about the Mavs' prospects against the Clippers then? Because going to 7 would feel like, yes.
Not entirely. Like, I felt like this is a 6 or 7 game series, and so I'm actually less on the brink of 7 which way. I'm more on the brink of 6 or 7 in favor of the Mavs, if that makes sense.
Okay. I think I'm going to go Stars in 6. If it was the Kings, I would have gone gentleman's sweep, but I'm going to go 6. I just think Vegas is a more complex matchup, and there's something to say for either previous playoff matchups or being the defending champs, or, any different number of ways that you want to slice it. I feel like I've been pretty upfront. I do not like this matchup for the Stars as much as I would have the other way around, but I still like the Stars at 6. This is a damn good team, and I still think they're going to win.
So I guess I have it reversed there. I have Stars in 5.
Okay.
And that does not discount what the Knights are. But I think the Stars are so focused and so locked in right now, and they are going to look at what was last year's loss in the playoffs as we got to make it right this year, and they're not going to cut any corners. All right, they're gonna go out there and just torch these guys. All right, put them in the boards,
late at night, baby.
Lay the wood. They're going to do all those things, and then I have the Mavs in 6. So that's my flip there. Is I think I think it's going to be a bit of a chess match. Tyronn Lue's actually become a pretty good chess player in these playoffs.
Did you hear Kyrie's take about that exact thing? Yeah. I love it. He said it's the beginning of a chess match, and he said you're trying to think 3 moves ahead, trying to see different things that your opponents are going to risk and what are they going to show. That is fascinating to me. Of game 1 in terms of not only trying to get the series advantage, but how much are you going to reveal of your series-wide kind of game plan?
There's got to be nothing better than being a coach that knows so much about your team and the opponent and going into a matchup going, I know we can win with just this in this game. But in the process, not getting too cute with it, but in the process of it, I'm going to set them up for game 2. Or game 4 in game 1 with this.
I think that is a very astute observation.
And I don't know. Here's my thing, though. I don't know that Jason Kidd is that yet. And I don't know that any of us do know that. Now, was Jason Kidd that during their run to the Western Conference Finals, or were they just hot because Luka is what Luka is? They were a very different team then.
And I refuse to be in the boat that this team succeeds in spite of Jason Kidd or fails because of you're not saying that. The people that do and fail because of him, I refuse to be part of that group. You can break down the credit or blame however you want, but if they get to the Western Conference Final, he has to take some part in that.
Yeah, Kevin, I don't want you to take what I said out of context again.
I said other people.
That was a little spicy.
But my take on Kidd, and I think it's very fair, is I don't know enough yet. I really want to know what kind of mastermind he is when it comes to, look, I got a 7-game series here. How do I play this out? Oh, I got surprised that I didn't even have to show anything because we won it in 4. I don't know how he does this. I don't know his rotations. I don't know all of that yet. I'm excited to learn but we need more of these opportunities. But this could be, because we think he's a basketball IQ genius in game.
Yeah.
When he has the ball in his hands.
Fair.
I want to know, did he always have a lot of series thought in how he plays this? I'm excited about it, man.
Did you see a couple days ago what Jason Kidd said about his rotation? He goes, I'll let you guys go ahead and speculate on that to the media. He goes, because I know that's what you guys like to do anyway. I thought, I get his point. There's been a lot of discussion about that, so I appreciate that.
Did you say that Derek Lively is ready to roll?
He's ready.
That's what Jason Kidd said in the media today.
And what he provides for you in this series is utterly fascinating to me because, first of all, he's a really good player. But he's also coming back from not only an injury, but the death of his mom. So you talk about the physical aspect to get back into the game, the mental aspect to get back in the game. I think Derek Lively has been fantastic this season for the Mavericks. Not really a bold thing to say, but I'm very fascinated to see what he does when he comes back. The 601. Could this be the most adorable text we have ever gotten, Corey? Can I get a shout out from my 3-year-old daughter, Wilder?
Love that name.
She always asks, Daddy, you listening to 5-3 The Fan?
Love it.
That's tremendous.
Hell yeah, man.
I love that.
Shout out to you, Wilder.
What a badass name. That is so cool.
That is cool.
I hope she lives up to it too. I hope that she is a little bit of chaos, but also whenever you go outdoors, you're good because she's taking care of those bobcats for you.
Fair. From the
How cool would it be, Reggie, to see a 3-year-old knock out a bobcat?
Not cool at all for me. I'd be so concerned for that child, bro. What?
But then the 3-year-old just turns around and is like, I got you, Dad. Don't worry about it.
And then I'd be scared of the child. There's no happy middle in that
for
place for me.
sure.
I'm concerned either way.
That's your kid.
I'm the captain now. You're
that kid doesn't want to take over. Just wants to protect you because you're dad.
Yes, neat that that's what you think. From the 469, I'm listening from El Salvador. Can I get a shout out to all my Salvadorian peeps?
What's that name?
Fantastic.
Is that below the equator?
Were you going to say below the Ecuador?
Yeah, that's what I thought he was going for as well. I didn't think he was mispronouncing equator. I thought he was saying, is that below the Ecuador? But I knew what you were getting at.
Also, El Salvador is in Central America, correct?
Are you
asking?
Are you asking Corey that?
I asked the question first. You can't ask the question again.
From the 469. Hate to say it, but both the Mavs and Stars out in 6.
What are you doing right now?
That's what this person said, because they have bad Cowboys-Packers vibes. Don't let what happened to the Cowboys taint your experience. Don't forget the Rangers won the World Series, so there's that to process. But
they're all different teams, right? Cowboys and stuff. This is like, I guess this, Kevin, this is all on us too. Because don't we keep letting the Rangers' successes as a team that just barely got into the playoffs, like, mess up our perspective on how the world's going to go? What did you see?
I'm sorry.
I can't even do a show because the fan text is so hilarious.
This is very funny because I made the declarative statement of, I don't think anybody is saying the Mavs are the best in the West from the 214. Hey, Kevin, I'm someone, and the Mavs are the best in the West. Comment rescinded.
That's right. You are someone.
Fair enough. Exactly. For the 940, I've been in 17 countries, and you guys are great. I love that.
Yeah, tell me another country that has a radio show like this. I'll wait.
Good question. In the while he waits, from the 203, Kyrie is going to go off in this series. Mavs in 4. Man, if the Mavs win this in 4, I'm going to have to rethink.
There's no way.
We're just going to the Western Conference Final. I'm going to be like, we're going to be the cause of the Celtics blowing up their team after we beat them in the NBA Finals.
There is just no way it's going to happen. I can't see it. I can see 5. I just can't see a sweep like that.
Yeah.
It's just too difficult to do that. It is difficult.
From the
I hope.
Yeah. Oh, I would love that. From the 469, Stars in 7. Only concern there is that Vegas is the defending champ, and they play a style that can physically challenge the Stars. I agree. From the 903, it's only fair that we read both sides. I'm in the world from Fort Worth. Kevin, you suck.
Okay.
It's fair. You got to do both sides. But they also said Stars in 6, Mavs in 6.
Somebody says, I can't read that.
Do you need help sounding it out, or?
Equator. This is Tolo from Connecticut checking in from the 203. Thank you very much for that. The 972. I say both Dallas teams win in 4. From the 817. Stars are playing the Kings, LOL. They're definitely not. That was the matchup that I had hoped for.
You wanted that.
That is.
You were like, I want the Kings.
I just thought that was
just bring on the Kings.
Really good matchup for this team. But I still think the Stars will win, and I think the Mavericks will win. I'm excited about the
From the
upcoming
972,
schedule.
bet some beer on it. It's going to be a 4 for 4, Kevin. So I don't know if they want to bet you beer or if they want to. They already have bet some beer on it. I don't know exactly what it is.
Man, I'm going to jot that person's number down. If both the Stars and Mavs sweep, I will buy you some beer.
Woo! We got a beer bet, ladies and gentlemen.
Mark it down.
I would like also.
Actually, a brew bet. Brew sounds better than beer.
It is restricted to this one person.
I also would like in on that bet.
Nope.
Can I make it a root beer bet?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, and you're going to let him bet root beer, but you won't let me bet beer?
That's right.
Weird.
Because of the aforementioned money conversation that we had.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's why we got to help out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did we need more? Do we want more of this?
I mean, you can continue to send in. Look, send in some more predictions. I see all the other things about people from actual places, fictitious places, or let me try that again. Places that are real, but you don't live in, that are texting in to the show right now. You're not texting in from Jupiter. You're just not. Try to make me feel more stupider.
What if they're in Jupiter, Florida? You don't know that.
Well, that's a good ass point, Reggie. Let me tell you this about the Stars. I'll rescind that statement as well. Not a good day for me. We talked about the Stars across the board. 8 players, 20 goals or more. A couple of other things you should know going into the postseason.
Which Reggie and I nailed, by the way. We got all of them right.
Eventually.
You got 7 of them.
With your help.
And yes. The Stars are second in the league in goals per game. They're 4th in expected goal percentage, 5th in power play percentage, 5th in goal differential, and top 10 in penalty kill percentage. You're looking at not just some of the key categories, like most of the key categories of how you win hockey games going into the postseason. So outside of their record, which is obviously phenomenal, second best in franchise history, you see them keying off in all these different points. So it's not only versatility from the people who can score, it's versatility on the special teams. It's a team that looks awesome going into the playoffs.
And I think it's not just a team on paper that looks awesome. Like, they passed the eye test too. And that the complaint about the Cowboys, which is a different team than the Stars, is that they look like you have all these numbers that you can point to that you're like, hey, they're good at these things, man. And then the eye test, you're like, but what am I seeing that's wrong? Stars pass the eye test too.
They do.
And so that's why I have a lot of confidence in all the numbers you just threw out there, because what I see is it pairs up with it. Here's my only concern, really, is matchups can create such problems, and the Knights can be a matchup problem. And so as good as you are in that in the regular season against all teams, are you that whenever you have this one opponent that's really good at taking that away from you?
Yes. Look, I think you have hit spot on to my concern about this matchup. And I have to admit, a little bit of that trickles over with the Clippers as well. Even though we talked about the irrelevancy of the previous playoff series when it comes to Mavs Clippers, I still keep thinking, Kawhi's status might kind of be in flux right now in terms of game one, but it seems like he's definitely trending towards making an impact in this series. And I keep thinking the Clippers have found a way to get it done, even with the new look Mavs and everything like that. So I do have to say, from a mental perspective, beating the Clippers and beating the Golden Knights, I feel like will be a big step for both. Not only getting out of the first round, but mentally getting over those hurdles,
specific
ghosts
opponents
of playoff pass. I think that is a big deal.
Now, I mean, that kind of goes back to, it's years ago, but beating the Yankees in the playoffs was that I was like, hey, bring on the Yankees as early as I can. If I can beat them early, I feel pretty confident against any other opponent after that. And so, Kevin, that goes to a lot of times that other mentality that I say of give me your best, while you're like, I'll take the easiest path to that championship. I'll get it. Give me that best, because I do need there's some adversity I have to overcome on my own.
Are you okay if I dramatically switch the subject but stay on sports?
Sure.
Okay. How much does our audience care about the Olympics? I'm going to start with you, but if you want to hit us up on Twitch, on the YouTube, and text in 877-881-1053, how much do they care about the Olympics? I'm going to start with you. How much do you care about the Olympics?
All right. When it comes to Olympics, there are certain sports that I dive in on. Winter or summer, Kevin? Which one? Summer. There are certain things that I'm interested in. So every once in a while, they'll throw something in, or I'll catch something that I'd never seen before, and there's a great announcer that's explaining something in a way that I'm like, oh, I never thought of it that way. And now I'm in tune to what they're trying to accomplish. But for the most part, Dan and Dave drew me into the Olympics as a child. That's what got Michael Johnson drew me into the Olympics. Flojo, all those, there were characters, there were stories, there were things that I was like, that is something I've never heard of before, and I want to see that pay off. Dan Jansen in the Winter Olympics fell. Every time you thought he was a favorite, he'd fall. His sister has cancer. He falls, and you're just like, oh my gosh. That's the kind of thing that I'm into the journey, but for the most part, I haven't felt attached to it the same way since I was a kid.
I think because of that, NBC is changing up their strategy for the Paris Olympics coming up in a few months. So end of July. NBC Universal has spent $7.8 billion in rights fees on the Olympics through 2032. Paris Olympics coming up this summer, so they're switching up their strategy. NBC has brought on, there's more, Peyton Manning, Snoop Dogg, Kelly Clarkson, Jimmy Fallon to go along with their regular coverage.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. Are they bringing them in as like analysts? Are they creating shows around it? Because that could be fun.
So, Peyton Manning and Kelly Clarkson, for example, are going to co-host the opening ceremony with Mike Tirico. That can make sense to you, right?
They know how to host ceremonies.
Snoop Dogg is going to be doing man on the street type stuff.
It's going to be great. That'll be great.
And so I don't think they're like, and now Peyton Manning is here to also judge rhythmic gymnastics. Like, I don't think that's how it's going to go. They're trying to make it more of a TV presentation on certain channels as opposed to just, now we move to this, now we go to this, now we go to this.
Yes. Okay. That's interesting. I think like the Fallon thing, you can build something around him and you're connecting his audience to the sports.
And for Clarkson, tell me how much you love this quote. I love finding out how people overcome their circumstances, how they get to where they are, especially at this level. I love the human story. So they're going to be trying to dig into more of the, here's why you should root for this person.
Is she doing like Barbara Walters type stuff where she does one-on-one sit-downs with them and she's the interviewer? I guess she hosts a show.
Yeah,
like she has the Kelly Clarkson show where she basically takes every other person's music and then she does it better than them. Have you ever heard that? Go listen to all the versions of songs.
Okay.
She's like, I'm better than you, watch this. And she nails it. And you're like, dang.
Now, here's another reason.
And she told Taylor Swift to re-record all of her albums because that
so she can
Scooter
own the
Braun
masters,
guy.
right? That makes a lot of sense to me.
Brilliant idea.
Here's another reason they're doing this. The Olympics are 17 days long. NBC
shorten it.
No,
is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what NBC is saying either.
3 months.
They're going to have 7,000 hours of coverage. Now, if you want me to do the math for you, done.
Please.
You might be thinking, hold on. Is 17 days 7,000 hours? No, it is not. In fact, to reach 7,000 hours of coverage, you would have to have 17 channels running Olympics 24 hours a day for the entirety of that 17-day window.
Are they counting Peacock?
Yes. So they're going to count. Obviously, you're going to see on its other affiliates like we have for several years. You're also going to have multiple streams going across on Peacock. Peacock will provide more live coverage. I have a feeling it's going to be a big part of it. But the point is, if they're paying all of the money, they're going to squeeze everything they can out of it. So they're bringing in celebrities, but they're also going to have differentiated live coverage and 7,000 hours of stuff. Will this make an impact, or do you think it will still come down to, that's awesome, and the same people who watched the Olympics before will still watch it again, while the same people that you want to watch the Olympics that aren't going to watch the Olympics still won't watch the Olympics?
Well, Kevin, I appreciate all the things you said just now. But there's one other element that has always made the Olympics a reason to watch. And somebody texted in earlier. They said it's as close to risk as you can get without really being that. Isn't that something that always drew us in?
The board game risk?
The political and global climate. I'm not talking about like,
well, if something's happening,
heat and cold. I'm talking about the climate of politics in the world. Isn't that something that's always been a draw?
That is true.
Our country is still trying to defeat this.
As ridiculous as it might sound,
Olympics is proxy war.
One of the things about the Miracle on Ice is not only was it an upset in sports, you kind of felt like, hey, we can take down the communists. Yeah. If we could win in hockey, we could surely win in geopolitical things.
But that was also a proxy war-ass war to begin with.
I mean, do you not see potential parallels to what is happening in the world right now?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm not saying that like America defeats China in something and then they're going to be like, see, now let's go back up Israel.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if you brought up the game of risk, that's
what I'm saying. I'm dead serious about that. For the longest time, there was that connection as things were going on around the world. So I've always thought that adds something to it, because didn't it feel like at some point a president from another country or whatever would just they'd walk out there and square off with each other, and we'd be like, see, we already took it. We sent our guys out there. We can beat you physically. I don't know, man. I always just kind of felt that way.
Corey, you do know, because that's the one way to solve your ratings for the Olympics. If it was the Olympics of world leaders, I
just sit them out there and let them compete against each other
every conceivable second that I could of all of that.
Geopolitical celebrity boxing is what you're saying?
Well, 100-meter dash, hurdles.
Yeah, I want to see them all.
High jump.
Oh, okay.
I want to see them with the little ribbon.
You want to see like Pete Buttigieg doing the steeplechase or something?
Yes, I do.
Somebody just kind of go, I'm tired of this guy, and then throw a javelin.
Yes, I do. But
it would fix everything.
Just for the record, of all the Olympic changes I put forth, those are not on the table.
Dang it.
Just the things that I had told you.
All right, well,
about.
I'll accept those for now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
This is another reason why we love baseball. Next on the Fan.
More film study, more insight, more insiders.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout-out to Tolo Jeremy, to the love of my life, new Tolo, and they're rather disappointed that Mike is not here today. That's okay.
Why?
Mike
what is it you like about Mike so much?
Mike is on assignment doing Rangers baseball. He will be back.
Yeah, that's his choice.
Monday.
Not ours.
Oh my gosh.
We didn't choose for him to be there. Did I push for it? Yes. Did I make comments to people high up in positions that could make that decision? Yes.
I like how that's objectively a nice thing, but he's saying it as if it's like there's animosity in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's very similar to when Kevin goes out and it's me and Mike, and now we have to be serious all day because we can't just joke around. It's the same thing. Mike's not here. He chose to leave.
Too.
That's on Mike today. So blame Mike for missing him, not us.
Oh my gosh. Hey, it's time for the C Block starring
crap.
Corey Majors.
I thought the segment was over and we could just go to break.
Man. If you want to play a piece of audio that I think is amazing.
This is the Batman audio?
No.
Mike
Corey,
Green?
I think you should play cut 8 of Pete Fairbanks talking about the job he did pitching.
I did hear this. This is pretty good. Can you play this for us? It's fun.
Was it just a matter of command, location, selection, anything specific?
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck. So, we're going to try and rectify that. But for right now, I'm going to be pretty pissed about it.
That's a level of honesty I'm looking for.
As a man that wanted to punch everything, all right?
Whatever question
Former
he
Ranger
got,
Peter
right,
Fairbanks, by the way,
was probably going to be like an angry type of answer. I don't think he was angry at the reporter.
Just everything.
He's mad at himself for the way he pitched.
Everything needed to be yelled at that moment.
Fair.
He also sounds like an accountant. Like if you just kind of listen to the way he talks, maybe he's a CFO and he just doesn't know how to say it without HR coming down and yelling at him. So he's just like, I'm just going to say it like this. And then he said it that way. So maybe that's a possibility.
That's an interesting point.
I appreciate that audio, Kevin. It is very good. And that brings me to this question, which actually doesn't, but it does. How many people is the appropriate amount of people on an elevator? 877-881-1053. This conversation started earlier in the week, Kevin.
Yes.
And I'll get to the reason why in just a moment. Also want to give a shout out, if I can.
Of course.
To Broadus and Wolchuk and all of our guys at 105.3 The Fan who were on last night.
In your face, Bobby.
Bobby as well. You know how much I love Bobby. I include him in the show name, even though Sean doesn't. And Peyton as well. Because Peyton deserves it.
It's a lot.
Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton.
Go back to news.
They were good last night, dude.
Yes.
And if you were able to get into the Star last night and you registered and you were able to be part of it, I would love to hear from you because I want to know what that experience was like for you. If you were watching on the YouTubes and the Twitch last night, what was that experience like? Because from my perspective, those dudes knocked it out of the park.
Agreed.
I expect that, so my expectations are really high. But if you are looking for some good information heading into the draft, Draft 101 with Brian Broadus and company is the way to do it. So,
agreed.
By the way, our guys are great at this. I mean, I'm very impressed with how far our guys have come. The Wolchucks and the Broaduses, and also Bobby. So let us know. You have thoughts about this?
But you are a Bobby fan?
Love Bobby. What are you talking about?
The way you say it sometimes makes it feel like you're not.
I think Bobby knows exactly how I feel about him.
Okay.
Do you know who Byron Buxton is, Kevin?
Yeah. Baseball player.
Is he healthy?
Healthy enough to give a young fan of baseball autograph?
That is true. I just, it feels like you have to always ask that question if Byron Buxton is brought up, because
that is true.
He's a really, really good baseball player.
Yeah.
With an asterisk, next line, when healthy.
Fair.
This came from @BrewersBabes. Twins Twitter was so helpful yesterday. Can you help again today?
Greedy.
And try to get some eyes on this to turn it into a happy story instead of a terrible one at Camden, for Camden and our buddy. Arguably, here's the story, Kevin. Arguably one of the worst baseball game experiences of my life last night. Camden, her son, or his son, was autograph hunting and was lucky enough to get his favorite Twins player, Byron Buxton, to sign his baseball. As the ball was being handed back to him by the usher, someone else grabs it and bolts.
Oh, no.
He is in an instant tears and inconsolable. Once I make it over to him from our seats, luckily chicken tenders and pizza helped ease the pain. But of course, when we got to the parking garage, he started to cry again. Now, first off, what is your food of choice whenever everything goes wrong? Right, it's pretty easy. Pizza's fantastic, but chicken tenders are very easy to come by. You can get them pretty much anywhere.
I like the hot dog.
Hot dogs are useful. Yes, Reggie?
I'm trying to remember where I went maybe 2 weeks ago where I wanted chicken tenders and they didn't have any.
Ooh.
It was wild because you're right. Chicken tenders are typically everywhere. Not that one place.
Outfielder Byron Buxton saw @BrewersBabes tweets and said, hope to see you today or meet you at some point. We will make it right. I got you.
That's nice.
And then from @SEC432 tweeted, thank you so much to David Rubenstein. I'm glad I'm wearing my sunglasses or you'd see my tears. It looks like, Kevin, Byron Buxton handed a signed ball, batting gloves, and a bat to the kid. And everybody just about lost it whenever they saw that happen. Again, look, man, these guys are millionaire baseball players that don't have to do any stuff like that. And yeah, maybe they get a little love for it and stuff, but these little things for kids, for guys like me, that grew up in those moments where, and I think all of us that are fans have experienced some sort of, either it's a bad or a good, exchange with our favorite athlete, but it makes an impact. And hopefully it's a positive impact, because just signing a bat and handing it over to a kid is that makes their life for a few months, dude.
I can't remember who it was, but somebody who said something to the effect of, 15 seconds or maybe a minute. That's all it takes for you. And it might be a memory for them forever, for better or worse. And I always thought that was a really good point.
Who does that though? Just intentionally take something that clearly is for a child as an adult.
That is shocking.
And this kid was 8 years old, 10 years old, something like that. That's, yeah. And I don't know if it was a teenager, maybe a teenager.
Okay. In my mind, it's one of these, collectible fanatics that's like, ooh, Byron Buxton baseball, I must have it.
Yeah. Collectors from fanatics. Those are the people that we got to go after, right?
That's not exactly
going
what
to
I'm
take
saying,
it from them.
Yeah. You don't just, that's not cool, man. I don't like liars. I hate liars, and I hate stealers. If you've ever had something stolen, you understand that feeling. It feels gross, man. You feel gross if you walk into your apartment, it's just trashed because people flipped it over and took your
I'm a
stuff.
huge Steelers fan.
Well, Kevin,
I dispute that anyway. But let me ask you a question. What if you used to be
Reggie has one drop in that bank over there, and it's that one, and it's awesome.
a Steeler?
Oh, wow.
And you felt really bad about it, and you stopped stealing and tried to make up for the stealing that you used to do.
Oh, well, you know what? I give you credit because you haven't stealed anything since then, so I'm all right with you. From the 817, I had a Steve Buechele home run ball ripped from my hands by an adult when I was 10 years old.
We need to adjudicate that right now.
I do wonder, though.
Point them out. We'll handle it.
Was that when you went back to your seat and sat down and you were holding it, somebody just walked up and said, yoink, got him, and took off? Or was this while the ball was still coming into the area
And you think that
I always have
the adult would argue, I was still in play.
Yeah, like if the ball hits your hand and they're like, "Bam, got it." I don't know. I'm always kind of curious about how that works. So
You think that's why Byron Buxton gave him a bat as well?
Maybe so.
Fight him off.
Maybe
Try to take it.
knock somebody out with that bat. Man, that's one of the reasons I can't have my kids having bats around the house.
Because you think they'll fight with
They'll
them?
definitely use it as weapons. They use anything as weapons in our house, man. Everything. Remote controls, pillows. You'd think a pillow is just for sleeping on or whatever, or decoration. All right, back to the elevator conversation, Kevin. The other day, I was going to get on the elevator, and there were 3 younger women standing in front of me. And then behind me, as I was walking in, there was an older man who may have smelled. I just kind of, by the looks of things, I was like,
He looked like he smelled.
Looked like he smelled. So I see the elevator open. 3 girls get onto the elevator. I get onto the elevator, hit door close very fast. So the door will close because that's what I do. I want the door to close. I want to get to where I'm going. And I avoid that. I could have been on an elevator with 1 person. But now I'm on the elevator with 3 other people, and I felt like I was kind of like, not that we squeeze in. We have regular size elevators.
Sure.
But I felt like now they could have gone up as 3 people and had lots of space. But now we all have this awkward amount of space. What is the appropriate amount of people on an elevator?
See, I think in a regulation elevator, our elevator, I think the answer is 6. And so you can still be comfortable.
Okay.
Because you have the 4 corners of the elevator, of which somebody can post up to each one. And there's still enough room in the middle to have 2 people positioned. I realize that metric changes depending on how slow the elevator is. And then it's like whoever you can cram in and the door will still shut, weight limit be damned. I get that. But in terms of this situation, I think 6 is my answer.
Here's the other part of this. One of the things I hate about getting on the elevator last is I know that I'm probably going to the last destination, which means I should probably be in the back of the elevator so that all the people in the front can get off and we don't have to move around and act like we don't know who's going where. So in this moment, I was at the front of the elevator, pretty much with my nose up to the front of the elevator, trying not. Look, man, I don't.
Is it because you have to scan your card to get up here?
That too, but I'm trying to avoid any situation. I'm married. I got kids. I don't want to be in any trouble for anything. All right, so I'm just trying to look forward, stay out of any harm's way. I don't want anybody thinking.
What do you mean?
I don't want anybody thinking I looked at them the wrong way. So I don't even look at things. I'm just saying. All right, I don't even look.
Okay.
Most of the time.
Oh my God.
So, but I'm at the front of the elevator, and now whenever it gets to floor 4, they're all shuffling around, and I got to move out of the way. I don't like that. So I also feel like when you get on the elevator, you should announce, I'm going to this floor. Y'all should probably get in front of me because it's going to be awkward whenever we get out.
Look at the buttons.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of what the pushing of the button is, isn't it?
I mean, I was the last one on the elevator, though. They didn't see me do that. Well, I guess they did. Maybe I'm right. Anyway, Reggie, how many people do you think is the appropriate amount of people on an elevator?
I haven't said this before. I think Kevin is correct. I think 6 feels about right.
Wow.
And of course, different elevators have different dimensions, but enough for, I mean, if you start having, touching other folks, at that point, there's too many people.
Okay.
If you can stand where you have a nice bubble, and I understand this is very American, where we have this, bubble of space where we need to have that space between us. But if we have that, we're good. Once you're starting like shoulder to shoulder, it's too many. Somebody got to get off.
Now, I noticed that your metric completely changed on the cruise ship. Because on the cruise ship,
those elevators slow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And there's 8 million people. So we're fitting in.
Just take the stairs.
If it is physically possible, people. And I agree with that. It would just depend because we were on the, 12th or 13th floor. And if you get off the cruise ship, no, it was like 20 stories.
Oh.
Or floors.
Dude.
And you have to get off at the 3rd floor. If you're getting off the ship, you might be like, hey, let's just take the elevator.
Just jump off the ship into the water at this point.
I would rather just take the elevator.
Water's cold.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NBA champion and our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, plus some Masterpiece of the Week. All of it coming at you next. And more of your shout-outs on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Irving with 3 seconds. Shake and bake behind the back, drives inside, falling away at the buzzer. Kyrie Irving nails it. Such a difficult shot made look easy, and Dallas has a 9-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Tomorrow, our little buddy Jameson turning 3 years old. Happy birthday, Jameson. And now, as we get ready for the NBA playoffs, on the line is our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, man. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. There's a lot to talk about, but as you could probably guess, we're going to start with Mavs and Clippers. This feels like one of the more hotly contested matchups in the first round. What's your vibe going into that matchup?
I mean, I'm hoping to see Kawhi's healthy. The fact that he's been out for I wouldn't say so long, last couple of weeks, and participating in half the practices is not a good sign. But if healthy, I think this is the series, the first round that everybody wants to watch. This is the number one series to watch. It's very star-studded. I talked about it the other day when I was on ESPN. You got, PG, Kawhi, James Harden against Luka, Kyrie. You got Russ out there as well, Norman Powell. Clippers have still trying to find their identity, but they have a lot of guys that are really good from the LA area. And then Dallas has been playing extremely well, leading with Luka and Kai. And the other guys, since the trade deadline, have made some progression. So this is the one, obviously, and they've had some, in the history, I would say it's kind of a rivalry. They've had a little bit of smoke in the past. So it's one of those, you want to see Luka and those guys go at it. So he always plays well when he plays them. So this is one of the matchups that everybody's looking forward to watching.
When Kyrie is in play, can you explain playoff mode Kyrie and how different he is? Like, can you explain what you can see from him?
So, Kyrie is not a guy that changes much. It's not like it's Jimmy. Jimmy is one of those guys that play through the regular season, he kind of coasts, and then playoffs turns out like Kai is a killer all parts of the season, all parts of the year. But, obviously the playoffs are way more intense, more locked in, and making more plays. He's probably on the ball a little more. He's just in the game more. He's not resting as much. But so Kai's a killer throughout the season and playoffs. He's a guy that knows how to win. He's obviously won one. And, you could teach these young kids, some of the younger guys in the locker room and even some of the older guys in the locker room, just what it takes, because I don't think there's any or many guys there that have won. So I expect him to, lead the locker room in that sense. But, Luka, him and Luka, two-headed snake, they're going to be leading the way, and they're going to be they're a matchup that's hell for any team that's about to face them.
You mentioned Jimmy, and we've got the last two playing games tonight, but no Jimmy Butler, no Zion. Mm-hmm. Does that take away from the games at all? Or are you like, well, I mean, it is still the winner goes into the actual factual playoffs?
Yeah, it does. It takes away a little bit. It's tough to watch Miami without Jimmy. You want to kind of see that Miami-Boston matchup again with Jimmy. But if he's out for weeks, you're not going to get that. And they might not even win tonight without him. Zion being out takes away the excitement of the game. He had 40 and 11 before he went out in the last 3 minutes against the Lakers. So his explosiveness is something that fans always want to see. But New Orleans is still a really good team. So Sacramento. But Sacramento, even without Malik Monk, man, he's a spark off the bench. Kevin Huerter shoot it very well. So those two guys they're kind of we're missing out on some of the talent with some of these really good teams. It sucks, but the playoffs are still going to be good, man. It's still going to be fun, and sometimes it just happens that way.
When it comes to LeBron, what percentage of people are rooting for him, and what percentage are rooting against him? You think?
I think it's a 50-50 deal. I think there's maybe even more than that, because there's a lot of Bron lovers out there than there are haters. Maybe 60-40, maybe 7. And there's some people just love the Lakers. Some people hate them. You know what I'm saying? It's like America's team. A lot of people that are rooting for Dallas Cowboys are the Dallas fans usually, and the Lakers fans. If you're not a Dallas or Lakers fan, usually you hate them. And those only root for him because they're Bron fans. So he's got the Lakers and Bron fan on his side, which maybe 60-70%. But the rest of the world probably hates the Lakers and probably hates Bron. as well, because he probably beat a lot of their favorite teams.
Probably so.
You make some good points, because I'm going to admit I do not like the Lakers. I'm not against LeBron. I am against the Lakers, though.
You hate the Lakers. Man, you seen them kill your team all these years. You're like, man.
That is definitely a fair statement. I don't want to dispute that whatsoever. What is your take on OKC? Because they got the number 1 seed, but also they're the youngest team in NBA history at an average of 23.9 years old to secure a number 1 seed. We always hear about you got to go through the playoff matchups, lose, and then work your way up. How do you feel about OKC going into this playoff?
I like them, man. They just don't have the experience. We'll see who the 8th seed is. I think they could. So they're not playing the Lakers, so that's the one they avoided. So they ain't playing either Sacramento or the Pelicans, and I think that's a round, especially with Sacramento being down, that they could win. So I like what they bring. They just lack some size and rebounding. But outside of that, man, it's crazy how young they are, because they really are. They might even be, if they were a college team, they might be one of the youngest college teams if you put them in NCAA. Without so many guys sticking college now, everybody's taking COVID years and transferring. They're a really young team. So, but they have Shea. Shea, in my opinion, is MVP to lead that team from not being in the playoffs to number 1 seed. You got to put him in the top MVP. To me, he deserves the regular season award, because that's what it is. But yeah, they're a really good team, man. They just lack some experience and lack some size rebounding, so that's what's going to hurt them. They come with a matchup that is going to out-rebound them to Sacramento with Sabonis. That's going to be a lot for them. But if with no Zion, and if they play against New Orleans, that could be a matchup that would be in their favor. But Valanciunas is really good rebounding too. So either way, it's tough for them, but they get up and down and run and shoot well. So I like the pace that they play at. So I think they could definitely win the first round.
I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but theoretically what I'm hearing is if Dallas beats the Clippers, perhaps you would like the Mavericks in a matchup against the Thunder.
Yeah, I like that. Yes, I think they're more experienced. They have more size, rebounding-wise. I expect Daniel Gafford. I expect P.J. Washington, all those guys to kind of eat in the paint some. Chet is very good at protecting the rim. Decent rebound, but they don't have enough Chets or enough rebounding to battle with those types of groups in that front court. So, I like OKC for a first round, but I can't see them going further than a first round with the lack of size and experience.
I'm always curious about this. Whenever it comes to the coaches making these chess moves throughout the playoff series and each time, is it one of those things where they tell the players, hey, guys, in game 1, we're doing this. In game 4, we're going to do this. Or does it kind of develop and you just know the coaches came up with a new plan, they're bringing it to us today?
Yeah. No, it goes game by game. There's no now you may walk over some of the things, like, all right, let's walk over our zone. Let's walk over this. Like, these are potential things we may throw in. But it goes game to game. Every game is a series within itself. And each game, it may change. You're like, all right, well, they're doing this. So now we got to figure out what we need to do to adapt to that. And what is their counter? What will their counter might be, and what is our counter going to be to that counter? So you'll go over those things, but it goes game to game. You can't predict what's going to happen by game 4 of them playing a zone or a box and 2, or they might throw something crazy out there. Nick Nurse, he's done some different things where you're just not going to prepare for it. And some coaches might do the same. You just don't know how they're going to guard. They may double, they may not double, they may play some zone. You got to adjust and adapt to how they do that per game.
Man, appreciate all the insight. Playoffs are about to get going for real. We'll catch up with you again next week. I'm already excited.
Definitely, man. I appreciate you guys, man. It's always fun.
There you go. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe 2024, equipped for adventure. And now, Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
There it is. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that is done on this program every week in which we revisit the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. I know that there's been a little bit of concern headed into this particular edition.
Yes. Big short shows.
A lot of short shows. No Mike Bassick. What are we going to do, right?
Canceled?
Nope, we're still
here.
Show? We still got you. And I'm going to figure some of these things out as we go because I was not on a lot of these shows. So let's start here. Let's start with, apparently y'all had a Stars guest?
Oh yeah, Brian Ray.
Yeah, Brian Ray, who said this.
It really doesn't matter where you finish.
Which I just think that's reckless. Like, that's inconsiderate.
Holy
honestly.
crap. This is my first time really hearing that. Like, I heard him while he was talking. I did not think about it in that context.
I think you should have a little more consideration for where you finish, right?
Cool,
like,
Brian.
obviously, you want to make sure the matchup works out well, that it gives you. But so, yeah, you absolutely want to make sure
This
where
ain't
you finish,
hockey.
right?
You can't go 5-hole without asking.
What are you laughing about,
Reggie?
Brian Ray is a fantastic guest.
Didn't dispute
In
that.
his second appearance on this show, he has already made Masterpiece of the Week. Like Mickey, it took him about 3 or 4 years to make Masterpiece of the
Well,
Week.
because we didn't know if he was like doing a bit.
And now is he? Is he intentionally trying to make it a Masterpiece of the Week?
You guys convinced me he is.
I think so too.
Also, just for some reason, sports language either always has been or has been corrupted and made sexualized.
I don't
know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, please.
Look, sports language is 100% fine.
That's why I love the Olympics, man. You listen to the Olympics during swimming, they're like, and look at him, he's pumping hard, and he's swimming, and he's yes, dude,
stroking. Yeah.
Yes, listen to the Olympics commentators out of context, and you'll love it.
Kevin, I don't understand what you mean. A lot of things get said, and they're perfectly fine, like this.
So you smell your fingers after?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was Corey's fault because he was talking about G-Bag Nation at the Shell Shack.
They were at Shell Shack. And whenever you eat at Shell Shack, your hands are still covered in the seasoning from crab.
And then, yeah, Corey was like, and so.
What was that sound? Okay, thank you.
Sounds like a slightly off-kilter Frankenstein. Right
Kevin
there.
asked that question. Why wouldn't you? It smells amazing because it's
disrespectful.
You know what else is disrespectful? What Kevin's talking about here.
Put your junk away, then take your phone out. Or you keep your junk out and put your phone away.
It's all about respect, ain't it?
See? That's how you avoid the Juju Smith-Schuster conundrum. You don't have your junk and your phone out at the same time.
Is that like a rule that you live by?
I mostly, yes.
Wait, why is... I thought you were going to give a definitive yes. Are there exceptions to this rule?
That's a personal question.
Okay, that's fair. Other things that might be personal, what Kevin says here?
Oh, I need bread. That was stupid, right? I mean,
I need
what's
bread.
the context?
You don't need bread. You want bread.
That's a good point.
You desire bread.
I
need it.
Oh, you do need bread.
That's true when you're making it.
Boom!
Kevin?
In the history of our lives, that's like number 4 for me. So maybe 5. I'm losing like 1 million to 4 or 5.
One day I told my oldest son, Avery, I'm beating Kevin in these moments, like 1 million to 2. And he said, what happened on those 2? And I said, I only remember my victories, son.
Well, I don't know if you remember this. There's typically other people on this show than the 3 of us. And I don't know. Masterpiece of the Week doesn't feel right without Mike. So he's been in Detroit handling the TV broadcast for Bally's. And I just wanted to make sure that he felt involved. So this is something that Mike said.
Thinking, what did I do?
And why? Why did I do it?
Why do I keep hitting the ball into my body parts?
What? Mike, is that the only one you got?
No, absolutely not. I also have this.
I'd love for him to get on his hands and knees right now and fill in the holes with the dirt like Fidrich used to do and maybe talk to the baseball for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave Raymond, that last by Dave Raymond, he has no idea what to do with any of that.
Play it one more time was the second with a question mark is then the question I'm going to pose for everybody.
I'd love for him to get on his hands and knees right now and fill in the holes with the dirt like Fidrich used to do and maybe talk to the baseball for a second.
Yeah.
I want to know more about why you have to talk to the baseball and everything.
It's part of believing that everything has ears, you know?
This is tough. Do we have more?
No, let's vote.
Look, I still want to know why I defiantly said that I need bread. And I really like what Mike was saying there, but
I'm voting for you in the bread.
Okay, play that one.
That one's mine.
I need bread.
I don't know why I think that's hilarious.
There's a stutter in there too. Like he could not get that out
I
fast
couldn't
enough.
believe the shocking things. I need bread. I'm going to go with Brian Ray because this is so not on purpose. I didn't even register this until you played it a few minutes ago.
It really doesn't matter where you finish.
That's right, Brian.
I would disagree.
Mike always gets my vote here, asking the important questions.
Thinking, what did I do?
And why? Why did I do it?
Why do I keep hitting the ball into my body parts?
So your options.
Oh, no.
Me talking about bread, Brian Ray talking about where you finish, a goal, probably, and Mike Bassett.
In the standings, Kevin.
What is wrong with you?
In the standings.
Gotcha. And I also disagree with that.
Well, that being said, I mean, you can finish a goal anywhere. Like, I think we're happy
As
that
long
there's
as
a
it's
goal.
in the net.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the most important part.
Yeah.
But
Slide
sometimes
it in
you
there.
want to avoid
All
the
right.
net.
Pop it in there.
Okay.
Or Mike Bassett talking about hitting the baseball into his body parts. Twitch, YouTube, Fantex 877-881-1053. Let us know your winner, and we will talk with G-Bag Nation next right here on The Fan.
Do not miss the Monday edition of Sean and RJ, Mavs, Clippers.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you? Happy Friday, by the way.
Thank you very much. I'm doing well. I have a soccer question for you.
Nice.
Do you have, I know you were a lover and knower of many and all things soccer.
Uh-oh.
Do you have a preferred Premier League team? I'm sorry if I don't know the answer to
that. Man, this is tough. Okay, so when Green Street Hooligans came out, I decided I was going to be a West Ham fan. Okay, so I jumped onto Google or Yahoo search, AOL search back in the late 90s, early 2000s, whatever that was, and I did. I was chatting it up. and then they got relegated. Okay, I was playing FIFA. Ronaldo goes to Man United.
Yeah.
Okay, I fall in love with Giggs and Scholes and Ferdinand, everybody on that team, and then Rooney came through, and it was amazing. They won the Champions League. They won the Premier League. Sir Alex Ferguson was managing his balls off, and it was a glorious time. And I would say, still, I feel that is where my fanmanship lies. That is the team that I would prefer win the Premier League. Although it's not like I hate any of the other teams. I enjoy watching them play too, and I want them to win the Champions League. I'm just kind of a Premier League fan.
So my older son, I knew he liked Arsenal, but not until recently did I realize how much he liked Arsenal, because he started talking like tactics and upcoming schedule, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize
How long has he been a fan?
A couple of years.
Okay, so now because Arsenal's back up top,
yeah,
they're playing
dominating.
Yeah, so you always wonder if is fandom because of, did you just start being a fan because they were now they're at the top of the table? So, if he's been a fan for 2-3 years, then your fandom should be rewarded.
I think he sticks with them
Send
because
him to a game.
He fell in love with the Chicago Bulls because he loved Jimmy Butler.
Right.
And then when Jimmy Butler got moved, I was like, are you going to move with him? And he goes, no, I feel like this is my team now. And he's stuck with the Bulls, even though clearly they have been, well, hell, maybe they'll make the real playoffs tonight. But they have struggled for a while. So I feel like he is a dedicated fan. I just didn't realize how dedicated he was.
I think when you start winning and everybody's talking great about you, it's easier to increase your passion.
Okay.
Yeah.
He thinks they're going to blow it, though. Like, that's the thing. He hopes they don't. But he goes, I think
they got beat by Crystal Palace the other day, didn't they? Right? That was something that they didn't expect to have happen.
And Crystal Palace, at least, or was it them or Aston Villa?
Aston Villa. I knew it was one of those two teams.
Because Villa's
dual
pretty
names,
good. See, I learned some stuff.
I was Palace Villa. Yeah, it's but it was not. It was one of those teams that was near the bottom of the table, right?
That was
not expected, right?
That was who Liverpool lost to, I believe, and I believe Arsenal lost to a pretty good team. Like just last week.
What am I thinking? Tottenham's my team, and I haven't watched them play in months.
Look, I just established.
No, Arsenal lost to Villa last week.
Thank you.
Aston Villa.
And Bayern. I think it's pronounced Villa.
Villa. Are they good?
They're out of the Champions League.
Not those Brits. They'll say Villa. Oh, Aston Villa?
Yeah.
They're decent.
I thought the team they lost to
actually no, Villa's top 4 right now.
You know what?
Yeah.
Aha! Yes.
I wanted to, like, with what Dawson said about the Green Street Hooligans. Like, I watched was it Jack to King, the documentary on Swansea City, and
cool.
It felt like it was 4 hours long. I don't even remember. It was just like I had to keep watching it. And I was like, all right, this is the team I'm going to watch from now on. And then they got relegated. And I was like, do I keep going with them or do I don't know. So I just keep up with them.
You check on the standings every couple of months and hope they get called back up so you can root for them too. But I think you need like a great Premier League team and then one of those like to round out your experience as a
Luton Town.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I like that.
I also am curious on the Wrexham front if they get to that point, if they get to Premier League, will that be a triumph for them?
Oh my gosh!
Or will that be they paid their way all the way up
from where they came, right, Dawson?
Yeah.
They were in the beer leagues, right?
I mean, it's already beyond belief for those fans to make it to the third tier.
Yeah.
Relegated in 3 of the last 4 years.
Yeah,
it's already I'm sure. Amazing for them, and they would have to like build up that stadium. You'd have to get even much bigger sponsors involved. So it's a significant climb from where they are. Now it's going to get serious because they're competing against fellow millionaires now, not just pub owners.
Yeah, isn't it kind of funny though that I think I mentioned like Luton Town is one of the teams, but they play in that stadium. It's in a neighborhood. Like the you have to go through a neighborhood.
They had to build a bunch too.
Yeah, they had to it was this like all of a sudden you're going through a backyard to get to the visiting stands. So you're going through.
Wild.
Yeah.
Did you tweet a picture of that? Is that
no?
I've seen that picture.
But they're fans that are like they're like visiting fans that are like from those high end teams. They show up and they document their journey, and as they're walking through this guy's backyard to get into the visiting stands, it's hilarious.
It's awesome.
Now, in terms of the Mavs and the Stars, I know the Stars don't start till Monday, so we'll have another show before that. What are your predictions and thoughts about those two playoff matchups?
Mavs in 6, Stars in 5.
Whew.
That's what I went. Yeah, that's where I'm feeling right now.
I was doing the 6-6 thing, but I feel good about both of these series, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And
Two sweeps.
A little. Who's more likely to do the sweep? Stars. Yeah. Although I won't be surprised if the Mavs do it. I mean, the Clippers have a really nice roster, but a lot of guys who with a massive reputation of playoff failure
and some injury monitoring that they're having to do as well.
Yeah, I'm more on the line of the 6 and the 6 for both.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think. How would you have felt if it was the Kings?
I'd feel it would sweep.
That's
I don't like anything about having to play the defending Stanley Cup champions.
With you on that.
There's sometimes that you get through a season, you don't know what all the things that happen to them, but there's that pedigree that they've had, so you do worry about that.
Corey, hit him with that line that you made up though.
About sweeps.
About you got to be the man to beat the man.
Somebody, you got to be the man.
That's definitely Ric Flair.
When you are the man, you got to beat the man to be the man. Woo.
I'll never forget the day Corey said that.
That was earlier today. It was off the top of my head, and somebody texted it in, but I also felt like I could take ownership of it as well. Thanks, Chief Allo. Appreciate that.
I loved it.
What do you guys got coming up today on the program?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks so much for asking. Rangers in Atlanta. Pregame about 5:40, 5:45, somewhere in there. Nadell will join you at 5:20.
Okay.
And Sands at 5. So we got a big baseball 5 o'clock power hour. Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece Maker way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fair.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Thinking, what did I do?
And why? Why did I do it?
Why do I keep hitting the ball into my body parts?
Sports with in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on a fantastic Sports Friday here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers getting set to visit the Braves. Possible World Series preview, guys. You here for it?
Oh, I'm here for it.
I'm here for it.
Heck yes, I'm here for it. This is very, very exciting. Playing a team like the Braves, these are the measuring stick sort of games right now. And we're going to get an Evaldi day in the midst of this series. So we're going to get a dub.
Yeah. We're 3.5 hours away from the pregame show as we open up hour number one of the nation. There's Brian Bros, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, killed it last night in Draft 101.
Yeah, thank you, folks, for all the guys and gals that came out for that. And appreciate the Cowboys and 105.3 The Fan and what they did to make that possible.
You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, over there at Master Control. Now, LA Live usually every night at 5:40. Tonight will be in Braves pregame, so LA Live will hit the air at 4:40 this afternoon. G-Bag today coming up 2:30. There's Eric Chiafalo and his nosebleed brother Zach Wolchuk off today. He is back on dad duty, but made a hell of a pinch hit appearance last night. Came in, dominated the G-Bag Nation with us, had a great time, and then he was amazing as well in Draft 101. So salute to Wolchuk, and he'll be back, I believe, next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Looking forward to that. And, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. All righty. Obviously it's a big opportunity here to test yourself against a great team. I don't know where expectations are. Heaney at 0-2 with a 6.75. I don't know if it'll get quite as ugly as what happened to Jack Leiter yesterday afternoon, but hopefully the Rangers offense is up to the task as well, and we can have ourselves a little slugfest, worst case scenario. Who knows? Maybe Heaney surprises. He does have nasty stuff.
He does. At any moment, I mean, he had one of those all-time strikeout games last year, early in the season, where he was just dialing it up. And so he's very capable of something like that. But versus a lineup like this in Atlanta, it's going to be extremely challenging. You hope that the lineup offensively here for the Rangers is now getting going after some of the things that they did versus Detroit, especially yesterday, but versus a left-handed pitcher in Chris Sale tonight, that will be a bit challenging. Who's going to be the guy or guys stepping up versus the left-handed pitcher? So that'll be something to watch tonight.
Yeah, Chris Sale, obviously a big name. He's a 1-1 in 3 starts with a 4.58 ERA. The whip quite respectable at 1.13, which is where it was last year, as he started 20 games for the Red Sox and put up a 4.3 ERA. So not quite the dominant pitcher that he was early in his career for the White Sox and a little bit for the Red Sox, but still a formidable challenge tonight for the Rangers. And this Atlanta team is pretty much loaded, so should be awesome. Awesome story about Corey Seager today on ESPN. We'll give you details on that coming up a little bit later on in the show. But if you want to go read that, ESPN.com's Tim Kirkshin taking pretty good care of you there.
Yeah, the one thing, though, that the Braves have kind of struggled with is facing left-handed pitching. They're only 3-3, but, against right-handed pitching, they're a much better club. So hopefully Heaney could find a way to kind of work the ball around, maybe keep them a little bit off balance in this one. And you got to take your chances here. This team tough, the Braves, and a tough team in interleague play too. They're 4-1 already in interleague play. They went out and just really destroyed the Astros as well. So, it's going to be a difficult weekend for the Rangers, but hopefully, we saw the bats, the power numbers come around a little bit, in the latter part of the Detroit series. So, with the way the Braves hit the ball, score runs, you're going to need to match that. So maybe the power numbers we're starting to see a little bit more from the Rangers, and maybe they'll carry that thing to Atlanta with them.
I could absolutely see that, and that would be right on time. Last year, of course, when the Rangers played the Braves, it was at the Globe, and we tore them up. We whooped that ass. So there is a pretty good history here. But this time it's, of course, in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Mavs Clippers. I'm thinking 6. A sweep would not surprise me. I'm very optimistic here on the Mavs. I know ESPN did a preview. Maybe we'll have time to talk about that a little bit later on. Maybe we'll get a rim sesh going on a little bit later on. But I think 2 of their 3 experts that looked at the series took Clippers. I don't see it.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
They're not watching.
Yeah.
They're not paying attention.
No, I think, especially with the Kawhi Leonard injury.
Right.
If Kawhi Leonard 100%, I'd be like, okay.
Yes.
But I mean, if you really drill down into this, you will see that for the final quarter of the season, like the Mavs have been dominant. Not just pretty good, but like maybe the best defense and still a top, 6 or 7 offense. So, I mean, if you're picking Clippers, I mean, okay, so they have a nice collection of names. They're going to play a very difficult to match up with brand of basketball. I'm pretty sure there's going to be significant defensive challenges for Jason Kidd and his staff to sort through on a game in, game out basis. But I mean, if you take all the factors into consideration, Kawhi Leonard's injury, Paul George often turning into a shadow of himself in the playoffs, James Harden. I mean, it's epic. Tales have been written. There's lore about James Harden failing in the playoffs. Russell Westbrook, same thing in the playoffs. So I don't know how you could really objectively look at this and pick Clippers unless you're just like, oh yeah, home court advantage, more wins, probably Clippers, right?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
How these usually go.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to play out that way. This is a Mavericks team that is much more athletic now, combined with the size that they've added. And so many times over the years, the Clippers were able to beat you because they were more physical than you. They had the size advantage. That is no longer going to be the case. And the Mavericks like to, with that athleticism, they're going to get out there and run a little bit. We've seen what the Mavericks do pushing the tempo this year and how successful they've been at that. And a team like the Clippers, they're a little bit older, they're a little bit slower, and they struggle in transition defense like bottom 5 in the entire league this year. So, I mean, that is just one of the examples, but I think most nights you're going to have the 2 best players on the court between Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah, this game can very well come down to, and you're talking about pace because the Clippers do play a slower brand of ball. The age is definitely a factor there. Another factor for the Clippers is they don't take a lot of shots. And that sort. But when they do take shots,
they're looking for the best one possible.
They
every
make
time.
a lot of shots.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about it is, though, if you get a Clipper team that all of a sudden they're not taking shots, but they're not falling, and then Dallas pushing the pace a little bit, they could make things a little bit more difficult. But yeah, you're just the Clippers are just either 2-point shots, 3-point shots. But the one thing is they can do is they can knock those shots down. And if they continue to do that, well, they'll be able to stay with Dallas in the way that Dallas plays. But if it turns into that they're struggling with their shots, they're not falling, then that's going to be clearly the advantage to the Mavs.
940 points out, Gavin. The Braves whooped our asses last year. That's a fair point. I must have misremembered that. I do remember the Rangers being in a glorious I think they were 10 games over 500.
I remember a lot of Braves fans showing up. We did some broadcasting out there.
There were a lot of Braves fans.
A lot of Braves jerseys going on out there.
Must have been the Cardinals' asses we whooped early last spring. But yes, the Braves won a game 1, and in game 3 they won 12-zip.
Yeah.
So they got the best of the Rangers that time around. So I guess now we got revenge on our minds. And there is nothing better to fire up a team and stoke that internal fire than revenge, which is no doubt on their minds going into Atlanta. All right. The overconfidence in the Mavs Clippers series is starting to worry me, says the 817. Y'all better not jinx this. Nobody's guaranteeing anything. I just think objectively speaking, the Mavs are playing some incredible basketball, and the Clippers have been, other than beating you twice 4 or 5 years ago, the Clippers and their personnel have been abject postseason failures. So I just think we're doing journalism here, not necessarily trying to homer it up or be overconfident. I mean, look at the analytics of how well the Mavs have played since they acquired Washington and Gafford. It's, sometimes it can sneak up on you, and if you're not really paying a lot of attention and maybe you're not watching all the games, you're like, oh, okay, well, the Mavs got hot, but are they really that good, that much better? Yes. I mean, they're to me like, I don't even know how you quantify it, but a lot better than they were a couple of years ago when they made the conference finals. This is a real team, and you can talk about, hey, maybe Luka's style of play isn't the most conducive to postseason success and draw parallels to James Harden's career. And I think that would be fair, but you include Kyrie Irving and some great team defense now, And it's just the recipe, having an unstoppable offensive player, a great secondary superstar, really good defense, floor spacers, multiple bigs, able to hold your own on the glass. This is the perfect recipe for a championship. Now, I'm not guaranteeing championship or even guaranteeing they beat the Clippers in the first round, but this team absolutely could do it. Heat host the Bulls tonight. Should get the win there, but no Jimmy Butler, right?
No Jimmy Butler. And I think Alec Caruso is going to be playing for the Bulls. He's a game-time decision, but he got banged up in their game the other night. He's one of the best defenders in basketball right now. But they got Kobe White, I believe, who's the youngster that is just absolutely coming on in a huge way. He was dominant the other night. I don't know, but with no Jimmy Butler, I think the Heat, win this game or not, it's going into Boston, and you're just going to get tossed around.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be surprising to see a 39-win team Chicago in there. I mean, I thought they, at various points throughout the season were one of the most disappointing teams in the entire league, and here they are, fighting to make the playoffs. The West, once again, so much deeper and better than the East.
Yeah, with the Bulls situation, though, there was, when the Kentucky job came open, Billy Donovan, his name was getting thrown into that job quite a bit, and he kept having to deflect, no, I'm going to stay here. I've got to play-in tournament I've got to worry about and all that. So here they are, though. But the interesting one tonight is the Kings and the Pelicans as well, right? That one's coming up, too. So the Kings, dispatched of Golden State. And so we'll see the Pelicans, having to deal with what they're dealing with right now. They have another shot to maybe get into this thing. But Kings playing
Zion's
pretty well.
out with a hammy, right?
Yeah, so that it's going to be tough. Yep.
They're used to playing without him, though.
They are used to playing without him. They really are.
The Kings are just so good. I feel like both these teams could have like home court advantage in the first round if things in the regular season had fallen just a little bit differently for them. I think maybe the difficulty of the schedule provides the illusion that they're playing teams, but to me they're very solid playoff teams when healthy. Stars Golden Knights tonight, guys. What's your prediction?
I'm feeling Stars in 6. Stars in 6 here. I know everybody's a little bit worried, and it is a bummer that your reward for being first in the conference is to play this Vegas Golden Knights team. That does seem a little bit like a bummer there. And if it was, especially when you consider the Kings, and that's a team that you've dominated throughout this season, you would have been feeling much better about it. But I do think the Stars are primed right now. They're rocking and rolling, and with the way Otter's playing, you will take this team. You'll take this team with confidence, and that's what I'm doing. I'm going to go 6 games. And what did Hagee say? Didn't you say it's more likely the Stars get the sweep in round 1 than even the Mavericks? So give me the Stars for sure, and I'll take them in 6.
It's crazy how far the Golden Knights have fallen after winning the Cup. But their defense is not good, and I think you can really soak this thing in and hopefully get some exorcism here going on from the demons of last year, Brian.
Yeah, that's that is, you said tonight, I believe, that's April 22nd.
Monday. It starts Monday.
It's a Monday night. I think I was like, God, am I missing something here? But yeah,
did I say tonight?
Yeah, you did. No, I was just kind of I was thinking that I messed it up, and so. But yeah, this will be, to me, hockey is such a grind, and the season is such a grind, and you don't coming off a Stanley Cup victory like the Golden Knights had last year, and they've been this team ever since they've been in existence. It seems like they've been in a playoff and a tough series throughout, but the matchups throughout hockey, I think if you're new to the sport of hockey, this will be a great time to kind of dive in really to both sides with the conference on both, because there's matchups throughout. You're going to find a lot of these series, I think, are going to go to 7 games. These teams, the way that they're seeded and stuff, and the way that it all played out in the final month of the season, there was so much battle down to the final day. But yeah, if you're new to hockey, check it out, because I could say the Vegas series, the other series they're going to be tough ones, and especially in the East, whoever comes out of that is going to be a very big time foe for whoever gets out of the West. But it's a great time to be a hockey fan, especially with the playoffs.
Indeed. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We have a Friday news dump with the Chief coming up next here in the Nation.
The Fan continues.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag today coming up in 7 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call them for a free consultation. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's the Chief with the Friday News Now.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. And got a couple of things to hit here. Did you guys see the Colorado Rockies story where they have triggered an FAA investigation of a United Airlines flight after members of the Rockies coaching staff posted a video in the pilot seat of the team plane as they were flying to Toronto?
Oh, they don't want you to get a good look at the instrument panel?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they got these dudes like steering the ship a little bit.
Oh, okay.
It's like they got it's like a crowded room inside of the cockpit, and I'm seeing FAA confirms to 9 News it's launched an investigation, unauthorized persons in the flight deck during a United charter flight for the Rockies. This took place last week, but it's all happening now with the video. They uploaded the videos to Instagram and stuff. They were posting these videos of a bunch of dudes like sitting while the plane's in the air. Yeah. And I guess that is just like a giant no-no.
Yeah. I wonder if the rules have changed on that. You know, you can't imagine what goes on some of these charters, you know, with a lot of walking around, you know, I mean, there's just a lot of things
happening. Drinking,
a lot of things
carrying on.
I remember this this is way back in the 2000s, early 2000s. Bill Parcells was afraid to fly, and he used to sit in the jump seat with the pilots when they would take off and land and stuff like that. So he would sit actually up in the cockpit area. Now,
like pre 9/11, if you were a little kid, they'd let you go up there and hang out with the pilot for a few seconds.
That's why I wonder if all these rules have changed.
Oh yeah,
about
but they should relax the rules for like charter flights.
Oh, they really are relaxed.
Yeah.
There's a lot of,
okay, so you can go up there, you just can't roll the video and show.
Yeah, to me, there's
they worry about terrorists looking at that thing and getting an idea of the layout.
I think they worry about like some guy just like bumping into the instruments.
Yeah, creating a disaster for the current flight at hand.
You hit a button, you also like, oh, what's this? You take a button, and the next thing you know, the right engine's off. You know, kind of a thing.
they're just like letting. Yeah, if you guys want to fly the plane, man, just come on up here. You can take my seat.
I mean, you had people going up there for decades without incident. You know, this is one of those things where we've created a rule, and it's like, oh my goodness, you broke the rule, and it's like, was anybody ever really in harm's way? I don't think so.
Well, they did have a plane. I think I was reading about this because of I'm also scared to fly. But I read about.
I don't love it either.
Yeah, I read a story about a stewardess was serving a meal, and she put the tray and it hit a switch, and all of a sudden the plane just nosedives. So I think that's what they're really, really worried about. They don't want people up there
hitting buttons
by accident.
Yeah,
that like, oh well, and especially with the plane being in the air. Like I say, charter flights are, they always talk about stay in your seat. Keep the tray tables up, all that stuff like that. It's the rules are. I mean, they tell you they're trying to keep order up there, but nobody's really listening to what's going on.
Yeah, that's the kind of flying I want. Like, I never saw my own tray.
Yeah, Parcells was the only time that I've ever seen anybody up in the front, up into the cockpit area of the plane. But every other plane I've ever been on with a team, it's. Everybody stayed out of that area.
Yeah, I would imagine. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what exactly what type of hammer comes down. I don't know if this happens to like the pilots or what, but there's a full-fledged investigation situation brewing now with the Rockies.
A lot of those pilots and crew are the same ones for every flight. Now, in baseball, I'm sure they have rotating crews because of how many games they travel. But I know in football, we had the same crew everywhere we went.
Okay, I saw the local headline of the week here. John Wayne Bobbitt. You guys remember this guy?
He lost his man part, didn't he? The wife take it off for him?
Found out he was cheating, cut it off while he was taking a nap, drove away with it, threw it out of the car. They found it, reattached it, bro.
And it's back to full capabilities. Do we know, or is it's at least there?
I think that's questionable right now. Yeah, I think it's questionable.
Well, we'll have to do some digging on this. There's an update to the story, and this is not a story I was familiar with. Obviously, you guys very in the know on this particular one. John Wayne Bobbitt, as I read from Fox 4 News, the headline: John Wayne Bobbitt, whose wife sliced off his manhood, loses toes due to toxic water from his military days.
Wow.
He's apparently now he's got all of his toes have had to be removed.
Whew. That's a tough life he's had.
I'm like, dude, this guy can't.
He's gone under the knife for the wrong reasons.
If I was his fingers, I'd be worried right now.
Yeah, dude, you'd be stressing the heck out. Yeah, why would his toes? I guess maybe his toes were in these waters more so than his fingers actually were. Because obviously, if you're submerged in water, like maybe his fingers weren't always actually in the water. But it is funny to think, like, why is it just the toes? Why isn't it a full-on foot situation? Why isn't it up to the knee that's gone? Why is it on? Yeah, well, like, what's the deal here? Apparently, a bunch of toxic chemicals in waters that he was swimming in throughout his military days are now making him lose his toes. So this guy's just losing it all here. I mean, would you lose your man piece and keep all your 10 toes, or you'd rather lose all 10 toes to keep the piece?
Yeah, I'd lose my toes first.
What about toe? Where do you draw the line before you're like, all right, I'll just lose my manhood? Is it like
knees?
Okay,
up to the knee.
I'm kind of thinking, give me my toes.
Really? Yeah. I mean, at this stage,
at this stage of my life,
you need your toes a little bit more.
Yeah, I still stumble around, but I think my balance problems would be even worse if I didn't have my toes.
Yeah, I hear you.
You're getting more use out of your toes these days.
Why not? I'm showing you my toe. Yeah,
your toe. Gosh, you need some new toes.
I need some new toes. Yeah.
Poor guy though.
We'll hear more from Broadus and Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. Our Path to the Draft coverage brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations next Thursday night. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, brought to you by the Texas Lottery. The lottery proudly supports Texas education and veterans. Look for teacher ticket specials at Rangers.com. Brought to you by the Texas Lottery. Here's Lucius, G-Bag of the Day.
You guys were talking about the cockpit situations, right?
Yeah.
Man, there was a sad story that some newlyweds went up in a helicopter.
Oh, no.
And one of them got too close to the lever and made the darn thing crash.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I can't even handle it, dude. That's crazy.
I rode in a helicopter once on vacation, and it was totally, I never got comfortable.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know how you guys can live up here.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
As you should. Yeah, during the Navy, I used to be strapped onto those darn things, leaning out to get, photos from whatever.
Oh, so
maybe
Lucius,
the carrier group or some surveillance photos, whatever. But you're hanging out of a helo. And you're holding the camera. And you're just hoping that the guy behind you did his job and didn't drink last night. Like, man, just hold it down, bro.
So, Lucius, would you put your feet out on the skids or the pods and just and take pictures? That's what you do?
Stuff, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're not afraid of heights?
Well, yeah, whatever. That tower over there at Six Flags that you can't walk up on anymore, I don't think so. The orange one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it humbled me.
I'm scared of heights, too.
They did that little rock and lean.
Yeah.
I was like, get me down. I laid on the ground in front of the kids and stuff.
You should have seen me in the Gateway Arch. You guys ever in St. Louis ever been the Gateway Arch that you can go up, there's an elevator.
Edward Jones?
And you have to lean out. You have to put your chest on an area to lean out to look out the window. You can't just stand and look out the window. You have to, like you're a ski jumper.
No way.
I just said no. I stood in the middle and like, let's go back down. Let's get out of here. I'm not standing up here anymore.
Good for you, bro. Our winner of G-Bag of the Day.
Nobody listened.
Is a 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Yes.
Where was he the night that the afternoon that OJ went on his high speed, slow speed? Where am I? This slow speed chase away from the LAPD. Where was Chris?
Back in the press area in Madison Square Garden, after the chase was about winding up, Robert Kardashian, Kim's dad, and he was representing OJ. He's reading this suicide letter that OJ had written. And we're all standing in the press room. I'm standing next to Ahmad Rashad. And he's going through this letter saying goodbye to people, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he goes, and my good friend Ahmad Rashad, and the whole room looks at Ahmad Rashad. And Ahmad just looks down to the ground and then he just walks away and got in a limo and just dissed a Pierce. Give me a freaking Pierce. I'm sounding like LeBron.
Dude, it gets better every time.
Excuse me, it's freaking beer. Excuse me.
He salvaged it at the end, man.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Charles Barkley right here. By the way, Charles Barkley and Gayle King's show has been canceled.
Oh, what?
Praise be, hallelujah. Yeah, it sure has been canceled. I think it was called King Charles or something like that. Yeah, they didn't know what they were talking about. But anyway, Charles Barkley right here roasting NBA insider Chris Haynes for saying that he was a MVP hooper.
What's my average? Oh, I was the MVP in the Filipino league that I'm in here, and I said on my podcast, I'm not Filipino, but I'm a guest.
No disrespect.
There was a little bit I said on my podcast.
I know I'm gonna get in trouble to answer this question. How many Filipinos been drafted into the NBA? I'm just asking a question, man.
Hey, Chris, sorry I brought it up, man. All right. Enjoy the game.
Fair enough.
And I know it's Filipino name, too. What's the Filipino name? Manny Blacquiao.
Man, they're getting loose.
Yeah.
He said, sorry I brought that up, man. I'm sorry.
He's like, dude, I should have known better. That was on me.
Let's see what else we got right here. Oh, the fight. Ryan Garcia at the 420 fight. Presser going back and forth with someone in the crowd. Oh, my God.
Hey, where's your mama at, baby? Where's your mom? Oh, I'm going to go flirt with your mama. Ooh, she about to be fine as yeah, I want some of your mama. I want your mama now. Your mama probably in my DMs. You mother. I'm not talking about my mom before I you up. Yeah, that fear coming in your mouth like a bitch, dog. I put my in your mouth, bitch.
Ryan, what's that, Ryan?
Hey, pause, no Diddy.
Something is wrong with this mother.
Wow. Man, I thought he would get off the cocaine this close to the fight. It's tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't figure if he's like super selling this fight. Because, he is an Instagram guy. Maybe he knows the algorithm likes crazy stuff.
Maybe.
Or maybe he's really losing it. Either way, we're going to find out if he has a good fight.
Yes.
He's going to be up.
Yeah.
Just a good fight. You don't even have to win. If you win, you're out of here, bro. Up and away. But if you just have a good fight, you're going to be all right.
He might be working it. His celebrity is definitely at its highest right now.
Yeah.
His career was going well, and now everybody knows him. If he can punctuate that with a dub tomorrow.
Oh, a dub, he's out of here.
Yeah.
A dub, he's out of here, bro. But just a good fight. They're going to be like, all right, well, I guess he was selling it, and we can rely on you to sell more because of the amount of attention you got.
Yeah.
I think there's like, as of yesterday, it was like 1,500 tickets left, and they're thinking that's all going to happen on the World Cup. Nice. So it's going to be a packed house.
Yeah, got the job done.
Yep. All right, let's vote, man.
Okay, is it CA at MSG? Is it Charles Barkley roasting Chris Haynes for saying he was an MVP hooper in the Filipino Rec League? Shaq came in, capped it. Ernie kind of saved it there at one point. Ryan Garcia on the 425, but I'm voting for my guy CH. Follow. How about you?
Yeah, I'm seeing it looks like Garcia failed to make weight by 3.2 pounds.
Sure did. Thank you for LA Live right there. Coming up in
I'm so sorry about that. I saw somebody texted it in. Yeah, I'm going with the champ.
Yeah, CA for sure.
I'm going to vote for the crazy boxer guy.
That'd be Ryan Garcia by a score of 3-1.
Should be his new name. That should be his official name.
AKA Crazy Boxer Guy. Let's get... No, can't do that. Okay, we got to run, though. Brian, Little Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, it's Friday. I got a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because it's spring cleaning season, and if you're noticing as you're opening your windows that they're harder to get open or they're sticking open, then that's a clear sign it's time to get new.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On the Fan, our path to this year's draft is proudly presented by Pluckers and by Zero Res.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I should have mentioned segment brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org and Window Nation. But the corner is presented by our friends at Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, King of the Crusties. Broadus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. I want to also say thanks again to everybody that showed up last night. And thanks to the station, and also thanks to DallasCowboys.com as well for allowing us to put that thing on. It's so so much fun to deal with the draft.
Yeah.
And it's such a big part of my life. Really passionate about it. And, I just to see people have that kind of interest and then to work with, the combination with the guys and gals that we work with DallasCowboys.com and our own guys with Zach, and just to see them grow in this whole market of doing this and having a really good, I was so proud of everybody last night for the takes that they had. And now we kind of chop that thing up. So, it's when we get to do it for the 3 days on the station, I look forward to this. One of my favorite things we ever get to do. So I'm so excited about next week.
Me too, man.
And I know you guys are going to be out and about in the city, and I hope you eat all.
No, but this is the Super Bowl for you. This is like Hayes in the barn. You've been grinding, and now it's time to show that off over the course of 3 days. It's going to be epic. It always is.
Well, this, like I said, I've been very fortunate that we have the platforms we have here, and like I said, DallasCowboys.com. But I do appreciate everybody that makes that possible.
Yeah.
Because there was, when you get out of the business, you're like, well, what am I going to do? I'm never going to talk about the draft again. Well, this is the opportunity that we get to do that every week, and hopefully we've investigated and educated. That's what we say at the draft show. Our motto is. So hopefully that if you follow along with us, up until the draft, there's a lot of things going on right now with your football team if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. And there's a lot of things that they're trying to figure out right now. These medicals are going to be huge. You heard Stephen Jones on the station this morning talk about setting the board and what they're going to be able to do there, or how they're going to be able to do that. Talking to some guys this morning about it, guys that would know what's going on. They're in a little bit of a bind right now, is trying to kind of figure out how the draft is going to fall to them. Next week, I have a feeling that you're going to see them really sit down, maybe work on some mock drafts, maybe be true and say, okay, do we need to go up? Do we need to go back? These are all things. I don't think they have a clear picture of what's going to be available for them at 24. I don't. Usually we could kind of say, oh, it's Leighton Vander Esch. Oh, it's Tristan Hill. Oh, I think that they're struggling with their, and that's not a slam at them. That's just the honest truth that I work in this draft so far. There is so much uncertainty because of the medical problems that some of these kids have. Are you willing to take a kid with medical risks? The Cowboys have done it in the past. They've also got burnt by it too. So that's the thing that I think they're struggling with right now. They're putting that board together, but they're looking at, okay, who is going to be there for us, or who potentially could be there for us. And I just don't think it's a clear picture for them right now. And
there's always surprises. Sounds like there's going to be more than ever.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, is there's always, you just never know how, once the commissioner opens the draft and how the board starts to fall, you're sitting there and you're going, all right, we got this wired pretty good. But I think right now, as we sit, there is a lot of uncertainty in draft rooms around the country, say on picks 24, 25, 26 on back. I think there's a lot of teams that are worried about how the board might fall and that their guy might not be there. And they might have to look at drafting instead of just saying, okay, why take a need that's not, why take a need just to take a need? Could we see this team draft a defensive player knowing that they, maybe they don't want to take the sixth best offensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they don't want to take, maybe something's going on at center. So this thing is, there's going to be a lot of twists and turns until we get to Thursday night.
That's exciting. I love that.
And that's, it's cool for us, terrifying for them. Terrifying, because you want to have a handle of how this thing is going to fall. And, that right now, I don't think anybody has a real handle of how this thing is going to fall.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I always like to play games with you guys on Fridays. I appreciate you allowing me to do that. Try and have a little fun here.
We do want to play a game.
This one is Olympic gold medalist or U.S. Senator.
All time?
Oh, this is my lane right here.
Olympic gold medalist or U.S. Senator.
Are these all Olympians from the U.S.?
All of them are from the U.S.
Okay.
And these U.S. senators as well?
All.
Good clarification. Thank you.
Just want to make sure.
I've done the House of Commons before. You're right about that.
Just checking, man. You'll take me overseas in a heartbeat. I know you will.
U.S. senators. All of them are U.S. senators, and all of them are Olympic gold medalists.
From the U.S.
From the U.S. General.
Yes, sir.
It's the most patriotic segment you've ever done, Broadus. Earning your stripes.
Here we go.
Country, 'tis of thee.
Pat McCormick.
Oh, that's a senator.
That's a senator for sure.
It's a great name, too.
It is.
Pat McCormick.
Born to be a senator.
Yeah, somewhere in the South.
Everybody senators?
Yes.
Pat McCormick was a U.S. diver that won 4 Olympic medals in 1952 to 1956.
Oh, I thought we were starting from the 60s and going forward. I didn't know we were dipping into the 50s.
Can you tell me where the games were held in 1960? I'll give you a point.
Berlin.
No.
Indonesia.
Oslo, Norway.
No.
Wasn't this the Bangkok year?
Rome. Yes, Pat McCormick was a U.S. diver in 1954.
Well, yeah, I didn't really start watching the Olympics till Mary Lou in '84. So if you go back on me on that, I might have some blind spots.
Yeah, and I was only slightly before that. So,
Chief.
Yes.
Eric Hayden.
Now this is my wheelhouse.
Eric Hayden.
Sounds like an athlete.
That's clearly a senator. Hayden votes.
Hayden votes?
Yeah.
Nah, this guy's athletic as hell.
You saying it's an athlete?
Olympic gold medalist.
Lucius?
That is a senator, sir.
Eric Hayden was a U.S. speed skater. He won 5 gold medals in 1980.
See, before my time. Only thing I know from then is the Miracle on Ice.
Lucius.
And this one is going to be a senator, but I'm not going to take it. Watch.
John Neighbor.
John Neighbor.
That's John?
John Neighbor.
John Neighbor. And there he is, John Neighbor. No, it isn't. That's a good point. Ladies and gentlemen, John Neighbor. I'm going to go with senator.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Is that N-A-B-E-R or N-E-I-G-H-B-O-R?
N-A-B-E-R. John Neighbor.
That's a medalist.
Yeah, if it was Neighbors with an S, I would feel differently about his athletic prowess. This is a senator.
John Neighbor was a U.S. swimmer.
Gosh, dog it.
What the hell?
5 gold medals. 5 medals.
Is there a senator on the list, sir?
Maybe not.
He's butt cracking us on this one, man. That'd be a really good move, by the way.
Maybe not.
I'm like anticipating there's got to be a senator to pop up here. This is where you get to the test and you're like, I don't know the answers, but just the flow of the test tells me it's C.
All right. I might not put a senator on this list.
I know. Now you got me. Now you got me concerned.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Deb Fisher.
Senator.
Deb Fisher.
Yeah. Yeah, I lean senator there as well.
Yeah, me too. Somewhere on like the southern east coast.
Like a gold medalist senator.
Deb Fisher represents the great state of Nebraska.
Oh, well.
Somewhere on the east coast.
Somewhere.
Somewhere between.
Bonus points for that?
Somewhere between Connecticut and Nebraska.
Well, South Carolina.
Knocking you half a point for that one.
I did too much.
Gavin.
Yes, sir.
Peter Welch. Peter Welch.
Athlete. Medalist. Couldn't imagine voting for a guy named Peter Welch. That's why I went with that. I'm like, dude, this guy ain't winning an election.
I took a mean stiff arm in practice by a guy with the last name Welch. This is probably his dad. It's one of the biggest low points of my athletic career.
How about the guy that jumped over you? Was that a low point too?
Well, yes.
I'd
say he jumped more through me than over me. But yeah, that one stings, literally.
Peter Welch.
Yeah, that's an athlete.
You're battling sciatica.
See, that's what they don't talk about enough, Dawson.
I got you.
Lucius.
Trainer's like, you just need some Advil for that thing. It's just a little nerve damage.
Walk it off.
That's a terrible way to operate.
That guy sucked.
Lucius Peter Welch.
That sounds like an athlete.
Peter Welch is a senator from Vermont.
Look at these, bro.
Bernie was a senator from Vermont.
Yeah, Peter Welch.
Sir. Excuse me, sir.
Last one.
Business.
214 says skater Eric Heiden had bigger thighs than Herschel Walker. That's quite the allegation.
He was him and our pitcher yesterday. Jack Leiter. Him and Jack Leiter are both. Yeah, but he's absolutely right about that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can see the teardrop through Leiter's pants.
Jack,
thanks,
Gas
fanatics.
and Leiter.
Last one. Lucius.
Let's go, baby.
Tom Cotton.
Oh, that is a senator, sir.
Tom Cotton,
senator.
I just need the point here. I'm going to go
stick.
athlete. I'm going gold medalist if I've ever heard one.
Lucius, do you know what state he's from?
No.
You've been crushing these today, Lucius.
Yeah. Virginia.
Arkansas.
God, dog it.
Same thing.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you guys.
There he goes. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, some NFL news of the day is up next. Where are we going?
Sounds from the Cowboys running back room, plus the biggest alpha in all of football announced himself to the world yesterday. That's next here in the nation.
Shoot, yeah, boy, but we're heading into the weekend. If you get hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Hey, it happens. Life's unpredictable.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What up? Hour number 2, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I want to salute Eric from the CBD Shaman store up in McKinney. He texted in, says, the 420 sales have me super swamped today, but customers are loving the YouTube stream, Tolo. So salute to you, Eric, and salute to everybody who's stopping by that CBD Shaman store up there in McKinney. And we love all the Tolos out there on
shout out
Friday.
Shout out to the Cowboys equipment staff that's listening to us today on the radio. They were texting in, laughing at our last segment.
Playing along with the Senators.
Yeah, they're playing along. Yeah, it's
nice, dude.
Appreciate you guys over there. Thank you for always keeping me dry.
Yeah, salute to you guys for keeping the Cowboys healthy, and salute to the .com department for hosting us yesterday.
Yeah.
It is always so cool, whether it's Valley Ranch or the Star, to be able to get up there and do a show or two, whether it's around the training camps or the draft, whatever it is. It's an honor. It's so sweet to be doing a show inside an official NFL HQ.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Gavin Spittle with a great job with that, and then Derek Eagleton as well, working that out. With the venue, and hopefully we'll get even better on it.
That's a lock. Here's the Chief with some NFL news of the day.
Move over, man, Campbell. There's a new alpha in town. We'll get to Bulky here in just a second. But, Broadus, can you refresh the people? The Cowboys made a significant move this week at a particular position at the running back spot, right?
Yeah.
Got ourselves a super beast, Royce Freeman. There's a half decent chance he makes it to the final cuts in training camp. And Rico Dowdle is, I guess, RB1, like if you're playing today right now, right?
Yeah, if you had to play right now, yes.
So RB1, upon seeing the news that Royce Freeman was going to be entering the chat, he tweeted out, tell me what you got. I don't know what he means by this, but I like it. When I smell the smoke, I turn to gasoline. Then he's got that purple, like, evil devil kind of face emoji to tag along with it. This was seconds after the Royce Freeman news dropped the other day. So, chips on the shoulder of Rico, man. I think we're going to get the best version of him.
Well, he probably shouldn't watch the draft then, because maybe the second day they're going to go grab him a running back too, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll do it in the second round, but I think they'll look at a running back in the third.
I don't know if I want to be running towards smoke with gasoline. Now, I don't think you have much to worry about with Royce Freeman. There's no fire. There's no combustion, right? That was just a random puff of cloud. Royce Freeman is coming.
It's steam more than smoke.
You get a day 2 running back, there's going to be an inferno that comes along with him most likely.
I would have saved.
I'm here for it.
I would have saved that tweet for after the draft. If they would have picked, say, Brooks from Texas or Benson from Florida State in the second round at 56, I would have then maybe tweeted that out.
But are you guys just as confused as I am about just the general analogy that he painted?
Well, I mean, if there's smoke, there's a fire, right? So if you're running to it with gas, it means you're not afraid.
You're
more fire, more smoke.
I'm bringing fuel to it.
You're making
more 3-yard carries.
Yeah, you're.
If you see me in the woods fighting a bear, help the bear. That's what he's saying right there. That's what he's saying. Oh, you got smoke? Well, I got some heat for you.
I like that. All right. Well,
I'm
Rico.
Steal that one from you, Lucius. I like that.
And it was more than 3. I mean, it's not like he's Deuce Vaughn. That was a solid 4.1.
4.1 out of Rico?
Yeah.
Except for when you needed the 3 for the touchdown, and then it was 2.1.
Yeah.
Love me some Rico Dowdle, baby. We will go ahead and play some sound here from the Pat McAfee show. This is Bill Belichick talking about what his draft night plans are 6 days from right now.
If we were, the 33rd team and kind of watch the guys come off the board and talk about what other teams' needs are and potentially if there are trade conversations and that type of thing going on, I think I can give a little insight into maybe what the conversations will be in those rooms. Made a few trades.
Yeah, I think. I think you will. Go ahead, AJ.
Maybe Andy and I can work up a trade somehow this year.
Oh, I like that news.
Remember when Andy Reid and I switched spots in the 7th round to keep our streak going?
Just d***ing around. Andy, we need to do this. Go ahead, AJ.
How about that, dude?
Yeah.
It's so unbelievable. I actually thought for a minute that was AI Belichick. Like, there's no way Bill is actually hamming it up and, actually trying to have a conversation with a media member.
Yeah, dude.
You know,
McAfee was bringing the best out of him, I think.
Yeah, that'll happen.
There's some stories about Bill Belichick that I wish I could tell on air. That
There's a couple that you've shared with me that I wish you could share on air.
It's funny that Bill, and this is being around him and stuff like that, and him and Mike Lombardi, and Mike, as we well know, Mike was one of my dear friends, or still is one of my dear friends, and with Bill and stuff like that. But Bill will have a good time with you. I mean, I know the football setting is very, I'm not telling you anything, no days off guy, but off the field, there's some fun side to Bill Belichick.
That's cool. I would feel like as a media member, now maybe it's different for McAfee because he was a player, but I would think as a reporter, if I'm trying to talk to Bill and he's doing that now, I'd be like, man, screw you.
Well,
you can give nothing to the media by being more cordial than he was over the last 15 years.
They're showing Elliott Wolf on TV. I used to babysit that guy, Gavin.
That's cool.
I was the New England Patriots.
Looks young enough that I could have babysat him.
Elliott Wolf's on the NFL. What's the NFL show they have on ESPN? Whatever that show.
NFL Live.
NFL Live, and Elliott's giving the talk right there. I used to babysit that kid. It's hilarious.
By the way, wasn't going to bring it up, but I think some producers at ESPN definitely agree with my Laura Rutledge take. Look at this, a nice classy sweater.
Okay,
she's no longer dressing like she's trying to go win the prom or something, or going to a club.
Yeah,
or going on a Harley cruise.
So you're saying like the leather chain bit she throws down like in week 17 is not a good look for her?
I like that change
bizarre. Yeah. It didn't really speak like sports TV to me. It was more like rock TV, but it was right up Chief's alley.
It was a nice little, not expecting it,
As I was dropping knowledge on this, Chief and Wolchuk were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is a major wardrobe clash for sports TV.
That can't be your fastball, but every once in a while you bust out that changeup like that, you surprise everybody. I can appreciate it, but I don't think I haven't seen it in a while. I will say.
You don't like the sexy look on TV for ladies?
I do like
the
sexy
sports.
I do like a sexy look. I prefer that, but I think it's got to be somewhat sporty and not, I don't know, like Harley-ish.
So it was less the fit and more about where the fit was being on TV. If you saw her just out and about, you'd be like, hey, no problem.
Right?
Seeing her on sports television.
You'd swear she was on MotoGP is what she was doing. All she needed was a helmet with the leather. She had the leather outfit.
There was a lot of leather. There was a lot of like club dresses.
Okay, you don't like the leathers. It's too much. Dominatrix style.
Maybe.
Because Fox News is like number one. They know how to do it, bro. They had 5 ladies lined up at a glass table with skirts on talking about the news. I was like, come on, fam.
Yes.
A glass table. I know that 65-year-old man just staring like, I'm getting all the news today.
I'll tell you the one that's kind of figured it out is like Telemundo.
Oh yeah.
And Univision.
Oh yeah.
The weather girls.
Still sporty and wholesome.
The whole team. It doesn't matter.
The whole squad.
The whole squad, and they're all, and you're just sitting there like, wow, this is an amazing look they've got going down, and they're telling me about the news.
Yeah, dude, you're here for it in a different language.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely understand Spanish.
I follow a lot of them, bro. I don't know what they're talking about.
No idea.
They get a like from me every time.
No idea, and
love your content.
Yeah.
All right.
Right about that weather a lot this week, man. Keep it up.
Fit in your bag. Speaking of things that look good, or perhaps don't in your mind, but I think these, and I didn't get Carter's not here right now, so my apologies, but most people have probably seen these. You had the Detroit Lions unveiling new uniforms, and one of them is an alternate uniform, and apparently it was Man Campbell a few years ago, upon becoming the head coach for the Detroit Lions, he asked team president to bring the black jersey back. Detroit had black jerseys at one point, like an alternate, like they've worn them in the past, but it's been a while. And Man Campbell wanted to bring them back, and the president had told them a few years ago, hey, when you win the division, we'll bring back the black alternate uniforms. Well, boom. It was made official yesterday with the unveiling. They have their two usual, their home blues and their road whites, and then they have the black on black alternate that I don't know how many times they'll wear this year, but it comes with the Honolulu blue helmet as opposed to the silver one. Looks really awesome. My only critique is you look like you're the Detroit Panthers now, or you're the Carolina Lions, because it's very much so. It's like, am I looking at Bryce Young and the Panthers when I'm looking at that uniform? But that's being a little bit nitpicky. They look awesome.
I thought it was Carolina's uniforms when I first started. I looked at it because I looked at the helmet logo and the lion kind of looked like the Panther a little bit. And I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, it's the Lions. I think I love the Lions when they do the stuff with the Honolulu blue, though. That's the thing that I don't like is when they go old, when they take their logos off the helmets. You ever seen that? Like
when they go bare naked on the decals.
Yeah, no stripes on their pants or anything like that. I think that's not.
It's kicking it too old school, too crusty for you.
Too crusty, yes.
Well, congratulations to Man Campbell getting it done, and he's definitely earned the ability to handpick how his team looks. Maybe I guess the next step is getting to a Super Bowl or something, and then they'll let him have the actual lion on a leash on the sideline right there next to him as sort of his own get-back coach.
You know, I think, and then after that, you're going to want to get your legendary Hall of Famers to complete their careers and not retire early for you as like a final icing on the cake if man wants the total transformation.
Yeah. How many more years do you have out of Amon-Ra St. Brown over there, bro? Now, it wasn't all good news for Campbell yesterday, though, because we have
Starbucks going closing down some shop there for him.
No, it's just we have
got a poo-pooing in the house.
Bad Campbell, bad coach.
Somebody has taken his spot as the biggest alpha in the entire sport. And that was not something I had on my off-season bingo card.
No.
Somebody's going to say, hey, Dan, step aside. There's a new alpha in town.
This has to be some baseball dude.
His name's Trent Baalke.
Oh,
my
buddy.
Is the general manager for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. Listen to him talk about the Jaguars draft plans at the draft presser yesterday.
Still got a couple of days going through. Coach and I haven't sat down and gone through the final board yet.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
Chris Christie'd be proud of that.
There is no, it's not even a fart gate situation. You listen to it back, listen to him, and if you watch the video, you can see him stop mid-sentence, relieve himself, and then do the excuse me bit, and then just keep it moving.
Still got a couple of days going through. Coach and I haven't sat down and gone through the final board yet.
I've never seen a mid fart presser go that way, where it's just he's owning it, he's acknowledging it right there, he's sort of apologizing for it, and then just powering through. And I mean, he stops mid sentence, so it's a dead giveaway.
Sure,
usually you try to just keep it. You almost want to talk, go up an octave. As to cover up what is happening, but he was just like
your throat.
He was like, "Listen, you guys. This is my presser, okay? Yeah. You guys came into my house, so I'm going to handle myself like a gentleman, which is I will say excuse me afterwards. But this is
like a gentleman.
This is my house right now. I'm not going to walk out of here with my stomach hurting, okay?" Yeah. That's not good for our draft plans.
And comfortable. He was like the opposite of Jack Leiter yesterday. There's no way Jack would rip one out there.
Hey,
he'd hold that thing in for 3 hours.
Let me ask you this:
himself an ulcer
about Jack. Did you go look at your mentions after that tweet?
Yes, yeah.
How did it go for you that day? Was it okay?
There were a lot of copium and baseball nerding.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't check myself, but I was wondering when I saw it. I'm like, oh, Dawson, did you want to do this?
I did. I chose violence. Yeah. All I said was I think he's got a lot of, growing up to do with pretty much every aspect of pitching other than throwing it hard,
Sit down and go, excuse me. Go.
Yeah, they were baseball experts.
Pause, fart, excuse me.
Yes.
It's just perfect.
Trent Baalke's the man, and, I'm not quite sure if I want that level of personality with my GM, though. I think that might be a coach thing. Now that I think about it, as a GM, you're more of an executive. You're more corporate. I just don't know how that plays. But then I think of Gil Brandt, who was the opposite of corporate in that way.
Yeah.
And it worked for him. He's one of the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah, that's more locker room stuff, not front office.
Yeah.
You think the reporters followed up with a question?
No.
Excuse me, sir. Is that actually a fart? We're just confused by this moment. We want to capture it in.
What do you have for breakfast?
I kind of feel like you can get away with that in Jacksonville. I know when we were there was 2 reporters that covered the team.
The New York media would never let you get away with this.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting.
It'd be peppering you with what the heck just happened.
What
here.
just happened?
Yeah.
I think probably he did that in front of 4 people. Would be my guess.
Thanks to the guy who was shooting a shot at Caitlin Clark earlier in the week, this Baalke mid-fart presser is
guy gave her the heart, right? Heart hands.
Yeah, but thanks to that guy, this Bulky situation is number 2 craziest thing to happen in a sports presser this week. So congratulations to Bulky. Yeah. Move over, man. Campbell. I guess maybe he returns serve at some point. We'll see.
Back-to-back text 229. How is that fart not G-bag of the day? 817. The fact you guys think fart jokes are still funny really is telling. Grow up. I guess there's two sides to
that wasn't a fart joke. He actually farted.
That was just reporting
during a
the
press
news.
conference in front of microphones and people.
Yes. We're just talking draft plans
The
here.
things we say after are the kind of jokes. We're trying.
You know, I was seeing a good explanation of this recently. They went culture to culture and tried to find, like, what do different places around the world have in common with sense of humor. The only thing they found that people agreed was funny, no matter what country you were in, was farts.
That's just, it doesn't matter, man.
It's freaking classic. Okay, we got to run, though, G-Bag Nation. Is Luka in danger of becoming the next James Harden, or do we need to media watchdog the writer of this article? We'll talk about that, preview Mavs Clippers a little bit more with you coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, here we are going into the weekend, and I want you to enjoy all of your free time this weekend. Get an amazing deal on a brand new set of wheels that's going to look great in your driveway. And I want you to enjoy your Friday night, your Saturday, and your Sunday. So how do we do it? We call D&M Leasing, 972 or 817-35-LEASE, and then just tell them what vehicle you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. They'll deliver it. You sign the documents on a smartphone app. And
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mavericks
LFG
versus Clippers. It's playoffs, baby. Let's cut those lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Dawson fills the Woolly Bully shoes fantastically.
Doing my best. Shout out to the Woolly Bully. It was great to have him back in studio yesterday. And he'll be making his triumphant permanent return, I believe, next Wednesday. Get you set. And then, big night on Thursday. Is he hosting the draft coverage Thursday night?
He is hosting the draft coverage Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yep.
So you get super proud of their takes. I get super proud of their hostings.
Yeah, I mean, we've been, like I say, been really fortunate for all. This isn't easy to do. All these guys and gals looking at a couple of hundred players and having other jobs they're having to deal with, but a lot of pride in that group, and that's the cool thing about it is how everybody pulls together. And Woolchuck, he's going to do a great job hosting for us those 3 days.
Okay, we have an article here, and it was written by Bill Reiter. Bill Reiter, R-E-I-T-E-R, CBSSports.com. Why Luke is at risk of becoming James Harden 2.0 and how the Mavs superstar can set himself apart. The Frankel Firm injury attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. What do you think of the Luka comp to James? Now, James is 9 years older, and this story's written, right? Like, he has not been a good playoff performer, and now he's trying to get one late Barry Bonds style to sort of erase the history of, what he did as a younger man in the postseason. Some of the most disappointing playoffs from, an MVP player of all time. And so far for Luka's playoffs, he's been amazing. And, while his team hasn't had more team success than James Harden has, his individual per-game production is elite. But here's what CBS Sports has for you as far as concern in this department. And again, if you'd like to text into the show, please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'd like to get some good engagement on this bad boy. Okay, Luka's usage rate, 35.98, the 20th highest mark in a season in history. No player in league's history with a higher single-season usage rate has ever made a final, let alone won one. Of the 19 times players had the ball in their hands more often than Luka did this season, only 3 have even made a conference final. Harden in 18, Kobe in 06, Doncic himself 2 years ago. His only time past the first round. Jordan has 2 of the highest usage rate single seasons in history, missed the playoffs in one of them, was eliminated in the first round in the other. In seasons with a top 20 all-time usage rate, Giannis, Iverson, and D. Wade also lost in the first round of the playoffs. 3 players have won an MVP while having a top 20 all-time usage rate. Giannis, Harden, Embiid. Not one of them got out of the second round of the playoffs those seasons. So they're making that historical case, and I don't know about you, Chief. Is it a situation where that is prohibiting players if you have that set up on your team, or is it just a matter of we haven't seen somebody with that high of a usage rate win it all yet?
That's a good question. I don't know that we will get to a point that we will see a guy with a usage rate that sky high being able to win a championship. I think these teams have, when you go up against teams that have way more than that, like being one guy shouldering that much of a load that's too much for anybody, I would say. To win a championship, you can have going nice runs, whatever, but I don't think you're winning a title doing it that way.
It's probably the function of a depleted roster or just a roster that doesn't stack up, that we're having to go to this guy this much.
For sure. Yes, absolutely. And then usually the teams that are getting to the finals are teams that have some depth and they got some quality role pieces on top of a guy who is, or 2 that are superstar badasses.
Yeah. You have a 6th man who could be an all-star on other teams, quite often, or was, an all-star for another organization in his prime, and now he's that cagey veteran playing 25 minutes a night, but just, going at a super high level. But it sounds to me, Chief, like you might be suggesting that it might be true that the Mavs can't win a title with Luka's usage rate being this high. But what do you think about the James Harden comp? Would you go there?
I would not go there with the Luka and James Harden. I understand some of the aspects, but Luka has proven to be a guy in the playoffs. He rises to the occasion. He is not a guy who, despite the usage rate, gets to the playoffs and then just fizzles out. Now, you did see his efficiency numbers in the second half of those Clippers series in the past in the postseason, where he is just too exhausted, and the first half version of himself in those games is a much more efficient version than the second half version of himself there, because he is a little bit exhausted. But by and large, this dude is hitting big shots and putting up big numbers like you would want from a superstar in the postseason. So that is a huge difference right there when you start talking about James Harden, where he's averaging, I believe James Harden for his career in the postseason averages like 22 points per game. And he's not doing it in an efficient way. Whereas Luka, he's been a stud in the postseason. One, we know that. He put the team on his back and took him to the Western Conference Finals, a team that had no business getting there. James Harden could never have done something like that, even at peak James Harden. Secondly, James Harden is the guy who they've had to tweak the rules for. He was living at the line. Remember, like all those cheap ticky-tack, get to the line. They've literally had to change the way the game is refereed because of James Harden and just how much BS was involved with that. Luka is leading the league this year in points that don't involve free throws. 27 points a game, where he's not, that doesn't include any free throws. And that's all-time stuff. That's like better than Michael Jordan in his heyday. So Luka doesn't need, you can, okay, that's fine. I'm not getting any calls today. I'm still going to give you probably 30. Prime James Harden, not the case.
Let me throw this at you, because they have some great numbers in here that speak to how well the Mavs have done. Since the All-Star break, the Mavs have the 7th best offensive rating in the league. And on defense, the Mavs have been the league's best over the past 20 games. They also have the 2nd best record over that stretch, behind only Boston. I would like to see usage rate isolated to just these 20 games. And even then, I would like to use some imagination that they didn't need all of these games to try to avoid being in the play-in. To try to avoid, having the matchup that they would dread, having to play on this Tuesday and Wednesday night and this Friday night to even be in the playoffs. You take away that desperation and you put Luka at the start of next year with a healthy Kyrie Irving, with Gafford and Washington in there. Like, what will the usage rate be going forward? And I would say going into the playoffs, it's probably not like top 20 of all-time NBA history usage rate Luka in this situation.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be a fun project. We need to go dive in and see what over the last 20 plus games or so, what the usage rate has been for Luka since he's had the running mate Kyrie being consistently there and just the new look team, because it's a lot of, Luka's, here's an outlet pass and you guys go get it done for us in transition,
Well, it has to be in a positive way for Luka in the fact that Kyrie stayed healthy. Kyrie has been able to play in a lot of games.
Totally.
And so instead of Luka having to shoulder the load, he's been able to at certain times in that second, take a little bit of a rest into the third, into the fourth. The games have been, even though they've been in a lot of tight games, Kyrie could still do all the things necessary to get the offense going to finish the game. But the fact that Kyrie's been playing more games, those numbers have to help Luka.
Yeah.
That he's not having to shoulder that load.
And if it's not bringing him down into a range where it's sustainable to win in the playoffs, then I think you need to look at next year getting Kyrie the ball even more and, diversifying the offense in a way that you're not so Luka dependent.
I was just looking like all-time usage rate was the 2016 version of Russell Westbrook, which was about 42%. And Luka right now for the season is at 36. So, and I would think it's probably less over the last month and a half or whatever than even that. So you can see there's a big discrepancy from what like crazy usage rates are, which was Russell Westbrook from 5-6 years ago, compared to what even Luka is right now. You know, so this isn't a Luka having to do every single thing. Granted, he's doing a ton for this basketball team, but there is enough help around him to where he's not meeting all-time usage rate standards at all.
Max from Arlington, I don't think they're the same, and I think that this is the best team Luka has had by far. I think they'll at least make it to the finals, if not win it all. 214, the biggest problem with having a usage rate that high is that it indicates that you don't have a lot of other options, and it's too easy to take away one other option in the playoffs. Yeah, arguments from execs around the league. The defensive liability that accompanies their offensive excellence and certainly accompanies Luka's is a fault of this system. The wear and tear of the high usage rate player that can impact performance in the postseason. The way players like Doncic or Harden drive offensive outcomes all year as individuals while dominating the ball undercuts their teammates' ability to be ready and best situated or properly muscle memoried to contribute in key playoff moments. There might be something there. The way playoff basketball is much more geared of stopping individual excellence than team excellence. And that's the biggest one. I think game in and game out in the regular season, you're kind of like, hey, let's go play, right? Let's do what we do and try to stop them. Once you get into the playoffs, it's like, hey, this play is killing us. Let's shut this down.
Right.
Yeah.
Taking one guy away is much easier. Or just letting that guy cook and knowing that one guy is not going to be enough to beat you when it's all said and done over the course of a 7-game series. So, yeah, the team that's built around the guy who needs the 40% usage rate just so they can get through games, that is not the team that is going to do much in the way of winning. But that's not the version of Luka that we're dealing with right now. He does have the Robin to his Batman, and Kyrie from time to time you're looking at like I'm looking at Batman.
Yeah.
Okay, especially when it's, oh my gosh, it's the fourth quarter, and here comes Kyrie with 10, 12 points, just taking over the game. He understands. This is a different situation, and this is why we are all very excited on the potential of where this Mavs team can go right now in the postseason. It's not just Luka, please God, drag us through every single night. Luka will be unbelievably nasty, but he will be getting plenty of help, and that's why this team can go do something right now.
I think that if Luka can concentrate in the playoffs of playing just as hard as he can play for 3, and in the fourth that you have Kyrie to kind of pick things up, man, that to me seems like a pretty good recipe for beating somebody. If Luka could just listen, don't try and conserve anything for the fourth, man. We got a guy that can handle the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
You figure out a way to play. You figure out a way to get 26 points in the first. Figure out a way to get another 14 points in the second. And then in the third, when you get a little rest, we'll come back. But in the fourth, don't worry, we got a guy to close this thing.
And they've done it so well this year, where they are one of the best in the sport when it comes to winning these tight games, the clutch games that are within 5 points in the final 5 minutes of the game. The Mavericks have been awesome there.
Luka's 9 years younger. I think it's kind of unfair to suggest that the same thing is going to happen for Luka that happened to James. And by the way, when Harden did get a legit co-star in Houston, they had the Warriors down 3-2 until Chris Paul got hurt again. They might have went and won the championship. They had Clint Capella defending, Tucker. They had Eric Gordon closer to his prime. When they did give James Harden a really good team like Luka has around him now, they were one win from reaching the finals, basically. All right, Chief, where do we want to go next?
All right, biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the Nation.
Do not miss the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Mavs Clippers Game 1. We get you ready for Stars Knights.
Insiders. America's best radio draft coverage happens right here in DFW on The Fan. Our path to this year's draft is proudly presented by Pluckers and by Zero Res.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll go inside the mind of Corey Seager, part of our round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. Eric Nadell's coming up at 5:20. Rangers are in Atlanta with the first pitch about 6:15, 6:20 right here on your home of the champs. Here's the Chief with your biggest L and biggest dub.
Hey, Chief, can I say something real quick?
Anytime,
My
Broadus.
Lady Tigers are in town for the Final Four gymnastics, the finals in that. So, Lady
Trying
Tigers.
to cheer him on to victory.
Yeah, they're competing in Fort Worth this weekend. So,
Heck yeah.
Good luck to my Lady Tigers over there.
Good luck. Hopefully they're catching all the dubs this weekend.
Hope so.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? But more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
I always feel like I'm getting a dub every time I hear British Ian's voice in my headphones
It
right
is
there.
terrific.
Love me some
Yeah.
British Ian. Shout out to him. And we'll all be catching a dub 1 hour from right now. We'll be in the midst of a 440 edition of LA Live. Very, very exciting. And shout out to Broadus. Biggest dub of the day is the chicken parm sandos. Gentlemen.
Ooh.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeah. He showed out, man. For he is a jolly good fellow. I don't know how you did it. You did that draft stuff last night, and then you come here with a fire sandwich for everybody.
Fire. Was that ciabatta bread?
Yeah, ciabatta bread.
It was dominant, dude.
I tell you what, if I'm not watching tape or videos of players,
or fighting geese.
Yeah,
Cowering down from them, I should say.
I saw the babies. The mom was trailing the babies. I see why Dad was protective.
He's got a family.
He's got a family he had to defend.
He's a provider. He's got responsibilities. He's got stresses.
He did a great job. He's got some great looking kids. The thing about it is that I'm watching all these videos, and to me, I just like to try and put together the combination of the best videos. Like, okay, use panko breadcrumbs here. Use this grated parmesan. This kind of
Okay, so you're
Parmesan.
taking pieces from everybody's chicken parm how-to video and making your own crusty version.
Yeah, I am, and I just think that like you guys are great because every time I bring it, you guys eat it and let me know. It's like, oh, Skyline chili sucked, or this stuff is really, really good. So I learn along the way. But yeah, I'm trying to get this food truck together for me and Dawson.
The chicken parm sandwich has got to be on the menu, boys. Okay, that's just
100%.
Forever, for life.
Seriously, dude.
Or a meatball
thank
sando.
you. Yeah, I'm glad
Those
you
meatball
like
subs were special too.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
No, thank you, bro. Really appreciate you. 940 Biggest L got my first grade daughter ready for school today. Wife had to go into work early. Realized put her pants on backwards.
Oh.
So we had to go ahead and do the quick change Aruski in the drive-through line. That's Gene in Fort Worth. Yeah, you don't want to set up daughter for failure.
No.
That's special. What an awesome time to be dropping your kids off and picking them up first grade. That's amazing. I forgot to make Abby's lunch this morning.
No.
Made the breakfast, sat down, sipping my coffee.
Thought the hay was in the barn.
About 2 minutes, she's like, all right, Dad, let's go. I'm like, all right, let's go. She's like, where's my lunch?
Uh-oh.
I'll bring it later.
Oh, is that what it is? You got to do the drop-off on the way to work?
Yeah.
You didn't just want to hand her a 5-ski and say, go get it done in the lunch line?
I didn't have cash like that, no.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's our move.
I wish I
with
could have
the,
sent her a sandwich. Would she be eating a chicken parm?
Probably.
Probably?
Yeah.
Cut it in half.
I think so.
Test it out.
Yeah.
Got cheese on it and all. That's pretty good.
The cheese on that?
Yeah, I got cheese on that.
Hey, we got, I think we took collectively as a sports community here in the DFW, you guys kind of feel like we got a dub here? I know we've all been preparing our minds and our bodies for the postseason, a double dose of postseason runs in store for our Stars and Mavs.
Mm-hmm.
But thinking, with the West Coast situation, thought it was just going to get just hammered with 9:30 puck drops, 9:30 tip-offs.
Day baseball games, huh? I mean, not day baseball, day basketball games.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we get the 2:30 tip on Sunday with the Mavs and Clippers. Game 1 on Monday, Stars and Golden Knights will be 8:30.
Yeah,
Is that 2:30?
2:30 on Sunday.
Sunday.
Mavs Clippers. You got Sunday Fun Day plans that you're about to have to cancel?
I don't know, man. God, doggy boy.
Sorry to break that news.
I had it all landed out too, boy.
There's Lucius's biggest sell of the week right there in real time. 8:30 for Stars and Golden Knights on Monday. I mean, that's a win, dude. And 8:30, that's a total win. The next night, 9 o'clock, like okay for the Mavs and Clippers. Then you go back to 8:30 the next night with the Stars. Then a Friday night 7 o'clock tip, a little prime time action. That's easy money, dude. I mean, you only got 2 to this point of what we know about the schedules. You got 2 games that start at 9 o'clock or later. It's one 9 o'clock tip between the Mavs and the Clippers and one 9:30 puck drop between the Stars and Golden Knights. But I think we made out beautifully here. So big dub to all of us. And now we're very excited for playoff time here in the Metroplex. And it's playoff time for a lot of folks, man. 214, Community Lady, Brave Softball, wrapped up a district championship.
Congrats.
On Tuesday, going for the undefeated district record in their last regular season game tonight before playoffs.
There you go.
Nice.
Go get it.
Caught a nice dub on the 7th grade girls basketball team. Atolo sent me a referral for a gal named Celine, who is not only a great rebounder but a black belt in Taekwondo. So we got
some toughness.
We're cleaning up the glass and got an enforcer all in one.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's awesome. The championship DNA is just it's growing by the second with your squad, dude. It's contagious.
Thanks for noticing.
361 brought us. Let's go into business. I'm not going to put the Instagram that he put down there, but I'm going to make note of this. Broadus, who's not looking at the fan text right now for the first time in a while, just decided on Friday didn't want to get in the weeds on this one, but you might have a business partner there for that food truck, so that could be a huge dub lurking around the corner.
There we go.
We need to get a Krusty's Kitchen segment going on here in the G-Bag Nation. Krusty's Kitchen, I wouldn't mind that. Go inside the kitchen with Krusty. You got to wear your chef hat and your apron during the segment. You have your little tongs at your.
I have a chef's,
I think that's a great idea.
I have a chef's coat. Yeah, I can wear my coat.
Yes, chef.
With my name on it and my American flag on it. Everything ready to go.
Big L to us cheddar biscuit lovers.
Oh, what happened?
Red Lobster.
What happened?
I mean, it looks like they're going just face first into a bankruptcy situation.
Red Lobster is?
Yeah.
You know why? Their food, their commercial makes it look so much better than it is when they put it in front of you. Their commercials are incredible how they present their food.
The false advertisement with these food commercials is ridiculous.
And then you're kind of like, that's not what I saw, you know? So
I just wonder,
that's a shame.
That and the endless shrimp.
Yeah.
The endless shrimp probably, people eat them out of business, bro.
Yeah.
Fool ain't leaving there for 5 hours. Endless shrimp.
You're not getting full on shrimp.
My whole family, we eating endless shrimps.
Yeah.
Come on, man. There's 5 of us, bro.
Sun up to sun down, bro. When we're committing to this, we are committing to this. This is our day's plans.
We just ate 350 of your shrimps. And two waters. We're out of here.
We're 2 waters, bro.
No, Lucius, you ever wonder if they ever run out? Do you think if you the endless shrimp thing, they run out? I'm sorry, it's like something else. No, we want the endless shrimp. Go get the shrimp. Yeah. I guess it's endless if it's over, right?
Well, yeah, that's probably a good point there, Lucius. Maybe a bad business model with the shrimps. But hopefully they still, if Red Lobster goes down, I'm obviously bummed about that. Don't want to see it. But can we still get the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits frozen in the at the grocery store?
I think so.
As long as I can still get those.
Let me tell you, they have them where you can do it in the box. They
just add water.
Yeah, they have the
pancake mix.
Add an egg and all that and go for it.
Yeah.
Big dub for the nude cruise lovers because there is a Bear All Miami hosting a nude cruise set to go in 2025. These are all the rage these days.
This just does not sound comfortable.
No, not in any way.
Can we get a scouting report of the people on the boat?
Oh, wrinkly.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're not talking about smokes. I don't think you're talking about maybe the 1%.
There's got to be some smokes on that boat, right?
Maybe I'm thinking
it'd be too uncomfortable to be the smoke.
I think there's smokes that like being nude.
Nothing higher than 6.5.
That is confirmed, Broadus.
Yeah.
But there's time and place.
Not for me, but for other people, yeah.
Man, if you got some extra blue chews or anything, you can make a killing on that boat.
Right?
You know?
Maybe I could be a chef on the
because you out there showing,
cruise.
you got to be strong at all times.
Somebody's thinking big business right here.
You got to be filled up walking around. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, dude.
You can't be walking around like that.
You need that thing going 4 hours.
Yeah. I got a few right here.
Black market on the boat.
There you go.
Big dub to the Swifties. They got themselves a new 900 song album from Taylor last night. So I guess that's going to be very, very exciting. And shout out to all the people texting in their dubs right now. I'm reading through all of them and I will be responding. But there it is. Biggest L, biggest dub for the week.
Congrats, everybody. Of course, a massive global dub coming up in under 4 hours now. It's Bitcoin halving day, Brian. I know
you know what I saw you tweeting that stuff out.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I like it.
Okay, we got to run. We got a proper round tripper around the bases brought to you by Uber Eats, and we have highlights of this article about Siegs on ESPN. We'll get you set for Rangers, Braves, and more coming up next right here to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Take your Turn It On, Leave It On fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by...
from Rangers pregame. They're going to visit the Braves tonight. If you remember last year's series at the Globe, as I do so well, you might remember the Braves took 2 of 3 from the Rangers last year, including 12-zip in the series finale, as I recall that off the top of my head. Cody Bradford debuted, got rocked. So, yeah, you've had some success against them last year, but now you're in their house and hoping to return the favor. And you know how the Rangers do on the road against World Series contenders, Brian.
They don't lose.
Nope, they don't. So it should be an epic series. And again, the pregame's coming up at about 5:40, 5:45 there. And it's we're going to have Eric Nadell on at 5:20. Okay, so there won't be What You Drinking and What You Thinking today. We'll resume that glory next week. It's time now for our proper round tripper. Let's go around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats. And we start with this Corey Seager article by Tim Kirkjian, ESPN. Seager's left-handed swing is gorgeous, rhythmic, elegant. It's an aesthetic marvel. It's art rooted in its science. Seager's a baseball engineer, writes Timmy, building complex processes on the fly. Every movement has meaning, and the end product, the swing, is a one-man symphony. And yet, Seager lives with perpetual anxiety, worrying that all of the time and effort and energy he devotes to his swing could desert him at the most inopportune moment. For all the offense his swing produces, it exists equally as a defense mechanism. Seager's infatuation is also his torment. He's like a dang near a mad scientist. And I don't know if he's a sympathetic figure. You tell me. He's obviously on top of the world, but there's a lot of insecurity. I don't know if this is healthy, Brian. He says, the fear of failure definitely drives me more than anything else. It's a great story. I would suggest anybody go and read it, all Rangers fans, just to understand him more. He's always been a quiet guy, and you're wondering, like, man, what's going on in there? And I think it's complete obsession with his next AB. And on top of that, it's almost a constant obsession with the angles of his swing. He's constantly in the mirror, and before every at-bat, when he knows he's about to come up or get in the hole or whatever, he goes down the tunnel and gets in front of a mirror where he can look for all of these indicators as he's going through his swing and trying to, hit the perfect points that'll give him the best opportunity to get a hit against this guy.
I love that he said, like, in every ballpark in the sport, he knows exactly where the mirror is to go to before every at bat. So somewhere every ballpark's got a mirror that Corey Seager is very familiar with.
Yeah. And they compare him to like Kobe and Tom Brady with work ethic and grinder mentality. So it's important to note that not many players can obsess like this and sort of maintain a level performance consistently. It would drive most players mad.
Can I throw a theory out there about him from what you just said?
Sure.
He swings at a lot of first pitches, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he has anxiety about being at the plate?
100%.
And wants to get it over with? You don't understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm just
that
throwing
mimics his social
I'm just
patterns.
throwing it out there that he is so anxious that he's not interested in being like Carter or any of those other guys that just take a bunch of pitches. It's such anxiety for him to be at the plate, the strive for perfection.
There's a passage in there where he's talking about how it's misery to be in the batter's box.
I wonder if the way he attacks first pitches is like, I'm going to get a hit and I'm going down to first base.
I
don't have to stand here any longer than I have to.
Listening to his wife or reading his wife's quotes in this story, you can tell that's how he is socially. And she had to ultimately convince him, like, look, Corey, we're going to go out and people are going to approach you.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fine. Okay. You're going to get through these social interactions. But I think there is a ton of anxiety, almost to the point of possibly being a disorder of some kind. But he processes it and manifests it into absolute sports genius.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful swing. And and you could tell it's so, because I watch him, on the from the center field camera shots, and you could see as soon as the pitcher gets the ball or say he fouls one off, he's standing there ready again. He doesn't fidget with his batting glove, or pull on the corner of his shirt. he literally fouls the ball off and stands there and staring at the pitcher. Like, he doesn't want to do anything else other than find the pitch, hit the ball, and go on his way.
Yeah, the mechanics, it's very detailed.
Some hitters, they fidget with the way they stand, they play with their gloves, they step back, they call time, they do. Corey Seager will stand there, and there's, like a 3-pitch at bat.
Yeah.
Foul one off, foul another one off. Maybe a strike 3 looking kind of a thing, and then you could see him go back. But rarely do you see him just completely. Now, he's had some, in the playoffs, he had some walks. I remember him walking quite a bit. Maybe but it just seems like to me he agonizes standing there. And then and then you see the swing and you're like, gosh, how beautiful is that?
Yeah. I mean,
like
they say
Will Clark reminds me. That's from my era of a left-handed stick. That's that swing that was just so beautiful. And when it made contact, it was going to all, it had a little power, a little pop to it, but it was a base hit here, double here, one the opposite way here. I just wonder if he just deals with that in a way of like, man, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to be.
No, there's a lot of that. Like the text is pointing out, he doesn't want to be the center of attention. He doesn't want anyone watching him. It's an insecurity. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's a lot of detail in that story where he doesn't even want to talk about himself because then it becomes a topic and it distracts him away from his obsession with the swing. And, I think a lot of players, they get to a point where they're feeling good and then they just go out there and naturally play. Because obsessing over all the details, but he understands that muscle memory is sort of evasive, and anybody that's tried to repeat a golf swing 2 in a row, it's like, wow, how can I know exactly what I need to do, but I can't repeat it, right? So you get to a point where you feel comfortable and you're like, okay, I can play natural now. I'm just swinging. I'm just having fun. He is in that mindset of trying to tweak every single at bat. And I just find that fascinating. I don't know how that could be fun for anybody.
I know. It is. He is definitely a unique breed with the way he attacks it. There's like an OCD nature to it.
Maybe that's it.
And he wakes up every morning, as you said, with just it's a brand new day, and we're rebuilding this swing from top to bottom every single day. And he carries around, and they mention it in the story, and you see it anytime. If you're around the team, it could be spring training, it could be a game day. When you're around the clubhouse, you'll see Seager walking in and around, and he's got his little tripod with his camera because he is obsessively doing his swings, he's videoing them, and he's watching them. And the story reads that his swings, like he's got clips that go all the way back into like his minor league days, where because he wants to. He just has all of that, and it is a crazy obsession. And the swing, he says, some guys would rather give them the option, have the perfect swing or know what pitch is coming. He's like, give me the perfect swing every time. Yeah. And I saw that too. Interesting. He's got a 20/20 vision is like the standard, right? Or for pretty perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah. He's 20/12.5.
Dang.
So his vision is absolutely ridiculous, which obviously helps him. And I just thought that was a fun little nugget in there. But yeah, he'd rather have the perfect swing. He's worrying about him. He's like, if I handle what I got to handle with my swing, I don't even need to worry about what this pitcher's trying to do to me right now.
Yeah. And there's this great story in there where he's still with the Dodgers in 21, I think, and he's facing this guy who hadn't given up a home run in 2 years with this rising fastball high in the zone. And as the story leads into it, Corey Seager was ready for it because he also uses this intensity and preparedness to look at film and study guys. And guy threw him a first pitch, high fastball, and he put it out.
Yeah.
And the people in the ballpark that understood how difficult that was were just marveling at, his ability to do something that literally nobody else in the sport had been able to do for 2 years.
Crazy. And you talk about, he says, this is a quote from Seager in the story, as much as I hate the mental grind, I love going in there and fixing the puzzle. I think that's what draws me back.
Huh.
So it's like I do hate the mental grind of this, but also just I have this desire within me every day to treat my swing like a puzzle, and every little piece matters so much, and it's as detailed as anything in all of sports.
It's like an extreme growth mindset where he doesn't believe in the talent at all. all of my success is a result of my hard work, right? And that's why I'm great. And people that have that mindset in sports get higher than the guys who just know they were, born to do something.
Yeah, because he talks about like being uncomfortable in the box at times, and it's really, it's the fear of failure is something that really drives him. But if he doesn't feel prepared, and he's like Mr. Over-prepared, but he's like, there's no worse feeling than being in a bad spot in a major league batter's box. And I like the context, I believe, is just the bad spot being like not prepared and just slightly off your game, not dialed in to the point that he usually is. Now all of a sudden you find yourself in the batter's box, even as Corey Seager, and he describes it as there is no worse feeling. He says knowing you're in a bad spot, not being able to compete, you're just by yourself. It's an empty, bad place to be. You have no chance. These guys are way too good, and nobody's coming to save you.
Wow. The article, ESPN.com, Tim Kirkchin, if you want to dive in there. If you don't, my recommendation is if you see Corey Seager out in public, like, do him a massive favor and leave him alone.
Yes, dude. Yes, locally here, like he talks about times where, I don't know, I guess this was when he was in Los Angeles, and it was like he didn't feel like he could go out. He was just staying inside constantly until his wife finally was like, no, hey, we're going out, and you're going to just figure out how to deal with the level of fame that you have, and if people are coming up or whatever it is, because we can't just be stuck inside all the time. But that was his reaction to being famous, being noticed, and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay, what else do we have here with a couple of minutes remaining in this round trip or Chiafalo?
Well, I do have a couple of baseball clips here, and we will start. Remember yesterday we had Pete Fairbanks. This was the Rays closer.
He sucked.
Yeah, this was the suck fest that he described. I had some Tolos reach out to me and point me in the direction of another clip from him after a blown save from last week. And so this is our guy Pete Fairbanks of the Rays. This is him last week. He was upset. I believe he's upset at slippery balls.
Pete, just can you kind of run through what was going on in the ninth inning? Look, maybe you didn't like some of the balls that were coming in.
Yeah, they were horrible. You can mark that down, all caps for me. Horrible. No excuse, though. Didn't throw strikes, and that's what happens when you don't throw strikes. You get punished for it. So I'd love to see those come out of the humidor tomorrow in a little better shape before they get rubbed up. But, that's nobody to blame but myself for not being able to adjust to some of the quality issues.
Dry or not smooth, or what was the issue?
There was just overall bad. I'm not going to elaborate further than that. They were not uniform from ball to ball, so there's no, dry, smooth, whatever you want to say. Just non-uniform, didn't feel right.
It just make it tough for you to grip and kind of get the ball where you want it to go?
Yeah, it's tough to throw your slider when the ball goes that way out of your hand. So.
Yeah. You could make this in bold, please. He's doing some editorial advice there to the reporter. By the way, when you write this, make sure that's in all caps. Maybe underline it as well for the people.
Does Pete do a pretty good thing about blaming and then also blaming
accepting
himself? Yeah, he's kind of he's like, it's a terrible situation I'm in, but it's my fault. I can't. I got to
adjust.
I got to adjust.
I got to be better.
Yeah. So it seems like to me he's attacking and then kind of retreating all in the same time.
Well, let's check in with Mikey B on the Bally's broadcast. We're gonna play this sound and just ask yourself: did Mike think that with Bally's they also participated in Masterpiece of the Week?
I'd love for him to get on his hands and knees right now and fill in the holes with the dirt like Fidrich used to do, and maybe talk to the baseball for a second.
Yeah.
That was yesterday.
Okay.
And I believe there were a couple of moments. That's the one that we were able to grab there.
Mm-hmm.
But Baskey doing his thing. I genuinely think he was like, I'm out on KNC all week.
Yeah.
I always win Masterpiece of the Week. How can I give myself an opportunity? It's just a competitor within Baskey, and I do respect that. And it looks like the Rangers have called up their number 9 prospect, Mr. Owen White.
Yes, sir.
And they have optioned Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
So
get the guy some hand warmers too.
Is that what just?
I think it was cold in Detroit. I don't know.
It was chilly. Okay.
Checking with Sands.
I didn't know if it was like maybe a bit balmy and like it was like making his hands get clammy or something. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, we just heard Fairbanks. You don't want a slippery ball.
No.
Yeah.
Not if you're trying to throw that slider.
That would explain a lot though. If he was dealing with a little something extra.
Yeah. So we got to get that cleaned up. But Jack Leiter now back down, and Owen White will be up for some protection and I presume some length out of the bullpen.
Right on. Looking forward to that. A proper round tripper brought to you by our friends at Uber Eats. Okay, LA Live's coming up at 4:40, an early edition today because we'll be in Rangers pregame coming up in about an hour and a half. So LA Live 4:40. Top 10's coming up next, Chief. What do we got?
Okay, choose your own destiny. Do you want best NBA rookie seasons of all time now that Wemby has completed his first year, or do you want the worst house chores in all of the world? Because last National Laundry Day was the other day. You get to choose 877-881-1053 next in the nation.
I have spoken, and I would also like to speak about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic. Here we are. We made it to the weekend. I hope you're ready to dominate whatever.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
specials on their wings, their beer, holy mac and cheese, fried Oreos, the whole nine. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Check them out, pluckers.com, and find a location near you.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Big Rangers game night. They're in Atlanta. Pregame coming up in an hour and 20 minutes right here on your home of the champs. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here's the Chief with Zach's Top 10.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. The Tolos have spoken. They want to get the top 10 greatest individual rookie seasons of all time in NBA history now that Wemby's first season is now in the rear view. And he had one heck of a rookie season. Was it the best of all time? We will find out. Text in your name, your mention here, and we'll see if they've cracked the top 10. I actually have the top 11 with a little outside looking in action. But before we get to any of that, I do want to play this sound from earlier this week, just a couple of days ago. Charles Barkley on the Pat McAfee show. Listen to this story about when he first saw Dirk Nowitzki.
I've had some of these younger players come up to me and says, the Dream Team is my first recollection of basketball in some of these foreign countries. And that's the first time, I met Dirk Nowitzki and tried to pay him to come to Auburn. We played an exhibition in Germany.
You can't do that. That's illegal. That's illegal.
It was illegal, but I didn't give a damn. I'm not going to lie. No, Pat, I told this story. So we're playing in Germany, and I got Scottie Pippen, who's a great defender. I got Horace Grant, a couple other NBA players, and we play this German team. Dirk's got like 35 at halftime. And at this time, Scottie was considered the best defender or great defender. This dude finished with like 52 points. And I said, yo, man, who the hell are you? He said, my name is Dirk Nowitzki. I said, you want to go to Auburn? I'll take care of that. He says, I got to go in the Army. I said, dude, you're 7 feet tall. You're not going in the damn Army.
That's epic. I mean, the idea that he was just giving Scottie Pippen the business right there as a youngster, and Scottie being the defensive stalwart that we know he was for many years in the NBA, that is outstanding. And then the little nugget there, I mean, can you imagine Dirk having to do military things at that size? I mean, my goodness, dude, you're just you're
like David Robinson.
You're a target.
You would not want to be in a foxhole with him.
No.
It'd be really hard to stay hidden.
You would not. It was like whenever I went, a longtime family friend from my church, when he turned like 13 or whatever, him and his buddies did a paintball party. And so I was like, his mom was like, hey, would you want to go? I was like, sure, I'll go do some paintball. But I got dominated by these kids because like the little places to go and like duck and hide are built for like a middle school kid.
Yes.
And at the time I was in college and I'm like ducking. I think I'm being hidden. I'm getting peppered at the top of my head because it's sticking out.
Ooh.
So it's like that would be Dirk times 10 at his size.
All I can think of is Dirk's jump shot when he first came into the league, and he'd do these donkey kicks where both of his heels kind of came up. It was so weird. I'm just imagining him running around dropping like 70 with the funny release.
All right, 877-881-1053. Who do you believe had the best rookie season for an individual in the history of the NBA? And where does Wemby come on this list? Does anybody jump out? Lucius, does any NBA rookie year, Broadus, Dawson, anybody where you're like, man, as a rookie, he just came out? I mean, our own Luka was pretty unbelievable.
Ja Morant have anything? Was any good his first?
I think Ja Morant was pretty dang good his rookie year. He did not crack the top 10 all time, but
Anthony Edwards probably not.
Anthony Edwards also did not crack the top.
He was like 18 years old doing this, I think.
10 all time. Yeah, these dudes come in, they're super young.
Elgin Baylor.
Elgin Baylor?
Mm-hmm.
You loved watching him?
Let's go back like pre-85 when they were spending 4 years there.
How far back you want to go? I'm just giving you
complete
top
projects.
10s, right?
Yeah, you can go as far back as you want, bro. You can talk about Pistol Pete for all I care.
Pistol Pete, that would be probably a pretty decent one. Was that Atlanta Hawks, I believe? Was that when his rookie year with the Atlanta
Hawks?
Hawks?
Pistol? Yeah, I'll take your word for it. He's not in the top 10.
Okay.
your outside looking in is going to be rookie 05, Chris Paul.
Oh.
He was a
Wake Forest, right?
New Orleans Hornet.
Yeah, he was terrific.
Yes. Yeah, he was awesome.
So was Darren Williams out of DFW in Illinois.
They were the same draft, weren't they?
Yes. There was a third one as well, who I forget right now. But yeah, there were really good point guards in that particular draft. Obviously, Jordan has to have one of the best rookie years ever.
Yes, Jordan will absolutely be making an appearance on this list. But yeah,
Cinder?
I don't think he's on this list. I don't believe he cracked the top 10 here. This is courtesy of Bleacher Report, by the way.
I was just kind of wondering. I think the Bucks won the championship his first year when he was in Milwaukee.
Well, that certainly should be impressive enough to maybe crack the top 10.
I'm just not going to guess anymore, okay?
No, it's fine. I love you pulling out these names here. You're going to get one of them right at some point.
Any modern names like Derrick Rose?
Yeah, Derrick Rose had a great rookie season. I was a little bit surprised to see that he did not crack the top 10 here.
Jerry West.
But LeBron James is number 10, actually.
Okay.
LeBron was 21, 6, and 6.
Dang.
Bill Bradley.
On 42%. You know, the efficiency wasn't quite what it's become here. Obviously, with LeBron throughout his career, he's just been an efficiency monster. His rookie year was not quite that way,
Willis
but
Reed.
just an unbelievable start to his career there. So LeBron's at number 10. Blake Griffin, recently retired Blake Griffin, 2011, 2012 with the Clippers. Man, he comes in at number 9. He was 22.5 points per game, 12 boards, 4 assists, and half a block. He was doing it on 50% from the field, but he
almost
was
all dunks.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
Couldn't stay in front of him. He'd jump over you.
The athleticism was just crazy there, just the explosiveness.
Yeah.
He racked up a franchise record 27 straight double-doubles.
Dang.
In his rookie year.
Hmm.
Which was the longest double-double streak for any rookie since the NBA-ABA merger. I know Broadus was alive for that.
I was, like David Thompson, those guys from the old Denver Nuggets, the Kentucky Colonels, were a
Those
good
are the-
team, Dallas Chaparrals.
I thought those are the names we were going to get here. I wouldn't
did
imagine
too.
to be one and done guys or
Yeah.
straight out of high school guys.
Yeah.
But congrats to them.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot of we got Larry Bird being texted in. We're getting Jeremy Lin, Magic Johnson being texted in. Dominique Wilkins from the 214-682. Probably not a top 10, but Clyde Drexler was amazing to me watching him his first year.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant 214. He wasn't good. He was just all right.
Rookie Kobe was, Shaq getting some love. T-Max getting some love.
Dude, yeah, Shaq. Shaq should be top 10. I mean, he took Orlando to competition very quickly.
Chris Webber, David Robinson.
Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan, yeah.
Yeah,
4
Timmy
years
D.
in Wake. I think
How about
he won the
Elijah Wan?
championship his rookie year.
Elijah Wan?
Elijah Wan's not on this list either, but it's a dang good pull by you. We got Luka Doncic at number 8.
Okay.
So he cracks the top 10.
Yep.
He was 21 points, 8 boards, 6 assists. And he had, I mean, we know he came out of the gates and it was
It
like,
was
oh,
crazy.
wow, this dude's
We saw it in
pretty epic.
preseason. Like, oh my goodness, they got one.
Yeah, I mean, he ran away with Rookie of the Year that year, snagging 98 of the 100
George
first place
Mikan?
votes. George Mikan is not here, but here we go.
Oh, okay.
Magic Johnson.
Oh, him and Larry Bird, right? Same time.
Yeah, Magic at 7. He was 18 points, 8 boards, 7 assists, 2.5 steals.
I didn't think Magic, was he that? I thought he was just really good at being an assist guy's first year, Dawson.
Well, I mean, he was never a great scorer, never a prolific scorer.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, 18
That's why I
points.
didn't yell him out.
Fair enough.
But he did win the championship his first year, right? So that probably goes in the ledger.
Bill
pretty
Bradley
good.
on this list?
I don't
That's when he
believe
hugged Kareem.
Yeah.
Get the hell off me, man.
They won the first game of the season on a buzzer beater, and like Magic hugged Kareem and like he was trying to mob him.
He wanted nothing to
game
Kareem wanted
1 of
nothing to
82. Yeah.
That is pretty funny. You will get so Johnson. By the way, Magic remains the only rookie in NBA history
Bob
to be
McAdoo.
named Finals MVP.
Oh yeah, because Kareem got hurt. He had to play center. Dude,
That's right. As a rookie,
yes.
that is just crazy. You get Larry Bird actually one spot ahead of Magic. He comes in at number 6. Does Larry 21 points, 10.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, almost 2 steals as a rookie year or as a rookie that year. So but they weren't doing the winning that Magic was with the Lakers that year. Wemby comes in at number 5.
Okay.
Wow. Number 5 all time. 21.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3.5 blocks, over a steal.
Good for him living up to the hype.
47% from the field. Yes, absolutely, dude. I mean, expectations were as high as they've ever been for anybody.
Yep.
And he met, and I would say even exceeded them.
I think he's got everybody's attention
as a rookie.
Yeah.
You know?
I hate it.
And now, like, everybody's talking about, I'm seeing so many of the photoshoppers putting Steph Curry in a Spurs uniform. And I'm like, yeah, dude, Wembanyama is going to, like, people are going to want to play with him.
For sure.
Yep.
So it sucks that he's on the Spurs. That kills me. But he was phenomenal this year. There's just no way around it. Shaq comes in at number 4.
All right.
92-93 was 24 points, 14 rebounds, 3.5 blocks, 2 assists, 56% from the field. He was ridiculous.
4 broken goals.
Yeah, that's true, dude. You got to put that on the tally. Number 3 was Tim Duncan. Of course, he was, 21, 12, and 3, 2.5 blocks a game, and he was super efficient as well. David Robinson, how about the Spurs having 3 top 5 rookie seasons of all time? He was 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 blocks per game his rookie year. My gosh. But Michael Jordan, number 1 all-time rookie season, 28 points, almost 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2.5 steals, and over 50% from the field. So MJ, of course, being number 1 on a basketball list.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Chief. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Woolchuck will return Wednesday. Okay, send him some love on social there. They got the baby home and everything's great. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander will have L.A. live when we return right here to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Of course, we'll talk the opener between the Mavs and the Clippers, plus puck around and find out as the Stars begin the playoffs.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Info.com. It's hard to stop a train. More film study, more insight, more insiders. America's best radio draft coverage happens right here in DFW on The Fan. Our path to this year's draft is proudly presented by Pluckers and Pi Zero Res.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We have a baseball 5 o'clock hour coming up. Sands in 15 minutes. Eric Nadell joins you for the Expressway. Then we'll be into the pregame now in less than an hour. Let's do LA Live now. Here he is, Lucius Alexander.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some atmosphere.
The indica flower.
Everybody get high.
Hey, this is LA Live for April 19th, 2024. Yeah, it's a feel-good Friday, y'all. Yes, we made it. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey begins today. Hey, avoid the law dogs this weekend, people. Please avoid the law dogs. Don't get emotional and crash out. Don't let your emotions get the best of you, because that's what usually happens right there. Or you get drunk or something like that. You're under the influence or something. Yeah, because the judge won't see you until Monday, too. You gotta sit in there in that holding cell. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance quickly.
That's right. Establish dominance quickly. And if you end up in that holding cell, get bad, Jack. Get bad.
What are you doing?
Get bad.
Better get bad, Jack, because you ain't bad. You gonna get
Great movie, Stir Crazy right there with Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. Great movie. Also seen this on the timeline. I'm trying to keep you away from jail this weekend. I want you to have good fun. You know what I'm saying? Don't get in trouble. I seen this on my timeline. There was a prison guard that said it took him months to get used to the smell of prison. Months.
When I walked in that jail for the first time, you know what I smelled? I smelled butt ass. Butt ass. It was so bad. I mean, the funk hit you like boom. And I asked one of the old timers, the vets, yo, what's up with that smell? He said, don't worry, new Jack, you'll get used to it.
I'm trying to keep you away from that jail, right? I don't want you to be down there at Lou Steric or wherever. All the other jails around here. I don't know them like that.
Smells like that place when you go to the transfer station, the dump. You guys ever go there? I don't. As soon as you pull through that door, you're like, "Oh my goodness!"
Yeah,
the smell hits you.
yeah.
I left my truck window open once. I couldn't get it out for 2 weeks.
Boy, me and my dad was at the dump every other weekend when I was a child. There's always something to dump for him. It's ridiculous. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan here at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow every last one of us if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner, I don't know how many days this is for this man. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll bet 3.
Okay. Okay, all right, you might be right, bro. But we heard it like 16 times.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a 3-time Hall of Famer right here, Chris Arnold. Where were you when OJ was running away from the LAPD?
Back in the press area, Madison Square Garden, after the chase was about winding up, Robert Kardashian, Kim's dad, and he was representing OJ. He's reading this suicide letter that OJ had written. And we're all standing in the press room. I'm standing next to Ahmad Rashad. And he's going through this letter saying goodbye to people, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he goes, and my good friend Ahmad Rashad. And the whole room looks at Ahmad Rashad. And Ahmad just looks down to the ground. And then he just walks away and got in a limo and just dissed a Pierce. Give me a freaking Pierce.
Yeah. That's still funny, bro.
It is funny, man.
It's a fight weekend. I'm happy about this, and I've been waiting. It's a 420 fight, too, y'all. Garcia versus Haney on DAZN pay-per-view. Garcia has come in 3.2 pounds overweight for the fight. He even hit the scale with a beer in his hand, Dawson.
I saw that.
Yeah!
That was epic, dude.
What the heck was going on, bro?
Yep, I'm over. Hold my beer, watch this.
So he will be unable to win Haney's WBC super lightweight world title because he didn't come in. But Haney said that Garcia honored their press conference bet and will pay him $500K per pound he is overweight. $1.5 million.
Wow.
Whew. A lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
I guess that does kind of confirm what's been maybe making him act erratically. You know, that'd be more of the cold beers than the toot, right? Maybe you're tooting your way under, you're cold beering, you're a little over.
I like your theory. Tell me what this is right here. This is how he started his press conference.
With a record of 24-1, 20 knockouts, Ryan King Garcia.
Thank you, the Lord Jesus Christ, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Thank you, Jesus. 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 Jesus is King, King of Kings, King of Kings. No, okay. He is the King of Kings. Jesus is the one above all. Okay. How you guys doing? What do you guys want me to say? I've already said everything. I mean, what do you want me to do? I've already done it all. I've already said it all. I've done it all, and now I'm just ready to kick ass. I'm going there and just this man up. You don't understand. I'm gonna him up. You don't know what I've been training like. You don't know the vision I have. You do not know I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'll break this whole thing right now. That's how I'm firing. I'm strong. I'm strong. I'm strong. Strong. And I'm louder than that whole team. They got like 5 people there. Look how loud. Woo! We couldn't hear you, bitch.
Here we go. We have a fight.
We got something.
Oh, man.
Wow. I'd be left speechless, too, after that.
Dude's all over the place.
Lucius, you watch a ton of these. You watch a ton of these.
Nothing like this one.
I'm just going to say, do they have no order in them all? Does nobody ever step in and say, okay, we're going to hear from, or do they ever go your question? Yeah, do you have questions from the audience?
Yeah.
So there's some order to these things?
Yes, 100%, a lot of order. And usually like this, it falls apart. This is like Ryan is bringing the energy that Tyson brought when he got out of jail.
Okay.
The black shirt, when his button was barely buttoned, all you seen was his chest.
Yeah, okay.
He was dropping F letters and F words on people.
Right.
Talking about their kids and stuff.
So there's like real PR people kind of trying to handle, but
eating the kids.
But it's chaos, right? It's just chaos, no matter what.
Chaos when Ryan's involved.
All right.
There's a reason they're not in team sports.
I can figure that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
That is wild. I can't wait to watch that fight Saturday night. See how this is going to go down. What else is wild too, right here, y'all? On a Feel Good Friday, we are living in a particular time. I'm telling you, they will study this time. We are wilding right now. I don't know if you're paying attention because you guys watch a lot of sports, but we are wilding.
I catch myself wilding sometimes. I'm like, man, you got to shake yourself.
Wilding. A man set himself on fire outside of the Manhattan courthouse.
Oops.
Where the Trump trial is going on right now. CNN had Laura Coates out there covering the trial. Yeah. By the way, Laura Coates is who Alex Trebek wanted to take over Jeopardy.
Okay.
When he moved on. They didn't do it.
Didn't honor him.
No, didn't honor Alex. It's disrespectful. Anyway, she was outside when this fellow lit himself on fire, bro. Wow.
The courthouse in Manhattan, where we are waiting for history to be made. An active shooter is in the park outside the court. We have a man who is he has set fire to himself. A man has emblazoned himself outside of the courthouse just now. Our cameras are turning right now. A man has now lit himself on fire. We are watching a man who is fully emblazoned in the front of the courthouse today. We are watching multiple fires breaking out around his body and person. We have seen an arm that has been visible, that has been engulfed in total flames. There is chaos that is happening. People are wondering right now if people are in danger. I'm looking across the courtyard. There is a man racing to his aid. There's coats coming off to try to put out the fire. We have members of security details. NYPD is rushing to the scene. They are trying to come out. Officers are on the scene.
Chaotic right there.
Man, she gave great play-by-play of that.
Yeah, she did
Holy
good.
smokes.
She did good. She did real good, man. They said this guy was like into super conspiracies, real deep into that. And that's probably why he reacted this way. He's in critical condition right now.
Wow, okay, so he made it out.
He made it out. Well, he's in critical condition, but yeah, I guess you could say that.
I mean, jeez,
he did protest in a protesting area.
Yeah.
He was in a protest.
There's probably fire stipulations here. Is there like you can protest here, but here's some of the rules. One of which you cannot set yourself on fire.
I wish X had censored that. I just watched that. Holy cow. My goodness.
They put a little community notes on there for you.
I got one. I think I got one that was just posted like a few minutes ago, so they hadn't like edited it yet. I don't know where the community notes are, but I'm now watching him like post a couple hours before. So
yeah, we are living in a particular time, people. I'm telling you right now.
I mean, that's a historic gesture. That's the monk in Vietnam protesting everything that had been going on 50 years ago. It's quite a political statement that you're making. And he posted on X a couple of hours ago, start a bleeping revolution. You have nothing to lose.
See?
It looks like he's wearing a t-shirt that looked like it was doused in something. I presume gasoline.
Yeah.
And he just took the lighter and just immediately lit the bottom of his t-shirt, and then he just went and up in flames immediately. Holy
He crashed out, man.
Dude.
Don't crash out this weekend. He crashed out.
I remember.
And then some.
Well, like
gotta chill.
back in the day, way back in the day, the burning monk. Lucius, you remember seeing that in the history?
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah,
there's another guy that set himself on fire not too long ago this year.
Yeah.
That is crazy footage, dude.
I mean, even if the worst possible conspiracy about the future of our country is true,
I'm not setting myself on fire.
Yeah, just go somewhere else like move out to the country and ignore it. You know, hang out with your mom. There's lots of options.
Death by fire sounds.
Wow, that shook me. I'm sorry.
And it's all over conspiracies. Wow. Careful what you read. Alizé and weed. That's my time, folks. I hope you have a good weekend and all that other stuff. Enjoy the NBA playoffs. Enjoy the Mavs. Enjoy the boxing. Enjoy the stars. Stars play this weekend?
Monday.
Okay. I'll be back to see y'all then. That's my time. Lord willing, the creek don't rise. Holla.
Right on, buddy. Thank you. LA Live, Lucius Alexander. Most nights 5:40. Today we did it 4:40 because Rangers baseball, they're in Atlanta. Pregame's coming up at about 5:45. When we return, Jared Sandler's going to join us. Then Eric Nadel will join us. We'll be in baseball paradise all the way to the first pitch next year on your home of the champs. I want to chat D&M Leasing, though, because with all this great stuff going on, you mentioned the basketball, the hockey, of course, the Rangers every day. You might want to also get your hands on a brand new vehicle. And if that's the case,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cowboys. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Hour 4 of the nation. As we have Rangers pregame coming up in about 42 minutes from right now. Jared Sandler will be on the call as they visit the Braves for an interleague baseball series that might be a World Series preview.
I missed you, man.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry because with the, I was thinking like we were in that final out. My bad there.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I think you're doing better than me so far today. I think I've had 3 or 4 of them, to be honest with you.
I was looking up at it and I went,
what's your excuse,
5.
Brian?
Yeah, what's my excuse? I didn't have an excuse. I usually tell Dawson what hour it is.
You do.
I gave the wrong
and I rely on him. I trust him more than myself.
I gave him the wrong number today. I'm sorry about that.
Eric Nadell's coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll talk with the Hall of Fame announcer. It's time now to speak with Jared Sandler about the Rangers news of the day. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
So we got Leiter optioned and White up. Where does Jack go from here as far as building back to his next opportunity in the show?
Yeah, I mean, I think he just goes back, stays on turn, pitches as a starter with AAA Round Rock, and then, the minute there's a need, just like there was, this time, I think he's the next man up. So this was not a surprise unless there was an injury to one of the 5 existing starters. I don't think that there was really a scenario in which Jack was going to stay up unless he, went 7 shutout or something. But even still, I don't know exactly what that next step would be. I think here, they had a need for him. He started, he got the big league debut out of the way. Thankfully, the Rangers came away with a win. He probably pitched a little bit better than his line suggested. And then he, continues to develop and work on the things he needs to work on. And if someone goes down, then he's going to be the next man up. So not a surprise that he got sent down. I know, obviously, the reaction from some folks is that the Rangers must really have been disappointed with him because, at the end of the day, I guess technically it was a demotion. But that's not at all what the situation is. This was sort of a planned spot start, and he'll be able to build off of that experience, hopefully by going down to AAA and then coming back up, I'm sure, sooner rather than later.
Jared, Chris Sale on the hill for the Braves tonight, though, when healthy. What is this mastery that he has over the Rangers?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't faced them in a while, so hopefully, he forgets that dominance. But yeah, he's always been a pain for the Rangers. The whole joke with Adam Rosales, he was the only guy who could hit Chris Sale back when Adam Rosales was with the Rangers. But he's really good, and he's healthy. I don't know that he is as dominant as he once was, but he's still a good pitcher, and his breaking stuff is still moving at a really elite level. And the other thing here is the Rangers struggle or have struggled against lefties, and a part of that is no Josh Young. He's one of the bats you expect to stick in the middle of the order and hit lefties. I think the Rangers expect Wyatt Langford to be productive against lefties once he gets into rhythm, but obviously, that really hasn't taken form yet. Corey Seager's someone who hits lefties at a high level, but, he's got off to a slower start, and the Rangers need someone to step up. And, I know that this is an incredibly talented roster and an incredibly talented lineup, but they're missing 2 guys who really did a number against lefties in their lineup last year, Mitch Garver and Robbie Grossman. Robbie Grossman had a 950-plus OPS against lefties last year, and Mitch Garver was just beneath that, like 934 or something. And so they need some guys to step up and fill those holes. And so, Josh Young is going to be one of those guys when he comes back, but they really need Wyatt Langford to start to take steps forward against lefties. And obviously Evan Carter has gone off to a slow start against lefties, Leody Taveras as well. So, right now the Rangers a little more vulnerable against lefties than they are against righties, which means that they're going to score 10 runs in the first inning off of Chris Sale, because I said this, but big picture, that is something to see or follow in terms of its development.
Yeah, Jared, you mentioned, though, about lefties. It seems like the one thing that's kind of held the Braves at bay, though, is left-handed pitching. Their record is at 500, 3-3 with that. Is there any secret to that with Heaney on the hill tonight?
Yeah, it's interesting because they're not – last year they were historically dominant against lefties. They had the highest slugging percentage ever in a shortened season because of COVID against lefties. And this year it's a little bit different. Now Ozzie Albies being hurt, that helps the Rangers. He is lethal against lefties. Sean Murphy has been hurt, and so he's not in there. Ronald Acuna Jr. is still obviously a stud, but he's not gotten off to some lightning start. So I think that no pitcher, lefty or righty, is going to have an easy time against this Braves lineup. For whatever reason, they have not gone off to the start against lefties this year that they did last year or the season they had. And you just look at some of the numbers. Like I said, Acuna hasn't been great against lefties. Austin Riley hasn't been great against lefties. Matt Olson hasn't been awesome against lefties. He's been good, but not awesome. And so, hopefully the Rangers are catching the Braves at the right time. Because much like I think the Rangers will be just fine against lefties when all is said and done, I think the Braves are going to be a really good group against lefties as well.
Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan. Pregame's coming up in a bit over a half hour. Sounds like the Oregon player is already in mid-game form over there, Sands.
Yeah, they've had the gates open and fans are filing in. This is one of the better game atmospheres in baseball. It's a really cool park, and obviously with the Braves being a really good ball club, they fill this. And I think we've seen this already when the defending World Series champions come in. There are more Rangers fans who are willing to show their face, and I'm sure Braves fans in search of another World Series after winning one in 2021 look at this as a possible World Series preview, even though we got several months left. But it's an exciting matchup and should be a really fun atmosphere.
How good are the Braves playing coming into this one?
Well, they just swept the Astros. I don't know what to make of that because the Astros are 6-14, but the Braves are a really good team. They're in first place in the division, and the NL East is not going to be a cakewalk division. Philadelphia is obviously really good. But what's interesting with the Braves, and much like the Rangers last year, the Rangers persevered despite a rash of injuries, and the Braves are kind of in the same boat. Like I said, no Sean Murphy, no Ozzie Albies. Spencer Strider's now done for the year. And so, the Braves have, they've had their share of injured stars. And, it's just a really deep lineup. They can beat you in so many ways. They're athletic. They can beat you on the bases. They obviously can beat you with the power. They are a deadly home run hitting team. And then the starting rotation's gone off to a slow start, but it's a really, really good bullpen, and it's a diverse bullpen in terms of what they have to choose from and what these guys can do. And one slight advantage the Braves have coming into the series that the Rangers don't is that the Braves were off yesterday. So, while the Rangers are in day 15 of 15 straight game or 17 straight days with a game, and they're kind of playing from behind in terms of bullpen availability, the Braves are rolling into this series with fresh arms, and certainly for tonight, that's going to be advantage Braves.
Jared, it took a couple of games in Detroit, but you kind of saw a little bit of the power come back for the Rangers. And on the broadcast yesterday, you were kind of talking about maybe the right time with them showing up in Atlanta. Is that something we can hopefully see a little bit more tonight with some pop in those bats?
I hope so. Chris Sale, like I said, lefty, he's been good against the Rangers. Obviously, as you mentioned earlier, Brian, tough to know, is that going to carry over? Sometimes for the pitcher, I don't think any of the players of the Rangers really have any clue about that. But for Chris Sale, maybe there's some mental component. As far as what he's done this year, I mean, he's allowed 2 home runs, so it hasn't necessarily been home run prone. But you can't. I'm not saying you can't win a game 4-3 against the Braves, but it's just tough to go into any game with the Braves and expect that just 4 runs is going to be enough, and that it doesn't matter who's on the mound for you. So the Rangers have been doing a good job with runners in scoring position, but every once in a while that 3-run home run is nice, and they did such a great job, hitting the long ball with men on base last year. It was such a big part of their offense, and I'm sure they're going to, bring it back. I think over time it's going to even out. It just, hasn't really been a big feature of what they've done offensively so far this year.
Jared, I assume this is not going to be the plans going forward, though. These 4-out saves that we're getting for victories and for saves. Is it just a game feel thing, or is it something that they're kind of working through right now, and maybe that's something they're going to continue to try and do?
Yeah, I mean, I think a few things brought us. One, if you think of yesterday's game, it seemed like they wanted to leave David Robertson, off the mound if they could, given his workload, and then also makes him available tonight. You kind of got to take your pick. So they knew they it seemed like they knew they wanted to go with Yates, so that meant that Yates wasn't going to be available tonight. So now they have Robertson available. They obviously felt like with Leclerc, he had kind of reached the end of his rope. And so, what are you going to do? Well, in that situation, if Kirby Yates is good to go, then, you take him at his word. And obviously early in the season, maybe it allows a little more leeway. And Kirby Yates, who did pitch the night before, throwing 24 pitches, you look at that and say, oh, maybe he's not available. But clearly they felt like it was okay. I don't think they want to get in the habit of 4-out saves, especially in consecutive games or for 4-out appearances. With him picking up the win 2 games prior, giving the team 4 outs. But, I think Bruce Bochy saw an opportunity to win a game and win a series and, decided to get the win that was right there in front of him. And you figure out what to do tomorrow, which obviously is today. But I don't think that's how they want it to line up. I think they want to be a little more judicious probably moving forward in the 4-out saves, especially for a guy like Kirby Yates with the mileage he has on his arm.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. When can we expect Nathaniel Lowe to make his return?
Yeah, Bruce Bochy indicated that the beginning of the homestand would be a possibility. Nothing guaranteed. It does seem like sometime next week is a likelihood at this point. He's going to continue to get work in. The team has Monday off. They're back in action Tuesday. It could be Tuesday. They start their series against the Mariners. But I think there's a really strong likelihood that he's going to be back sometime next week. It's a 3-city or 3-team homestand. But I think that the expectation is that he'll be in either sometime during the Mariners portion of the homestand or the Reds portion, and certainly before they cap off the homestand against the Nationals the following week.
We've been a little bit, beating up the offense here for the Rangers, but I saw you put out a bunch of their ranks, and offensively they're coming in top 5 or top 10 on a lot of these things. But the slugging, the power, is that something that is, that can be rekindled to a lineup? This is something that is not, they're not doomed to, the power's just gone. That feels like something that they can continue to develop and get back to themselves like they were last year.
Yeah, you look at it, Corey Seager's got 1 home run, Wyatt Langford's got no home runs. They've been without Josh Young, been without Nathaniel Lowe. Not that he's, necessarily someone you think of as a 30 home run hitter, but someone who should be able to add some power. I fully think that when we look back after 162 games, we're going to look at this lineup, talk about how good it is, and a part of that conversation is going to be the power. You just got some guys who've gone off to slow starts when it comes to the power department, and I think, again, over time, that's all going to sort of equal out.
What letter did the word start with that got Bochy ejected yesterday?
That's a good question. I didn't ask. I imagine F is, that's probably a popular pick there. That'd probably be the Vegas favorite. But, he said something funny that, he didn't want to prolong the discussion with the home plate umpire, Todd Tishnor, yesterday, because he had Jose Leclerc waiting, to start his inning. And so he just decided to wrap it up pretty quickly. So I think he knew that he was pressing the dynamite button, whatever it was. And he got out of there pretty quickly.
It's a veteran move. Gotta love Boach.
Yeah.
He's got all the answers to the
Always
test.
Thinking. Yeah.
Dude, I wanted to ask you about the Corey Seager article from ESPN today. I'm sure a lot of this stuff you're already aware of, but it was really interesting to go inside the mind of, a guy just obsessed with the perfect swing. You have a pretty good relationship with him, don't you? What was your reaction to that article?
Yeah, I was just happy that Corey opened up to Jeff Passan. Corey, I think, is an incredibly insightful, bright, compassionate person who cares so deeply about, you mentioned the word perfection, but being as close to perfect as he possibly can be. And, in the past, he just hasn't necessarily felt comfortable sharing, any part of his process. But I thought it was a really great look at what makes him so special as a player. I see it every day, walking the halls and talking to him. And I'm thankful to have a good relationship with him. And, he's always been open and honest with me. And, I hope people take time to read it. Again, Jeff Passan wrote the article, and, we can talk about it more probably in detail, next time we chat, but it is a very, honest, reflection of how he approaches things, and a kind of a look into Corey's mind, and, what makes him tick, and what it is that makes him so special.
Jared's preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Thank you, sir. Have a great call tonight.
Hey, thanks, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on X, a must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Speaking of must follows, it's time to hit the expressway, our final countdown till the pregame show, and Eric Nadell joins you next here on The Fan. I want to chat Twin Peaks, though, a great place to head right now. Catch the games tonight. Your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. Pair any of Twin Peaks made from scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer. Served by Twin Peaks, girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you go into Twin Peaks. Now, a lot of Twin Peaks here in North Texas. We're so blessed to have 11 of them now. And some great things coming up this weekend. The hockey playoffs, the basketball playoffs. Twin Peaks is the best place for all things hoops. Get to your favorite location for all the NBA playoff action. NFL draft next week. Twin Peaks is going to be on the clock. Catch all of the draft action at the Ultimate Sports Lodge. Round 1.